The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 10, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Boss to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties. And each member, other than the majority and minority leader and the minority whip, are limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 28 individuals from the Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District who have received prestigious Fulbright Awards during the 2022-2023 school year and the 2023-24 school year. Congress established the Fulbright program in 1946. It promotes friendly and peaceful relations between Americans and people of other countries through international educational exchange. Each year, more than 3,000 U.S. students, scholars, artists, and professionals in more than 100 different fields of study are offered Fulbright program grants to lecture, study, teach English, and conduct research. We proudly have Fulbright participants from Bradford, Du Boistown, Lewisburg, Port Matilda, Selinsgrove, and State College, Pennsylvania. These recipients have earned their national recognition with years of study, leadership, and service, and our community is proud. Mr. Speaker, the Fulbright program is one of the most sought-after exchange programs in the world. It encourages applications from individuals of academic and professional achievement who are current and future leaders in their respective fields, selected through open, merit-based competition world and then the United States. They make an impact in all areas, including the environment, public service, technology, public health, and the arts. They study and teach in high-priority areas such as mental health, opioid addiction, cybersecurity, and military preparedness. Since 1946, more than 400,000 individuals from the United States and over 160 countries and territories have participated in the program, including 42 heads of state, 62 Nobel laureates, 89 Pulitzer Prize winners, 80 MacArthur Foundation Fellows, and 16 Presidential Medal of Freedom recipients. These relationships form a foundation of trust on which the United States may advance global peace and security. And I know that the memorable learning experiences individuals encounter through the program will never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I thank all of our Fulbrighters, especially the 28 from the Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District. We are grateful for their contributions and most proud of their achievements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Elizabeth City State University, located in northeastern North Carolina, holds a significant place among historically black colleges and universities. Despite its prestigious status, the institution faced grave concerns some years ago. Discussions arose within the North Carolina General Assembly regarding the potential closure of the university, which sparked a spirited response from dedicated alums and community leaders who rallied to keep the institution open. Their unwavering support and dedication played a crucial role in the survival of the university. As a result of their impassioned support, state leaders ultimately committed to ensuring the university's continued existence. However, this commitment came with the expectation of formulating a comprehensive plan to invigorate and fortify the institution. It became evident that the university would need a committed and visionary education leader, a unifying figure, and a skilled team builder to orchestrate this revitalization. During this critical phase, Dr. Kerry Dixon emerged as that figure. Assuming the role of chancellor, Dr. Dixon charted a new course for the university. Her transformative initiatives played a significant role in the university's resurgence. Notably, her leadership saw the establishment of a leading aviation sciences program at ECSU, the state's sole program. Furthermore, Dr. Dixon's unwavering drive and commitment inspires students to enroll and remain at Elizabeth City State University, breathing new life into the institution. Her leadership saved the university and attracted a new generation of students, promising a brighter future in northeastern North Carolina. The impact of Chancellor Dixon's leadership became evident as, over 6 years, she laid the foundation for a promising future for this esteemed institution. Her astute leadership and unwavering dedication solidified her as the right leader for the university during a critical season of change and growth. As Chancellor Dixon has now assumed the reins at North Carolina Central University, bringing her closer to her family, she left a remarkable leadership and transformation legacy at Elizabeth City State University. Viking pride, Viking pride, Viking pride. Acknowledging her extraordinary contributions, I gladly join the community and offer my heartfelt best wishes to Dr. Dixon as she has transitioned from leading the Vikings into her new role at the helm of the Eagles. I have every confidence she will live up to the motto, truth and service. The drumline helped provide an incredible welcome. Eagle pride amplified. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in solemn recognition of an incredible community leader in northern Utah and a dear lifelong family friend, Mr. Richard Hendrickson. Over the 4th of July weekend, Richard and his daughter, Sally, passed away in a tragic vehicle accident close to home in Ogden Canyon. Richard led a 36-year career in the outdoor products space, starting as a welder at the age of 16 and rising to become the CEO and president of Lifetime Products. This is a uniquely American success story, from rags to Richard, as his colleagues would quip. Not only is Richard a good friend, but a trusted advisor and a supporter of my efforts in Congress. I am most grateful he accepted a voluntary role as a member of my debt and deficit task force based in Ogden, Utah. He would go out of his way to provide context on trade policy that affected American businesses, and it was abundantly clear that his main professional focus was the livelihood of his employees and sustaining a positive culture at a very significant Utah-based company. He will leave a void that simply cannot be filled. Above all, Richard was a truly genuine and kind man, treating his neighbors and his employees as his peers. In addition to his career and community involvement, Richard was a leader in his faith, serving the last 2 years as a stake president for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. His service reflected his commitment to his faith, family, and his community. His executive counterpart mentioned to me how busy Richard's schedule had become. They couldn't even find 2.5 days to visit another facility. And yet, what was he doing on a Saturday afternoon? He was taking his kids boating. On a more personal note, every time that my boys will practice free throws going forward, or we host a backyard barbecue, we will remember Richard and how his life's work was to build products meant to bring friends and families together. I take comfort alongside his family, his wife Julie, and his surviving children, Samuel, Lissa, and Molly, in knowing that Richard continues to look after and comfort Sally, and they will all be united again. In remembrance of his legacy, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the career of my very good friend, Chapman University President, Dr. Daniel Struppa. Managing a major university today is not easy. Some say it takes a mathematician, an Einstein type. So Chapman University set out on a quest to find the right person. And they got really lucky by hiring a PhD in mathematics to do the job. But not just an ordinary math whiz, rather an Italian model, fast and slick, an import from Italy. And President Struppa, you have not disappointed us. Since 2016, you have overseen the tremendous growth at Chapman University and enhanced the university's reputation at a national level. President Struppa's contributions go beyond the campus. He has created a partnership with the Nicholas Academy, which has increased local enrollment on campus by almost 20% and boosted the number of first-generation students on campus. And President Struppa also put Chapman University on the map nationally as a Hispanic-serving institution. And Chapman University, because of your leadership, is now known nationally for your science, research, arts, social sciences, and School of Law. President Struppa, you are a man of intellect, and your drive will never be equaled. I wish you the best of luck in your retirement as you return to your lifelong passion of teaching math to the next generation. And I trust that you'll continue to be my friend and close advisor. Congratulations on your well-earned retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and go Panthers. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate Ms. Norma Lopez and her career fighting for Southern California working men and women. Ms. Lopez is organized labor. Her grandfather was a key figure in the efforts in California to organize farm workers. And even as a child, Norma walked picket lines and demonstrated solidarity with workers in her community. Later, she joined the Service Employees Union when she was in her 20s. She quickly rose through the ranks to eventually represent 800,000 members. 30 years later, Norma is leaving her role with the Teamsters, but will continue to fight for working families in California. In her new role as Executive Director at the Labor Community Services, I know she will continue to fight to make life better for all families in Southern California. Ms. Lopez, we're all proud of you. Congratulations in your new role. And thank you very much for all you do and you will do for our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from California, Mr. LaMotha, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the California's air regulator, known as California Air Resources Board, finalized a new rule that would require freight railroads in the state to adopt zero-emissions locomotives for industrial use by the year 2030, only 6 years from now, and for normal hauling by 2035. It is now requesting a waiver from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to proceed with this rule. This EPA CARB rule would effectively require all locomotives to operate in a zero emissions configuration when operating in California. Sounds nice in theory, doesn't it? This regulation would limit the useful life of thousands of locomotives currently across the rail network and requires transition to zero emission technology. So what is that going to do to the cost of moving goods with technology that is not even yet available widely? Even by CARB's own admission, this rule will drive many short-line railroad operators out of business, gone. Short-line railroads are very important for moving freight in the interim from manufacturers, from granaries, from wherever, out to the main line. So we're just going to eliminate them. So what will we replace them with? More trucks. We love trucks, but there's a role for trucks, for short line, and for long-haul railroads. CARB also admits this rule will be shifting the transport of goods to many more trucks, much more truck traffic. They admit to that, which is opposite of their stated goal in reducing emissions. Rail operators have not even been able to acquire full Tier 4 locomotives yet due to the availability and the stretch in technology, which isn't there yet. We can't acquire Tier 4 locomotives, which is already being bypassed by new tiers that CARB wants to push with basically going to all-electric trains. Well, this isn't the all-electric train you have in your basement. This is real world here. It would make more sense for the bureaucrats at CARB to just take a break for a little bit from their carbon-neutral crusade and let rail operators come up to the Tier 4 standards that the locomotives that they're still trying to develop in being compliant. These Tier 4 locomotives are 85% cleaner than other older technology already. So that sounds like a win to me. You know, that's a bingo, as some might say, instead of pushing net zero locomotives on such a ridiculous timeline. Because of their obsession with net zero and carbon reductions, CARB is actually working against their own goals they're stating here. It is estimated that the U.S. EPA approval would result in close to 65% of the nation's Class 1 railroad fleet, locomotive fleet, to be banned from operating in California by just 6 years from now. General Van Ovost, from the U.S. Head of the U.S. Transportation Command of our military, expressed concerns that regulation will negatively affect the economy and as well as military readiness posture, moving the tanks and the heavy equipment you see sometimes on the rail, these big, long trains of military having to deploy wherever. By reducing the ability to transport this military equipment in and out of California from different parts of the country, it could severely impact their ability for military readiness. So when I asked in committee about this of CARB yesterday, they said, well, military is going to be exempt. Well, I guess that's good. So the things that are really important, CARB is going to exempt. So I guess goods movement of agricultural products, movement of food, isn't as important. Instead, we're going to be force-fed this rule. A large collection of national, state, and local agriculture groups have expressed great concern that with this CARB rule, it poses a significant danger to U.S. ag, its ability to transport ag product domestically or to our ports. We already have enough trouble getting stuff into our ports. It needs to be stated that technology for these replacements does not yet exist on these new types of locomotives. Freight railroads contribute only 0.5% total U.S. greenhouse gas, as defined by WHO, emissions, and 1.7% to total transportation-related greenhouse gas. All of this to reduce the amount of CO2, carbon dioxide, which is currently only 0.04% of our atmosphere, practically a rounding error. Again, EPA approval of this rule would result in close to 65% of the nation's Class 1 railroad locomotives to be banned from operating. Man, what is that going to do to our supply chain? Only by 2030, with Tier 4 locomotives not even fully available yet, let alone the next set of technology they're trying to mandate. It will slow our farmers from getting food to our tables and our ports, rotting in the fields or at a siding somewhere while waiting for an electric train to recharge and be able to go another 100 miles. It will delay and raise price in materials used to build and heat our homes, raising price for middle-income and lower-income families anyway, who are already struggling with inflation and so many policies from this administration. Every stage of automobile production and sale, including EVs, will be pushed by the same people who are also pushing this rule. Bureaucrats are once again going after anything carbon-related without considering the effects of this crusade against carbon. We need not follow the California Air Resources Board as a whole country.
Gentleman, time has expired.
They're not even elected. They're appointed by the governor. Yeah, they might be elected locally to a supervisor or something, but they're not elected by
time has
anybody
expired.
to be on the CARB board. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, 5 minutes.
How many times do we have to come to the floor to demand that our colleagues take action to end the gun violence crisis that is traumatizing our children and tearing families apart? Since Republicans took power, the Speaker has not called not one single vote, not one, to combat gun violence. And it's shameful. It's shameful because since then, 934 mass shootings have occurred in our country. Just this past weekend, Mr. Speaker, in northeast side of our city, there was a mass shooting where 2 people were killed and 19 others severely injured. The victims were all between the ages of 17 and 27 years old. I refuse to accept this as normal or the status quo. I refuse to accept that last month a mass shooting at a splash pad with families in Rochester Hills, Michigan, where 9 people were shot, including 2 children, that is okay, that is normal. Behind these numbers are real people in our communities, families who are directly forever again impacted and traumatized by these senseless shootings. Firearms are now the leading cause of death for children and teens in our country. And it's not just mass shootings. 4.6 million children in our country live in homes with loaded and unlocked firearms. I know there's a children's hospital in Detroit that passes out lock boxes. Recently, a 6-year-old boy in Detroit shot himself in the hand at his grandmother's home after he found an unsecured firearm. He was playing with it and accidentally pulls the trigger. He is just one of nearly 360 children who unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else every single year. This cable lock right here, which prevents a gun from being loaded and fired, it's $10. I looked it up. This is why I introduced the Safe Storage, Safe Lives Act to require gun locks like this one to be provided for every firearm sold in our country. This is common sense solution to save lives, to prevent these horrific accidental shootings, and even prevent suicides among our children. It's time for Congress to act with urgency, Mr. Speaker, and pass legislation to save lives now. Mr. Speaker, it's been 2 years since the corrupt far-right Supreme Court gutted Roe v. Wade and stripped us of our reproductive freedom. There are now 21 states with an abortion ban in effect. Currently, 1 in 3 women are living without access to abortion care. I want you to think about this. Our bodies are now being regulated more than guns in our country. It's disgusting. And they have not only targeted abortion, but also undermined access to IVF, birth control, and family planning. Thankfully, I know our state Michiganders have soundly rejected the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe and voted to enshrine abortion rights and abortion care into our state constitution. Mega extremists are not going to stop. They won't stop. They are pushing for a national abortion ban at the federal level. Abortion care is health care, and we must fight back and pass legislation that restores access. People, Mr. Speaker, not politicians, should have the freedom to make decisions about their own bodies. We won't stop until we make reproductive freedom for all the law among access to all of our residents across our country. Mr. Speaker, last month a tornado swept through my district with little to no warning. It tragically took the life of 3-year-old child named Cooper Drake and left his mother in critical condition after a tree fell on their Livonia home during the storm. It is absolutely devastating that a family should experience this heartbreak. Our community is heartbroken. That's why my colleagues, Michigan colleagues, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, and led really by Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, sent a letter, we did it together, to the National Weather Service seeking answers, asking them to provide insight into why no tornado warning was issued for our residents. Mr. Speaker, we cannot normalize these severe weather patterns and the devastating impacts they have on our families. It is clear that these extreme weather events, including tornadoes, and flooding in southeast Michigan are becoming more frequent due to climate change. We also need to understand the root cause, again, of these extreme weather patterns. That's why I'm hoping, again, we can all work together to hold corporate polluters accountable and protect our planet from the impacts of fossil fuel industry for generations to come. I yield.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as much as the White House would like to move on from the terrible debate performance we saw less than 2 weeks ago, it is still on the minds of many Americans, including my own. Like many, I'm not only concerned about who is in the Oval Office in 2025, but I'm concerned about the weeks and months between now and Inauguration Day. The American people deserve to know their Commander-in-Chief can do the job. They deserve to know why he requires pictures of stages and podiums before he attends events. They deserve to have their many, many questions answered. Unfortunately, President Biden has decided that one recorded in-person interview and a politically charged letter will suffice. We'd be well served not to forget Special Counsel Robert Hur's report from February describing the president's memory as significantly limited. More importantly, we must not forget his conclusion that a potential trial over the president's apparently intentional illegal possession of classified documents would result in a jury essentially feeling bad for a forgetful old man. Following that frank and damning report, the president's chief of staff responded by saying, "No one works harder and asks tougher questions than the president." In hindsight, it appears he was willing to surrender his personal credibility in an attempt to keep the president's cognitive maladies hidden. Mitch Landrieu, national co-chair of the Biden campaign, said of the president, quote, "He's on his game," close quote. Again, in hindsight, perhaps the game he was referring to might have been shuffleboard. Weeks before the debate, we saw the headline, quote, "Biden appears to freeze," close quote, detailing an event from the White House. We've endured 3.5 years of similar stories. Just days into his presidency, the New York Times published a story titled, "The Many Ways Joe Biden Trips Over His Own Tongue." In May of 2022, the Washington Post published an article titled, "3 Theories on Biden's Repeated Taiwan Gaffes." One I remembered most is from Reuters 2 years ago, which reads, "Gaffe or Insight, Deciphering Biden's Unguarded Answers." The American people should not have to decipher anything. Mr. Speaker, I, along with many of the Tennesseans I represent, believe we are still the shining city on a hill that Ronald Reagan referenced. In this country, the First Amendment enables us to ask frank questions. In this country, we hold our elected officials to account. Many of us remember 2 months before the debate when the president literally read the words, quote, "For 4 more years, pause," close quote, at an event. We also recall this year when President Biden mistakenly claimed he was vice president during the pandemic. I, along with many other members of the House of Representatives on our side of the aisle, have expressed our serious concern with what strongly appears to be a debilitating cognitive decline for quite a while now. Yet those concerns were dismissed by the mainstream media as right-wing propaganda for all these years. And congressional Democrats made similar allegations or remained silent altogether. But they all knew these concerns with the president's cognitive limitations were credible. Now, since the debate, the American people share these concerns too. They're used to worrying about the consequences of the open border policies of this administration and the crippling inflation that the administration's policies have produced, but now they're also concerned about whether he can even withstand the job itself. Since the debate, we've heard nothing but weak excuses: a cold, a lack of sleep, jet lag from travel that took place 15 days before. The list continues to grow. Those who have spread the notion that President Biden is sharp as a tack and at the top of his game will have to answer for this big cover-up. Indeed, they are complicit in the credible anxiety that the American people feel. If we suffer a major national security incident which our impaired president fails to handle properly, they'll be complicit in something much worse. Mr. Speaker, it's past time for our president to pass the baton on to another, and for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have helped to perpetuate this cover-up, they need to switch course and do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. And for all members, please remember, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. With that, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magazinger, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want you to take a look at this graph. There are two lines. The dark blue line is the effective tax rate paid by the 400 highest income earners in America. And the light blue line is the effective tax rate paid by the bottom half of income earners in our country. In the 1960s, the people at the very top, the richest 400 Americans, paid about twice the tax rate that the average middle-class family did. But in 2018, during the Donald Trump presidency, and for the first time in our history, the billionaires started paying a lower tax rate than nurses, teachers, firefighters, and most other middle-class Americans who put in an honest day's work and make our economy run. It is unfair, it is absurd, it is wrong. How did we get here? For years, corrupt right-wing politicians gave tax break after tax break to the billionaires and big corporations who funded their campaigns. And when the billionaires and big corporations don't pay their fair share in taxes, you know who has to carry the load? Working people. Working people who can't afford to pay thousands of dollars to go to Mar-a-Lago or Trump Hotel. Working people who don't get to move their money overseas or hire an army of accountants to find them tax loopholes or hire an army of lobbyists to create new loopholes for them. Working people who have their health care cut and their veterans benefits cut. Working people who have to send their kids to crumbling schools, all because the politicians tell them there isn't enough money left. But there's always money when those billionaires come asking for more tax cuts, isn't there? When Donald Trump and the Republicans were in charge, they passed a $2 trillion tax cut that went almost entirely to the wealthy. And then they turned around and tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act and kick 16 million Americans off their health insurance. So we know what their priorities are, and we know what they will do if they return to power in this election. Already, Donald Trump and House Republicans are meeting with industry lobbyists and billionaire donors to scheme how they can give away even more tax breaks to the people at the very top and cut the programs that working people depend on to get by. Look at Project 2025, their policy plan for what they will do if they take control. That plan calls for cutting Social Security by raising the retirement age. It calls for repealing the Affordable Care Act, for eliminating Head Start programs that provide preschool for 1 million children, eliminating the Department of Education, eliminating the National Weather Service. Cuts, cuts, cuts to programs that help working people, and at the same time, they propose giving even more tax cuts to the people at the top who don't need it. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can go back to a system where the tax code is fair and working people aren't asked to pay an unfair burden. By asking the people at the top to pay their fair share again like they used to, we could do incredible things in this country. We could ensure that Social Security benefits keep up with the cost of living and that the program's life is extended indefinitely. We could cut the cost of health care. We can ensure that every child receives a world-class education. And yes, we can provide tax relief to working people who actually need it. The possibilities are right there in front of us. But we need to reverse this dangerous trend. We need to stop the corruption. We need to start working for working people, not the big donors and the lobbyists. And we need to put people over politics. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of a fallen hero, Corporal Matthew Wyatt of Millstadt, Illinois. Matthew was a Marine serving in Iraq's Al Anbar province when a suicide bomber approached his base in a truck loaded with explosives. Matt and another Marine took quick action to stop the attempted breach. An explosion killed both service members instantly. Matt was just 1 week from his 22nd birthday. Matt's commitment to our military service came from his father, Marine Gunnery Sergeant Alan Wyatt, his two grandfathers, one Army and one Navy. He enlisted during his senior year at Belleville West High School. When his mother, Verlene, asked if he was willing to go to war without hesitation, Matt instantly answered yes. Matt cared deeply for those he served with, so much that he gave his life protecting them. For his bravery, Matt was awarded the Purple Heart and Bronze Star. His commanding officer personally traveled to Millstadt, Illinois to present a family with his medals. To honor his sacrifice today, I'm introducing legislation to rename the United States Post Office in Millstadt in his name. I thank all members of our delegation, Republicans and Democrats, for co-sponsoring the bill. I thank my colleagues from North Carolina, representing Manning for co-sponsoring as well. You know, this is a small but meaningful tribute to a small town, Southern Illinoisan, who made a big difference for his country. You know, it's been 20 years since we lost Matt, but his legacy burns bright. In the local news interview years after the loss, Matt's father, Alan, the Marine Gunnery Sergeant, said, I don't think of him every day. I do think of him every day, and I still love and miss you, son. It's a love that also carries on in the hearts of his mother, Verlene, stepmother, Lauren, grandmother, Millie, aunts, uncles, numerous cousins, and dear friends. It's been said that one's life's greatest gift is to be remembered. Corporal Matthew Wyatt, you are remembered. And that's never going to change. Semper Fi, Marine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Barra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to honor Captain Ian Bastick, who recently retired as the commanding officer in the Air Station Sacramento Command. Captain Bastick's career began in 1997 in the U.S. Coast Guard Academy and has been marked by exemplary dedication and leadership in the 27 years since. From training pilots at the Coast Guard Aviation Training Center in Alabama to serving as senior U.S. Coast Guard and Joint Task Force East Aviator to NORAD and U.S. NORTHCOM, Captain Bastick has made immense contributions to our nation's security throughout his decorated career. His contributions have earned him multiple prestigious military awards, including 3 Meritorious Service Medals, the Coast Guard Commendation Medal, and 4 Coast Guard Achievement Medals. Captain Bastick's leadership at Air Station Sacramento was particularly notable. Under his leadership, the Air Station solved a critical fuselage issue that grounded the world's C-27J fleet. While serving at Air Station Sacramento, Captain Bastick worked closely with my congressional office. His insights and advocacy were instrumental in ensuring that our Coast Guard units received the necessary funding to continue their essential missions. As he transitions to his new role as the Deputy Director of Response in California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, I'm confident that his leadership and expertise will continue to benefit our state. Please join me in congratulating Captain Ian Bastick on his remarkable career and new position. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Lieutenant Yarek Nechapur to his perseverance and participation in the Department of Defense's 2024 Warrior Games. A native of Sacramento, Lieutenant Nechapur joined the Navy with a desire to serve his country and see the world. His service took him across Asia, where he proudly represented our nation. Following his injuries, Lieutenant Nechapur's involvement with the Navy Wounded Warrior connected him with fellow service members, fostering a supportive community crucial to his healing journey. In this network, Lieutenant Nechapur and his shipmates have shared valuable resources related to education, employment, and veteran support organizations. These experiences inspired him to attend law school, where he continues his commitment to serve others through his involvement in Yale's Veterans Legal Services Clinic and Medical Legal Partnership. This year in the Warrior Games, Lieutenant Nechapur competed in cycling, precision air sports, track, wheelchair basketball, and wheelchair rugby. Please join me in celebrating Lieutenant Yarek Nechapur's outstanding achievements and continued dedication to his fellow veterans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the upcoming California Capitol Air Show, set to take place this weekend at Mather Airport in Sacramento County. Established in 2004, this annual event not only honors our region's rich aviation heritage and our brave veterans, but also inspires the next generation with the power and magic of flight. This year's air show promises to be a spectacular celebration, featuring the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds and Italy's Frecce Tricolore. As we mark the 75th anniversary of NATO this week in Washington, this event underscores the strength of our alliances and the collaborative spirit that underpins our international partnerships. The California Capitol Air Show offers exhilarating aerial performances, interactive exhibits, and educational programs that engage and inspire our community. It is time for families to come together, for us to celebrate our shared history, and to look forward to the future of aviation and aerospace innovation. As a proud representative of Sacramento County, I am thrilled to support an event that brings such pride to our community. Let us celebrate this dedication of our servicemen and women and the enduring power of international cooperation that keeps our skies safe. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Kansas. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and service of my constituent and friend, Trixie Averill, who passed away on May 25th, 2024. Trixie was a beloved wife to Dan, a devoted mother to Marcus and Amy, a cherished grandmother to Noah, Aurora, and Gabriel, and a dear friend to so many. Originally from New Orleans, Louisiana, Trixie moved to the Roanoke Valley in 1979. She served with enthusiasm as a member of the Virginia Tourism Board. As an activist and tireless organizer, she was always sincere, warm, dedicated, and an absolute delight to work with. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my colleagues join me in honoring the life of Trixie Averill. She diligently and effectively served her God, community, family, and Virginia's 6th Congressional District. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Glenvar High School girls soccer team on winning the 2024 Virginia High School League VHSL Class II state championship, their second state title in the last 3 years. After working hard all season, the team left it all on the field and beat Clark County High School after 4 periods of overtime. Finishing the season with an impressive record of 21-0-1, there is no doubt that these girls earned this season and their championship. I'd like to recognize each of the outstanding players of this team, including Juliana Stanley, who won the VHSL Class II Player of the Year, Chloe Childers, Sophia Childers, Lauren Claude, Madeleine Frackleton, Annie George, Campbell Harden, Adelie Harvey, Logan Meadows, Megan Pomerleau, Brooke Smith, Avery Steger, Davin Tate, Caitlin Underwood, Anna Vecellio, and Sawyer Wilson. As the head coach for 3 years, Coach Kylie Drews won the VHSL Class II Coach of the Year. Mr. Speaker, again, I congratulate the 2024 Glenvar High School girls soccer team. Virginia's 6th Congressional District is incredibly proud of their accomplishment, and I wish them continued success in the seasons ahead. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to recognize the outstanding achievements of Israel Hairston from Vinton, a standout graduate of William Byrd High School. Israel's leadership on the football field and in academics is truly commendable. He not only brought home the school's first regional football title, but also earned the prestigious title of Class III Virginia High School League Foundation Achievement Award Scholar Athlete of the Year for his exemplary high school career. Israel's commitment to excellence and dedication is further exemplified by his upcoming enrollment at Virginia Tech to play football for the Hokies. Congratulate Israel on a job well done, and I wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a pressing issue that poses a direct threat to the integrity of American elections. While the left has made baseless claims of a stolen 2016 election due to alleged foreign interference, they neglect the real peril of foreign meddling through non-citizen voting in our elections. Under the Biden administration's leadership for the past 3 years, we've witnessed an alarming surge of over 9.6 million illegal immigrant encounters, with certain states even granting driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. To safeguard the integrity of American elections, we must pass the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or SAVE Act. This vital legislation requires states to verify proof of citizenship during voter registration for federal elections. It's simply common sense that only U.S. citizens should vote in federal elections. However, the left seems to care more about non-citizens' ability to vote over upholding the rights of American citizens. While they prioritize their political agendas, we're committed to safeguarding election integrity. Let us uphold the bedrock principles of our democracy and protect the voices of the American people. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Glenvar High School boys soccer team on their remarkable victory in the 2024 Virginia High School League Class II state championship, their second state title in a row. They had a flawless 22-0 record this year and an outstanding 18 shutouts, including a streak of 10 consecutive shutouts. These talented student athletes include Jake Williams, who was VHSL Class II Player of the Year, Grayson Shepard, Jackson Jones, Alan Vu, Keys Van Gerven, Gavin Miller, Tyler Kerfus, Zach Kerfus, Levi King, Seth Nichols, Heath Russell, Kean Fisher, Luke Farmer, Jax Bowling, Avery McClanahan, Cooper Mullins, Bryce King, Dylan Ludlow, Griffin Geddes, Adam Saunders, Alex Rotkamp, Aiden Hilton, Zach Adams, Evan Harris, Ryder Francisco, Wesley Feliciano, Connor Magruder, and Tyler Shannon. Their continued success is a testament to a winning culture led by head coach Josh Jones, head coach for 4 years and VHSL Class II Coach of the Year. Congratulations again to the 2024 Glenvar Highlanders boys soccer team on this incredible achievement. It's an honor to have such a program in Virginia's 6th Congressional District, and I wish them the best for many seasons to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the late Corporal Matthew A. Wyatt. After graduating from high school in June of 2001, Corporal Wyatt made the courageous decision to serve his country. He joined the Marine Corps, where he was based at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina before deploying to Iraq. And on December 3rd, 2004, Corporal Wyatt gave his life to stop an enemy attack on his base. He was only 21 years old. Corporal Wyatt bravely acted without hesitation to save the lives of his fellow service members. I know the impact the loss of a loved one can have on a bereaved family, the Gold Star family that continues to mourn the loss of their fallen hero. His father, Marine Gunnery Sergeant Alan Wyatt, his mother, Merlene, his entire family, and their proud 3-generation history of military service. And Corporal Wyatt's stepmother, Lauren, works in my district office, helping ensure that veterans and military families in my district get the care they need. In her work, she honors Corporal Wyatt's service and sacrifice for our country. To pay tribute to Corporal Wyatt's sacrifice, I am proud to co-sponsor Representative Bost's legislation to rename the United States Post Office in his hometown of Millstadt, Illinois, in Corporal Wyatt's honor. I want to thank Representative Bost for his efforts and for the beautiful remarks he made about Matt on the House floor this morning. While no act of gratitude will ever be enough to fill the void left by Corporal Wyatt's absence, I hope this small but meaningful gesture will comfort his loved ones and remind them that his sacrifice will not be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor my late father, Donald N. Lorenz. My dad was such a positive influence in my life. He worked hard, was honest, and helped other people. My dad left every morning early to go to work. He worked hard. He really cared about his work, was loyal to the Kohler Company where he worked, and really cared about the men that worked under his leadership. My dad was a skilled woodworker. He not only carved the patterns for engines and plumbing fixtures, but also carved the intricate design for the entry sign into the Kohler Company itself. He made and carved furniture that our family still use today, and built buildings and things almost to the day he died. My husband still uses the woodworking skills he learned from my dad. My dad passed away in 2006. It was before I ran for the Arizona House of Representatives in 2008, and it was before I was sworn into Congress in 2018. I wish my dad was alive, not only because I love him, because I wish he would have seen what I have all accomplished. But I know that he and my mom gave me the skills I needed to accomplish what I did. Thank you, Dad, for being a great father to me and for being a great grandfather to my kids. I love you, and now as well. I rise today to honor my brother, Roger F. Lorenz. Roger is my older brother. He set a good example for me while I was growing up. He studied hard in school, worked during the summer, and got really good grades in school. While he was going to college, he would work nights, all night long into the wee morning to pay the bills, and went to college during the day. It was tough. He did well for himself and for his family. He was a manager for major companies selling huge mining equipment and machines. Roger is a good husband, father, and grandfather. He's also a good brother to me. I can't believe it's been over 6 years since I was sworn into Congress in this very place. My brother Roger made sure he was here to show me his support. Thank you, Roger, for all the positive things you have done for me throughout my life. You have played a positive role in my success. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my sister, Donna M. Lorenz. Donna is my younger sister, and she has always been there for me. I was often her babysitter when she was young. One time we were watching scary movies on a Friday night when our parents were gone, and we heard a sound in the basement. We went down the basement stairs, and we were scared out of our minds. If somebody was actually recording it, they would have got a good laugh. We did lots of homework together. I helped her memorize things for tests at school, and I didn't think she thought it was very fun at all. When I left my abusive ex-husband about 31 years ago, I was really having a difficult time. Donna dropped everything. She flew and came to live with me, to support me. Donna has always been there for me through the ups and downs. I love my sister. As I near the end of my term as a Congresswoman, I want to thank my sister Donna for all she has done for my life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to recognize the upcoming 80th anniversary of the Port Chicago explosion and to honor and seek justice for the Port Chicago 50, an incident that led President Harry Truman at the time to desegregate the United States Navy. On Monday, July 17, 1944, at 10:18 p.m., disaster struck. Crew members were working in shifts around the clock to load munitions onto newly built ships so that they could be sent off to fight in the Pacific in World War II. This explosion ripped through the shipyard at the Port Chicago Naval Magazine, about 18 miles northeast of San Francisco. The explosion killed or wounded 710 people, 435 of whom were African American sailors. This was the deadliest hope front disaster of World War II. This explosion was felt in downtown San Francisco as windows shook and people thought there was an earthquake. In another blow to the survivors, 50 of the brave enlisted men, all of whom were African American, who refused to return to the same unsafe working conditions that led to the explosion, were discriminately convicted of mutiny. Those men are now known as the Port Chicago 50, and they were heroes, not traitors, who deserve to be fully exonerated 80 years later. Indicative of the discriminatory practices and segregation policies at the time, all of the enlisted men loading ammunition at the site were African Americans, while all the officers are white. And none of the African American ammunitions loaders were formally trained in safe handling of munitions, as opposed to the Teamsters on the West Coast who were white, who were properly trained. After the explosion, the survivors were in a state of shock, troubled by the vivid memory of the horrible explosion in which so many of their friends had died. The day after the explosion, about 200 of the black enlisted men helped with the cleanup operation. One survivor recalled, "I was there the next morning. We went back to the dock. Man, it was awful. That was a sight. You'd see a shoe with a foot in it. You'd see a head floating across the water. Just the head or an arm. Bodies, just awful. Everybody was scared," another survivor recalled. "If someone dropped a box or slammed a door, people began jumping around like crazy." Many of the black survivors expected to be granted survivor's leave before being reassigned to regular duty. But those leaves were never granted for the African American sailors, not even for the men who had been hospitalized. All of the African American sailors were sent back to work loading ammunition under the same officers as before, but white officers were allowed to go home for 30-day leaves. As the men marched to go back to work 3 weeks after the incident at another dock, they knew that at a certain junction in the road, if they were ordered to turn right, they were going to the parade ground. But if they were ordered to turn left, they were going to continue to load ammunitions just like they were 3 weeks earlier. At the moment the sailors were ordered to go left, and they all stopped, one of the officers asked the sailors, Joseph Small, the lead African American, they asked him why they stopped. He responded to the white officer, "We're scared, sir." 328 of the sailors followed him and refused to return to work. 258 were imprisoned as a result, and 50 were later charged with conspiring to make mutiny. This was not mutiny. There was no active rebellion, revolt, or coordinated effort to overthrow a command as required by law. It was men who, after having to witness and even clean up the bloody aftermath of this explosion, feared for their lives and were being forced to return to the same unfair conditions and to worry every day whether they would be next. Thurgood Marshall, who ultimately became involved in their trial on Treasure Island in San Francisco Bay for the Port Chicago 50, once said, "What's at stake here is more than the rights of my clients. It's the moral commitment stated in our nation's creed." This quote rings even more true today, 80 years later. By not taking action to exonerate these brave men, we are reaffirming the discriminatory action taken against them 80 years ago. By refusing to stand up for their innocence, we are sanctioning the discrimination they faced 80 years ago. It is long past time that we right this historical injustice and officially clear the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes a gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to pay commemoration to the long-standing and storied traditions of the Island Park Volunteer Fire Department. The Island Park Fire Department was started 100 years ago when a group of young men in Island Park gathered together at a local pub and decided that they needed a fire department as they planned to incorporate 2 years later what would become the village of Island Park. And at that meeting, they elected their first chief, Hubert Mealy. Over the last 100 years, the Island Park Fire Department has seen its fair share of ups and downs. We lost one of our members on the battlefields in World War II, Charles Talbot, Jr. We had 2 line-of-duty deaths in Honorary Chief Michael Fisher and ex-Chief Ronald Nurnberger to 9/11-related illness. In 1976, we saw an explosion along our waterfront that caused death and closed 63 area beaches for weeks later. We saw the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, and of course, the devastation of Hurricane Sandy, as the village of Island Park was one of the hardest hit communities on the East Coast. But some of our worst times gave us the opportunity to show some of our best. And the Island Park Fire Department has forever been a beacon in the Island Park community, being that go-to place where people could find safety, where they could get help. And in the times of these devastation of Hurricane Sandy, they found food. They found a place to utilize bathrooms. They talked to their government officials. From 1924 to 2024, the Island Park Fire Department has been that beacon in our community, and it is a place and an institution that I am proud to be part of. In 1978, we swore in our first female firefighter, Phyllis Barati. We've seen, I would argue, probably the only fire department, perhaps in the United States, that actually sent 2 members to this House. In 1980, the Island Park Fire Department sent Senator Alphonse D'Amato to the United States Senate. And in 2022, they sent me to this great House. So, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to recognize one of my true loves, the Island Park Fire Department, in its 100th year of service. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize NYPD Detective Paul DiGiacomo, who just took his final walk from 26 Thomas Street in Lower Manhattan as the president of the Detective Endowment Association. Paul DiGiacomo started his career in the NYPD in 1983, serving over 40 years, and earned his beloved Gold Shield in 1993 and elected a delegate to the DEA in 1994. He has served as president of the DEA since 2020 and been the leading voice, one of the leading voices in New York, protecting law enforcement, standing with those who wear the uniform, and calling out the disastrous effects of Democrat policies that have made our country, our city, less safe and put law enforcement in danger. Paul DiGiacomo is not only a friend, not only a fellow detective, but has been regarded as, and as those of us who have wore the uniform know, that there sometimes is no greater attribute than being referred to as a cop's cop. And that was Paul DiGiacomo, and his lasting impact on the DEA will be felt for generations of law enforcement professionals in New York City. I wish Paul DiGiacomo a healthy, a safe retirement, and thank him for his dedication to the New York City Police Department. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise today to talk about the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for our children. That program, Mr. Speaker, as you know, is Social Security. Mr. Speaker, and for the members in the gallery, I think it's important to understand the statistics that we're dealing with. Most importantly, that there are now close to 70 million Americans that rely on Social Security. 70 million Americans, 40% of whom, for a pension, that is the only benefit that they have. Testimony to the genius of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and what's required in an entrepreneurial capitalistic system, that there be a safety net for people. Even more so, imagine that 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. And dishearteningly, Congress, the institution primarily responsible for Social Security's enhancement and protection, has not done anything in 53 years. Richard Nixon was the President of the United States the last time Social Security was enhanced. Now, and for 5 million Americans, 5 million of our fellow citizens get below poverty level checks from Social Security, the greatest insurance program in the nation's history, but Congress has not attended to the program. And that's why this is so vitally important that we do so. Mr. Speaker, as you know, in Idaho, in the 1st District, there are 219,000 plus Social Security recipients, 170,000 plus who are retirees, 21,000 who get disability. There are 10,000 plus widows, 5,600 spouses, 11,000 children in Idaho who rely on Social Security. It brings into the 1st District $388 million monthly and has not been adjusted in more than 50 years. This is an outrage. And when members learn of this, and when the public is aware of this, they say, and why hasn't Congress acted? President Biden has suggested, and it makes sense, that, hey, listen, in this great nation of ours, why shouldn't everybody pay the same? So he said, let's just simply lift the cap on people making over $400,000 that don't pay nearly the same that a person making $30,000 or $50,000 or $75,000 or $100,000 who pay into the program. And in doing so, we would be able to enhance Social Security, not only in Idaho, but across the entire United States. Even former President Trump now is apparently changing the Republican platform to say we're going to protect Social Security. It's not enough to protect Social Security. Congress hasn't done anything in more than 53 years. So that means whether you're in Idaho or whether you're in Connecticut, those very citizens, those 10,000 a day baby boomers who expect their Congress to take action on their behalf, need to enhance a program that provides them with the benefits. And that money goes directly into every congressional district and every congressional community. And where do the citizens spend that money? At the grocery store, at the pharmacy, at the gas station. It goes to the essential needs that Americans require. That's why Social Security is the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly, and also the #1 anti-poverty program for children. What Congress needs to do is not talk about it, it needs to vote. Citizens in the gallery and across this nation should demand that the United States Congress vote on Social Security and correct something that's gone in disrepair for more than 50 years. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss President Biden's open border. Since President Biden was sworn in, his open border policies have created a national security and a humanitarian crisis. House Republicans continue to urge the White House and our Democrat colleagues in Congress to work with us to identify a solution. Again and again, we are met with silence. I understand border security may not be politically convenient for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but at some point, they must stop pretending that this crisis does not exist. I found it telling that over the 4th of July weekend, the White House touted that illegal crossings along the U.S. southern border decreased following President Biden's recent executive order. What they conveniently left out is that even with this executive order, May was still the 39th straight month where illegal immigrant encounters have been higher than even the highest month under the President Trump administration. I understand the White House is in desperate need of good press, but with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, the facts are the facts. Our borders are far from secure, and no feel-good story or graphic from this White House communications team is going to change that. I spent last week with Kansas in 11 counties doing town halls across the Big First District, and they were clear. Addressing the nation's border crisis matters to them. Under President Biden's policies, cartels have been the winners, and innocent children and those who are trying to enter the country legally have been the losers. It doesn't have to be this way. Let's do something to fix this chaos. First, we need to immediately finish the border wall. Time and time again, Border Patrol agents have shared that a physical border along our nation's borders, coupled with advanced technology, is extremely helpful in stopping the cartels. We also need to designate the Mexican cartels as exactly what they are, terrorists. These human smugglers get rich by putting lives at risk and pouring fentanyl into our country. It is unacceptable. We need to implement policies that are actually effective. On his first day in office, President Biden immediately began rolling back the Trump administration's immigration policies for no other reason than they were associated with President Trump's name. President Biden never asked if the policies were helping curb illegal immigration or slow illegal immigrants from entering the country, or if it's good for the United States of America. It was simply, if President Trump did it, it's gone. That has backfired on President Trump and on President Biden, and the polls show it. There's a reason President Trump is more trusted on the border than President Biden. We need to reinstate Remain in Mexico and end President Biden's disastrous catch and release policy. And finally, we must change our tone to send a clear message. Do not come to the U.S. illegally. At the start of his presidency, President Biden promised outright citizenship to more than 11 million illegal immigrants. America is a nation of legal immigrants, and the president's false promise was a slap in the face to the 2 million people who legally migrate to the U.S. each year the right way. We should make legal immigration easier and illegal immigration harder. Mr. President, this is not rocket science, it's simple. I ask my colleagues again today, what will it take for you to come to the table to secure the border? We can't keep pretending the current situation is normal. Your move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just a little more petite than Representative Mann. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the Biden-Harris administration's failed policies and reckless spending that have led to runaway inflation and have bled American workers dry. Since the beginning of the Biden-Harris administration, the essentials Americans rely on daily have become unaffordable and inaccessible for most Americans. Before President Biden took office, inflation sat at 1.4%. It went up to 9%, and since then, inflation and prices have increased by a mind-boggling 20.11%. At the gas pump, regular gasoline is a whopping 55.3% increase, and groceries are up 21.2%. And interest rates are at record high decades levels, impacting every family. With the average American spending $12,800 a year more to buy basic needs, Bidenomics has hurt millions of everyday Americans and Iowans living paycheck to paycheck. Biden-Harris inflation is a Biden-Harris tax on all Americans, especially seniors on a fixed income and those working families. House Republicans remain committed to reining in Biden-Harris reckless spending and taming inflation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call attention to the national security crisis that is the Biden-Harris border crisis. Since the start of the Biden-Harris administration, there have been over 9.7 million illegal immigrant encounters nationwide and 1.8 million known gotaways who have evaded the U.S. Border Patrol. A record 350 individuals whose names appear on the terrorist watch list have also been encountered at the southern border. Let us not forget, it was the Biden-Harris administration that ended the effective Remain in Mexico program and allowed for 40% of catch and release migrants to disappear, and we've lost over 85,000 children. Across the country, we have seen the impact of a porous border. Fentanyl and crime coming across the border has ravaged communities in Iowa and across America, and making drug overdoses the #1 cause of death in 18 to 45-year-olds. This is devastating the lives of millions of Americans. Democrat-led cities such as New York and Chicago have become unrecognizable due to the influx of migrants and violent crime. I call on my colleagues to push the Senate to support H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, to protect our American homeland and stop the madness and crisis at our southern border. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8281, the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or SAVE Act. The SAVE Act protects and preserves the right of American citizens to vote by requiring states to obtain proof of citizenship in person when registering an individual to vote in a federal election. It also provides states with access to existing federal databases to clean up their voter registration rolls and remove non-citizens. Under the outdated National Voter Registration Act, or NVRA, states are not required to ask for proof and are prohibited from asking for proof of citizenship when registering an individual to vote in federal elections. While Democrats and their media allies claim that our elections are secure, there are a multitude of cases with incontestable evidence of non-citizens registering and voting in federal elections. And if you think one vote doesn't matter or one person voting fraudulently doesn't matter, I won my race in 2020 by 6 votes. And we had a mayoral race in my district that was decided after 2 ties by drawing a name out of the hat. Every vote matters. Every legal vote matters. Americans should decide American elections, not illegal immigrants. The SAVE Act is a common sense measure to safeguard this cherished American right and privilege, and I urge my colleagues to vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Heavenly Father, we pray your intervention on behalf of the children of Ukraine, Israel, and Gaza, and all other places around the world who find themselves caught in the snares of war, trapped in conflict zones, the innocent casualties of our warfare. God, how is it that the most vulnerable among us have become the targets of indiscriminate yet deliberate bombing? Holy Lord, how has humanity let its sense of justice erode to the point where even children's hospitals become targets? When did it become commonplace that babies and toddlers are made victims of vengeful kidnapping? It is clear that your kingdom alone is the place of safety and spiritual sanctuary for our children. Lord, let your kingdom come. Your will be done here in this broken world. Silence our guns and still the weapons which threaten the heritage our children long to receive from our hands. See that we do not despise any of these little ones, but reveal to us the road to peace, that once again we would provide a future for these children that is free from fear, danger, and sadness. Into the protection of your everlasting arms we place our children this day. May the strength of your name be their hope and salvation. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCaul correctly condemned Biden for a lie that no American service members were killed on his watch, ignoring the 13 murdered at Abbey Gate. The lie cited by McCaul was underscored by 3 American reservists murdered by the Iranian puppet Hezbollah on January 28th. As a grateful father of 4 sons who served overseas, it is sad Biden ignores the 3 murdered and conceals the others injured, even though I asked about their injuries on March the 13th. Corrupt Judge Merchant, orchestrated by the corrupt Biden Department of Justice, is backfiring. Wall Street Journal today, re-electing Donald Trump as Merchant earns my invitation to the Trump inauguration. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI. Our sympathies to those killed Monday at the Kyiv, Ukraine Children's Hospital by war criminal Putin. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. For what purpose does the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month. More than 1 in 5 adults in the United States live with mental illness. We must ensure that community practitioners, from mental health workers, social workers, crisis managers, law enforcement, are educated on implicit biases that they may have and the social determinants of health that negatively impact patients of color. While people of all ages and backgrounds experience mental disorders, minorities face significant treatment disparities. Cultural humility training has advanced healthcare equity, but we must do better. In my area in the Caribbean, communities affected by hurricanes, most recently Grenada, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, Jamaica, experience a different level of mental strain, leading to mental health crises in families, among adults and children. I urge my colleagues to better address the tremendous mental health disparities and barriers to treatment for minority communities. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. This afternoon, we'll be voting on legislation that demands the attention of every single American. This will be one of the most important votes that members of this chamber will ever take in their entire careers. And it's an issue we never thought we would have to actually address, but that moment has come to us now. Should Americans, and Americans alone, determine the outcome of American elections? Or should we allow foreigners and illegal aliens to decide who sits in the White House, and here in the People's House, and in the Senate? As the progressive wing of Washington has slowly crept in and they've marched through our institutions and they've infected every level of government, they have brought us to a generation-defining moment. That's the moment that we have upon us now. And because the Democratic Party has shown time and time again that they want our borders wide open to every country on the planet, and that they want illegal aliens voting in our elections, we now have reached a fateful decision point. And here's the critical question. Should only American citizens of this country, be allowed to determine who controls the People's House, the Senate, and the White House? Now look, every Republican, emphatically, every one of our colleagues here says yes. The answer to that question is yes. And every Republican will vote for the bill that we have on the floor today. And this is a question that almost every American agrees with us upon. Here's the number. 89% of Americans believe that only Americans should decide our elections. And that includes, by the way, 82% of Democrats, 80% of Black and African American voters, 78% of Hispanic Latino voters. Everybody that looks at this question answers it the right way. Just about everybody. And we're about to find out here very shortly if all the members of this chamber agree. Because Americans all over the country understand what's at stake here. They refuse to hand over our country to illegal aliens, cartels, traffickers, and violent criminals and murderers. That's what's at stake. Now, look, I hate to say it, but we have so many non-citizens in the country right now that if only 1 out of 100 of those illegal aliens voted, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes being cast. And remember, these aren't huddled masses of frightened families yearning to be free. In January of this year, we took the largest delegation of members of Congress to the border. In January 3rd, we went to Eagle Pass, Texas. It was the epicenter of the open border crisis at the time. And we met with the Border Patrol agents and high officers in U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, and they told us the truth. They said down there at Eagle Pass, of all the many countless people who have come across that border illegally because Joe Biden and Secretary Mayorkas opened the border wide, they said, you should know this, members of Congress. They said 70% of the people who crossed illegally at Eagle Pass, down there at the Del Rio sector, are single adult males between the ages of 18 and 49. These are not huddled masses of people seeking refuge from persecution and seeking asylum here for just causes. These are people who do not have our best designs in mind. Because of Joe Biden's open border policies, we've got ISIS smuggling rings operating in our country. We have cartels who have operational control of the border. We've got Chinese and Russian spies here in our midst, roaming freely in our country. We've got murderers and rapists offending again and again across the country, and they are never deported. These are people that Joe Biden and his administration are releasing into the country every day. The director of the FBI has testified multiple times now before Congress, before our committees, and said all the red lights are flashing. What is he referring to? The unprecedented, dangerous situation. The enemy is here. The enemy is in our country now. It's endangering American citizens, law-abiding citizens. You see the headlines on the news now almost every day. Another violent act committed by an illegal. Joe Biden did that to the country. His administration did that because they opened the border. They engineered the open border. And it is absurd and it's outrageous and people know it. And that's one of the things that's going to be a big factor in November. But I'll tell you this too. Since our elections are so razor thin,
It's not just our physical safety of our communities that are in jeopardy, it's also the integrity of the ballot box. And with just a few precincts and a few states often now deciding the makeup of Congress and the White House, we aren't just facing dangerous individuals, we're facing a dangerously high number of dangerous individuals who could actually change the outcome of our elections and thus determine the future of this great republic. And just as our dear friend Congresswoman Miller Meeks will tell you, she won her election in 2020 by 6 votes. 6 votes. Some of these elections, some of your elections, are very, very close. And we've got to keep that in mind. So here's the solution. Today is this fateful moment. I mean, again, I think it's probably one of the most, it may be the most important vote that you'll take as a member of this body. Because you're going to determine the course of this country today. You're going to determine whether you want the elections to be safe and fair. The SAVE Act is the bill before us. It's not complicated. It's written in very plain language so that everyone can read it and understand it. We are merely suggesting that because so many illegal aliens are in the country, and there's no disputing that there's millions upon millions of them. I think the actual count is probably somewhere close to 16 million illegals who have come across that border in the last 3.5 years since Joe Biden opened it wide, beginning on his first day in office. Because there's so many of them here, it is worth, ask yourself this question to our guests in the gallery, is it worth adding a layer of protection to ensure that all those illegals cannot register to vote? Everybody would answer yes if we asked for an audible response, because that's obvious to us. Everybody understands the SAVE Act will do several important things, and all of them are obvious common sense measures. Here's the list. Number 1, it requires state election officials to ask about citizenship before providing voter registration forms. What a concept. Number 2, it requires an individual to provide proof of citizenship if indeed he or she wants to register to vote in our federal elections. Number 3, it provides states with access to our federal agency databases. Why is that so important? Well, so they can remove non-citizens from voter rolls and confirm citizenship for individuals who lack that all-important proof of citizenship. Number 4, it directs the Department of Homeland Security to determine whether to conduct removal proceedings if an illegal alien or non-citizen has been identified as having registered to vote in federal elections. American citizens will be protected and in no way harmed by this bill. There is not a conceivable argument that the Democrats can make to oppose the common sense measures that we're putting before them today. Nothing changes the voter registration process in the states. The only people who will face hurdles here are those who are trying to break our federal laws. And that's why it's patently absurd that the White House issued a veto threat. They issued a veto threat. President Biden says he's going to veto the bill. And Democrat leadership right now is engaging in a very robust whipping operation to stop this bill from being passed. It is absolutely outrageous, and the American people need to know what's happening here. It's dangerous. It's dangerous for the future of our country. It's dangerous for the future of your family if you're watching at home. Joseph Story was the great American legal scholar and Supreme Court justice, the author of the seminal Commentaries on the Constitution that we used to have to read in law school. And he said it this way on this subject. This is very important. Listen to what he said. He said, quote, "If aliens might be admitted indiscriminately to enjoy all the rights of citizens at the will of a single state, the Union might itself be endangered by an influx of foreigners, hostile to its institutions, ignorant of its powers, and incapable of due estimate of its privileges," unquote. He said that so well. I wholeheartedly agree. I know everyone on our side of the aisle does. If we're going to maintain this great American experiment, this grand experiment in self-governance that we've now kept for 248 years, if we're going to keep it for more, then we have to ensure that the outcomes of our election remain in the hands of Americans alone. Americans alone. Now, some of our colleagues are arguing, some of the outside interest groups who want those open borders, the open borders crowd, they're pointing out that it's already illegal to vote, and you don't really need to do this. That's true. It is illegal to vote under federal law. You're not only a U.S. citizen is supposed to vote in a U.S. election. But here's the problem. The law is not being followed. Even though it's already illegal, this is happening. Let me give you a couple examples. In Georgia, state election officials are catching thousands of non-citizens who are trying to register to vote, but they are one of only a few states that is making that effort right now to check the voter rolls on the front end before the disaster occurs. In May, the state of Ohio, they had to remove 137 non-citizen voters from the rolls when they did a quick check. In May of last year, Virginia removed almost 1,500 non-citizens from their voter rolls, but here's the catch. Only after more than 800 of those non-citizen ballots had been cast in 2019. They already participated in an election illegally. It shouldn't surprise us that criminals who break our border laws, my friends, are also going to break our election laws. These are not paragons of virtue in all these cases. The 70% of people who came across the border who are military-aged males coming into our country without any deterrence at all, they're not law-abiding citizens, my friends. They're illegal aliens, and they should not be participating in the election. Remember, if just a small percentage, a fraction of all those illegals that Joe Biden has brought in here to vote, if they do vote, it wouldn't just change one race. It might potentially change all of our races. Now, despite the claims of our opponents, it's also true that there are no current preventative mechanisms to ensure that only those registering or voting are actually citizens. Perhaps the Democrat Party would prefer that we only identify fraudulent voters after the fact, but after an election is already decided and the new members are sworn in. That's not acceptable. That doesn't instill trust. It doesn't ensure the integrity of the system. Of course, that's nonsense. It's good and right to take preventative action now. We can look out on the horizon. We know the storm is coming. We know we have an unprecedented number of illegal aliens. We know many of them are being encouraged to register to vote, that they are doing so, and we know we've got a problem. So we have a duty here under the Constitution to ensure that it doesn't happen. And we have an instrument before us, a piece of legislation that will do just that. And there is no excuse to oppose it. Of course, preventative action is desperately needed because of all this, and the stakes are so high and the loopholes are so wide that we have to do it. Regardless of what the detractors say, the voter laws are really that lax. If a citizen wants to vote for president, they just have to go to their local DMV, they go to the local welfare office or some other government agency, and they're given a very simple form, and it says, hey, while you're here signing up for taxpayer benefits, Mr. Non-citizen who just came across the border and was sent here plane, train, or automobile by an NGO who's, by the way, sending the receipt for that to the U.S. taxpayer that we're all funding. Hey, since you're here and you're signing up for benefits, do you also want to register to vote? And on the form that was passed, by Congress back in the early 90s, the motor voter registration law, just has one little box, are you a U.S. citizen? How many people are checking that box who are not supposed to? Well, the problem is whoever's working there is not allowed under current law to ask for proof of that citizenship. If somebody checks the box, they can't stop them and say, hey, do you got any paperwork to prove that? Where are you from? You have a funny accent. Oh, you don't speak English. Are you a citizen? There's no way they don't have any way to prove it. And I believe I stand with the American public when I say our elections are just too important to simply rely on the honor system by people who have already proven they have no regard or respect for our laws. Will we be so foolish as to think every one of the 500 gotaways sneaking through our southern border every single day all have good intentions? Come on. We got to apply reason and common sense. Would we prefer to wait for fraud to happen and only do something after elections are finalized? No. We have to catch the fraud on the front end so there's no question about the integrity of our votes. Again, this is our duty to do so. If we don't catch any unlawful voters, great, that's wonderful. It means our systems are secure. If we do catch unlawful voters, then good. We stop them from voting. We did what was right by the Constitution, right by our federal law, and right by the people that we represent. There should be no objection to this legislation at all. I'll conclude with this. Very often, well, I'd say I've been here 8 years, almost 8 years. Every so often in this chamber, we take a vote that clearly reveals what we think about the world. I mean, there are important votes every day, but there are some votes that define who we are. It defines our worldview. It defines what we believe about the Constitution, about the rule of law. It defines our careers, and it defines our character. It's a signal to the voters fundamentally about what we believe about our country. Republicans want 100% participation by citizens in our elections, eligible citizens who can vote. We want everybody to vote. We want 100% participation, but we want 0% fraud. And we want American citizens to be the lone people who decide our elections. Here's the question that is about to be answered on this floor. Do Democrats want that same thing? Or do they want to hand over our country to the worst impulses and nefarious plans of foreign spies and criminals who will exploit the system for their own gain? Republicans are anxious to get this done. We're anxious to take the necessary steps to protect the integrity of every single vote. And we will ensure that we have free and fair elections, and we will ensure that only Americans decide American elections. The question that will be answered here is not a rhetorical question. This is a real live exercise. Can Democrats say the same thing? Is there any measure that they will take to reduce the opportunity for fraud? Today is their chance. Today is their chance. And unfortunately, I'm not that hopeful that they're going to do the right thing. But you're about to find out. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair reminds members not to refer to persons in the gallery. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to commend the dedication and hard work of Stella Jimenez, my outstanding district director, as I bid her farewell as she moves on to the next step of her career. Stella Jimenez brought a wealth of experience and an unwavering commitment to community service and a dedication to enact positive change. Stella had a pivotal role in leading diverse initiatives aimed at enhancing the well-being of residents in Imperial and Riverside County. Stella demonstrated a profound understanding of the community's needs and challenges. Her leadership, characterized by a unique combination of grace and effectiveness, garnered admiration and respect from colleagues and constituents alike. Stella's dedication to community engagement was unparalleled. Whether it was championing the proposed Chuckwalla National Monument or ensuring full stakeholder engagement in Imperial County, she approached each initiative with unwavering determination. Under her guidance, these events not only achieved success, but also carried a deeply personal touch, reflecting Stella's commitment to meaningful connection. I am profoundly grateful for the privilege of working with Stella Jimenez, and I wish her the best in her next life adventure.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Asked to address the House for 1 minute, revising some of my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, next month we celebrate the 134th annual Soldiers Reunion celebration in Newton, North Carolina, which I'm proud to represent. I believe it's believed to be the longest-running patriotic celebration in the country that's not based on a holiday. Thousands of people will gather for various events, including concerts, a car show, a bike ride, and a 5K. The sidewalks will be packed with families from August 10th through the 15th for the annual parade and the festival surrounding Newton's 1924 courthouse. It's a special celebration. Our veterans and active service members will be honored and recognized throughout the week, as they've been recognized since the tradition began in 1889. I want to thank and congratulate the citizens of Newton and the local organizations who spend many months each year planning for the Soldiers Reunion. They deserve our recognition for this annual reminder of the debt and gratitude we owe those who serve our nation.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to highlight the exceptional apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs Nash Community College offers. The Steps for Growth pre-apprenticeship is an incredible opportunity for individuals interested in advanced manufacturing or clean energy vehicles. Imagine not just learning, but actively engaging with industry experienced instructors, gaining hands-on experience, and working on real projects that can kickstart a career. These programs don't just benefit students. Local organizations can also boost their productivity and profitability by participating. It's an exciting chance for students to dive into their passions and for local communities to nurture the next generation of talented, workforce-ready individuals. And we've seen the benefits and the results across the region at places like OIC. I commend Nash Community College for its commitment to to keeping the American dream within reach for Eastern North Carolinians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, month after month, the American people endure higher utility bills and rising costs at the grocery store and the gas pump. Inflation has risen by more than 20% since President Biden took office. That's just an average. Every day, folks are actually paying 35% more for flour, 40% more for eggs, and 27% more for butter. That's on top of paying 29% more for electricity, about 55% more for a gallon of gas, and 21% more in monthly rent. It adds up to more than $1,000 a month for the same goods and services that American families were buying before these historic price increases. This is a direct result of the Biden administration's overspending and overregulation. While we hear White House officials continue to dismiss the sticker shock that Americans face every day, House Republicans are committed to reining in the reckless spending in Washington and restoring fiscal sanity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, 8 months ago, the President put forth a supplemental disaster recovery funding request. And while Congress has failed to act, wildfires, hurricanes, and extreme weather conditions have continued to strike. On June 28th, the President submitted to Congress an updated request for $700 million for the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. These funds play an essential role in communities across the country, in towns like our Lahaina that have been devastated by fire, and help to rebuild housing, infrastructure, and other facilities. The need for this request is urgent. As we look ahead to a hyperactive hurricane and wildfire season, working families and communities across the country are still struggling to rebuild homes and businesses ravaged by the impacts of the last storm cycle. Mr. Speaker, disaster does not discriminate, and it does not wait. I urge this House to immediately bring the disaster supplemental request up for a vote before we depart for the August recess. Doing so ensures we get the work of the people done and deliver much-needed relief to our communities across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So far, Congress has provided $7.5 billion for electrical vehicle charging stations via the so-called infrastructure bill. $5 billion of that money is allocated to individual states to build a network of fast chargers along major highways in the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. This outpouring of funds, the intense focus of the Department of Transportation and Biden administration, has only managed to finish 7 of these stations in 4 states. Investment seems to be the term coined to use on this topic to get around the fact that nothing is getting done and an incredible amount of taxpayer money is being spent. This is a consistent pattern of electric vehicle charging stations being exempted also from the Buy America provisions that were expanded in the Infrastructure Act. We're buying these components from China because most are not sourced from U.S. manufacturers, because we're in a big hurry, it seems, to not actually build them. This is a pathetic and embarrassing show of bureaucratic waste and a slap in the face to American workers. The whole Biden administration at every level should be it funding or regulation, have forced electric vehicles and have forced demand that the infrastructure isn't even close to being in place for. 710 Americans said they don't want to buy an EV, and those others are already trying to give back what they have. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 3 outstanding young people from Venango County, Pennsylvania, who competed in the first ever Belted Galloway Junior Nationals event at the Medina County Fairgrounds in Medina, Ohio. The Belted Galloway is a traditional Scottish breed of beef cattle. The Buckeye Battle of the Belts took place June 26th through June 30th. I proudly recognize these livestock enthusiasts from Venango County. Mark Snyder, 18 of Titusville, the grand champion overall purebred belted Galloway bull, overall intermediate sales talk, third intermediate team fitting, reserve grand champion overall purebred belted Galloway heifer, and 2 class winners belted Galloway heifer. Colton Cross, 16 of Rockland, the belted Galloway class winner heifer, 3rd intermediate overall cattleman's quiz, 3rd intermediate team fitting, and 10th overall intermediate points. And Marie Schwab, 13 of Oil City, 3rd junior public speaking, 5th junior sales talk, reserve team fitting, 4th junior judging contest, 7th overall junior points, champion belted Galloway intermediate heifer, champion belted Galloway prospect steer, and champion overall purebred belted Galloway steer. Mr. Speaker, I'm so impressed with these young people. The Young Galloway Junior Nationals provide a platform for youths age 8 to 21 to showcase their skills, their dedication, and their passion for agriculture. Congratulations to all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart today that I rise to honor the life and service of Boone County Fire Protection District Assistant Chief Matthew Tobin, who lost his life in the line of duty this week during a high water rescue. Prior to joining the Boone County team this year, Matt spent 19 years with the Union Fire Department and was part of Missouri's Task Force 1 for 12 years. Today, we honor and remember Matt, especially his selfless dedication to others and his courage to always answer the call. He never turned down an opportunity to make a rescue or help his community. Our sincere condolences are with his family, friends, and loved ones. The 4th District of Missouri will forever be grateful for your service and your heroism, Matt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to state my support for H.R. 7700, the Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act, and H.R. 7637, the Refrigerator Freedom Act, which passed the House this week. Since his first day in office, President Biden has repeatedly advanced burdensome rules, regulations, and mandates that have made Americans' lives more difficult and caused prices to skyrocket. Across the board, prices are up 20% because of President Biden's failed and inflationary policies. Families in Florida cannot afford Bidenomics. House Republicans are fighting to protect families from burdensome mandates, safeguard consumer choice, and defend cost-effective energy solutions. That's what these important bills will do. President Biden's war on everyday household appliances only hurts hardworking Americans and small businesses. People in Florida, not bureaucrats in Washington, should be able to decide what appliances they want in their homes. These bills will protect affordability and choice, allowing all Americans the ability to make the right decision for themselves and their family. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Order of the House of June 3, 2024, the unfinished business is the further consideration of the veto message of the President on House Joint Resolution 109. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 109, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Securities and Exchange Commission relating to Staff Accounting Bulletin Number 121.
The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters, the ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services, pitting which I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the veto message of H.J. Res. 109.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of overriding President Biden's veto of H.J. Res. 109. It didn't have to be this way. It did not have to be this way. On digital assets, on the regulation of digital assets, on the functioning of a new asset class that a substantial number of Americans and in the world are using a new set of technology. But the Biden administration has been given every opportunity to work with this Congress on digital asset policy and to come to a reasonable conclusion on digital asset policy. In May, Congress passed a resolution to overturn the Securities Exchange Commission's SAB 121 with broad bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate. And a lot has changed since that time. Following that vote, the House passed historic digital asset market structure legislation called FIT 21 with an overwhelming 2/3 support of this chamber. In divided times, a vote like this in this chamber is a substantial statement of the validity of that policy. That means that 71 members of the president's own party voted for that bill. Today's vote should mirror the support of FIT 21, given that this policy change was also in that legislation they voted for. SAB 121 is one of the most glaring examples of the regulatory overreach that has defined Chair Gary Gensler's tenure at the Securities Exchange Commission. It limits consumers' options to safely custody their digital assets, upending decades of bank custody practices and increasing concentration risk. This is real consumer harm that is now in the marketplace because of the rules, because of these rules that Gensler's put in place. Congress used the mechanism available to us, the Congressional Review Act, to overturn this harmful so-called guidance. To be clear, a bipartisan CRA sends a strong message. A bipartisan Congressional Review Act vote that passes both chambers, well, that's a mandate from the Americans we represent. Despite all the recent progress and bipartisan agreement, President Biden vetoed the first digital asset specific legislation that ever passed the House and the Senate. It's never been clearer. This administration would rather play politics and side with power-hungry bureaucrats over the American people and over new technology and the safe use of new technology. So I urge my colleagues to support today's resolution, overturn the veto, and take a small step to bring sanity to the American digital asset policy landscape. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today in opposition to H.J. Res. 109, which, if passed, would undermine the Securities and Exchange Commission's ability to protect people who buy cryptocurrency. Today, Republicans want to override President Biden's veto and block the SEC from setting accounting standards for companies that hold digital assets like crypto on behalf of their customers. This resolution is part of a long list of efforts by industry and its allies to attack the good work of the SEC, which has made significant progress in protecting investors, maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitating capital formation. Preserving the power of the SEC to protect investors and our markets is now more important than ever, especially in light of the recent Supreme Court ruling in Loper versus Raimondo. which by overturning Chevron deference has now undermined the authority of the SEC and other federal agencies. The SEC Staff Accounting Bulletin, SAB 121, is an informal guidance intended to clarify confusion raised by market participants. One prong of SAB 121 that would be repealed by today's resolution is about giving the public disclosures to increase transparency about these crypto assets. This kind of transparency helps prevent the kind of fraud and mishandling of crypto that led to the collapse of companies like FTX and a dozen other crypto firms that were handling and safeguarding customers' assets. The second part of SAB 121's guidance advises companies to record crypto assets as liabilities on their balance sheets and to ensure those liabilities correspond to the fair value of the crypto assets they are obligated to safeguard. This ensures that the company providing custody has sufficient resources to secure these assets for the users against any loss or misuse. The SEC has explained that this guidance is prudent due to the unique risk and uncertainties associated with crypto assets. These risks include hacks, theft, and technical failures. SEC's guidance simply says a firm that safeguards crypto assets on behalf of customers should account for these unique crypto risks by recording these assets on its balance sheet as a liability. These safeguards would be completely undermined by passing H.J. Res. 109. The crypto industry and its allies have long chided the SEC for not providing enough clarity over how crypto assets should be regulated. However, SAB 121 directly addressed industry's uncertainty. It's just that the industry didn't like the answer they got. Should H.J. Res. 109 come into law, it would not only eliminate SAB 121's helpful guidance, but it would also permanently block the agency's ability to do anything substantially similar in this area in the future. One special interest group representing large custody banks has provided the SEC with targeted modifications to SAB 121, which would avoid the sledgehammer effect of this legislation. So I understand that the SEC may be close to reaching an agreement on these modifications, which would ensure that well-regulated entities like custody banks can offer crypto custody services consistent with SAB 121. Nevertheless, despite the fact that this issue will soon be moot, Republicans are pushing ahead anyway with this blunt and overly broad approach. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this veto override, and I reserve the balance of my time.
California reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Look, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the ranking member to yield. There's this rumor that has been going about that there's some resolution at the SEC with a group of banks, and they're going to let certain banks custody digital assets, and some deal that's being made. I have no details of it. The first public pronouncement of this I heard from the ranking member, and I was just wondering if Mr. Speaker, if I could inquire of the ranking member if there's paper on this or any published accounts of what the ranking member said.
She's asking you a question. You can say, I think you should ask those custody banks.
Custody, what did he ask me about custody banks? What did he say?
He's asking you about comments that were made about whether SB 121 has been worked out between the SEC.
I'm happy to yield to the ranking member. I'm interested that this deal that you've talked about, that certain banks can custody digital assets, and there's a deal made with the Securities Exchange Commission. The first I've heard of this was the pronouncement the ranking member just made. I was wondering if there's any published account of this or anything in writing we have from the SEC.
If I may, to the gentleman.
I'm happy to yield.
Yes, thank you. As I said when I made the presentation, that they're close to working out the deal with SAB and the custody banks.
Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would just say I appreciate the ranking member yielding. The idea that Congress is going to wait because you have banks trying to get a special carve-out for themselves from Gary Gensler and the SEC, that's not sound public policy. And the idea that Congress is going to wait and pause on overriding the president's veto of really bad policy that harms consumers just because we have a rumor that two people are talking or 10 people are talking, that's not the way a great state should do business. A great nation state, the best capital markets on the globe. We should not be doing business this way. We should have clarity under law that people's financial assets are going to be protected, and they're going to be protected in a resilient regime, which we have for securities, we have for commodities, and we should have for digital assets the same protections we have for these other financial assets. And we don't, because the actions of Gary Gensler and the Biden administration that have said you can't hold these assets in custody. And so it's made it more risky for consumers to own digital assets. And so, look, let's reject this idea that we just wait for a couple people to strike some private deal for a group of banks. Let's make this correct. Let's make it right for the American people. And let's vote to override this veto. With that, I'd like to yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Nebraska, the author of the original bill that the president vetoed that we're now voting on again. The gentleman, Mr. Flood from Nebraska.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the chairman for his leadership on this issue. I feel like we should start with the definition of custody. It's that basic, folks. Banks hold others' assets in custody, and they don't put them on their balance sheet. This is an example of Mr. Gensler at the SEC using a staff accounting bulletin to keep banks out of digital asset custody. This is the first time this resolution went through Congress. The first time this resolution went through Congress, it received, as the chairman said, bipartisan support from both the House and the Senate, including Majority Leader Schumer. Think about that. Majority Leader Schumer broke with his own party, with his own party's president on this issue. The reason for that support, and it's really simple, the SEC got its hand caught in the cookie jar. They overstepped in a blatant way that runs contrary to its obligation to protect investors. What is the SEC doing in banking policy? Somebody ask the Federal Reserve, ask the OCC, ask the Treasury Department. Do they think this is right? Look at the testimony in front of the Financial Services Committee. SAB 121 is not a political issue. It's simply a bad regulation. No matter what your feelings are on cryptocurrency, the SEC shouldn't be writing bank custody rules, and they definitely shouldn't be overstepping their authority to do it. And now on this floor today, we hear from the ranking member that there's some private deal with a couple of banks. And to the chairman's point, that's not good public policy. That's amateur hour. That's trying to avoid the embarrassment of having the House of Representatives vote like it did on FIT 21, where better than two-thirds majority were in support of this very policy. Finally, let's be clear. SAB 121 is bad policy that affects the entire banking system, not just one bank or one small group of banks. If the SEC wants to fix this problem themselves, they should rescind the bulletin for every bank in America that's publicly traded. One-off agreements do not fix underlying problems with this fatally flawed legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Let me address the Democrats in this chamber and say sustain President Biden's veto. This is the worst possible week for Democrats to do anything else but to stand behind President Biden's veto. If you vote the other way, then you can explain to the press that you repudiated the president's decision, that you voted to override a presidential veto, something I don't think we've done in a long time, because you had extensive conversations with Paul Munster, the chief accountant of the SEC, and he was unable to convince you that Staff Accounting Bulletin 121 properly lays out, for generally accepted accounting principle purposes, which assets should be on the balance sheet. You can then discuss with them how you also commented on a host of other accounting principles that put assets on the balance sheet that are not actually owned but might be leased or held by the company on whose balance sheet they are listed. You can then discuss with them your personal views on accounting theory and try to convince them that you repudiated the president because of deeply held concerns on what assets should and should not be on the balance sheet. But they will not listen. They will tell you you voted to override a presidential veto this very week. Now, we are told that somehow this is going to prevent banks from acting as custodians. It does not, because we have three accounting systems in this country. We have tax accounting, which is separate from GAAP, or generally accepted accounting principles, which are for disclosures to investors. And we have a third accounting system for regulated companies, particularly banks, called Regulatory Accounting Principles, or RAP. This pronouncement doesn't deal with RAP. Banks are free to do what they want. They must inform their investors what they did, and then the investors can decide whether that bank is one they want to invest in. Now we're told that we should override AB 121. Well, what effect does that have? Not only does it take crypto off the balance sheet, it prevents the chief accountant from writing another regulation or staff accounting bulletin requiring footnote disclosure. So then you'd be voting for no disclosure to investors of the very significant risk of holding these crypto assets. You can argue for balance sheet disclosure. You can argue instead for footnote disclosure. But if you vote today for no disclosure in the financial statements, that is a repudiation of all modern accounting theory. So let us, I do want to point out, as the ranking member has, that there are substantial risks to banks in holding crypto assets. And Sam Bankman-Fried's fraud is just one of many in the crypto world. So this disclosure is necessary for investors to decide what risks they are taking when they invest in the stock of a bank. So in summary, if you believe that crypto assets that the bank is holding as a custodian should be on the balance sheet, vote no. If you believe that crypto asset risks, the risks that the bank has by acting as a custodian for crypto, should only be disclosed in the footnotes, vote no. And if you have no deeply felt opinion on when generally accepted accounting principles should cause assets that are being held by a custodian or lessee should be on the balance sheet, should be in the footnotes, or should not be in the financial statements at all. If you don't have a deeply held personal belief on this technical matter of accounting, vote no and sustain President Biden's veto. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is
yield
recognized.
myself such time as I may consume. Look, I would have to address this, Mr. Speaker, because there's a lot of gibberish that I've just heard about this vote being an endorsement of President Biden or something like that. And I don't want to get into that debate. I don't. And the question of whether or not the president cares about the veto or is going to look through the vote count on this day or whatever else, or the politics of what's happening in the hallways here with all my Democrat colleagues being asked about the president. And I'm trying to withhold from opining about those things. And I see in press reports that the president's really dialed in between 10 and 4, and this vote being at 1 p.m., perhaps he's going to look at the vote total, perhaps. But that's all conjecture, and I don't want to get into the conjecture of this stuff. It's not part of the decorum of the House here. The substance here is about digital assets. And what we've shown in this chamber with a 2/3 vote, 71 Democrats joining with just about every Republican, saying we want a market structure so we can develop the next generation of internet technology here in the United States, have consumer protection, safety and soundness ensured, that we can have the best capital markets on the globe and capital attracted from around the globe here in the United States so it can be deployed safely. And then cutting edge technologies and digital assets, just as we have this debate on AI. We voted with a 2/3 vote to have a regulatory regime that looks like our capital markets for crypto. And my colleagues, after 21 voted to repeal this stupid this ill-fitting, ill-designed, poorly thought out accounting standard that says crypto is not a real asset and we're going to treat it as this other thing, so it can't be in regulated finance. We had 21 Democrats vote with us to repeal this rule. Then we had 71 Democrats vote for a full market structure for crypto. So I would say those 50 Democrats who voted on the larger regulatory package on crypto, look at this anew. And if you want to send the message that you're pro-crypto, you want to send the message to your voters that you're pro-crypto, and you want to protect their assets, those 50 that voted for the market structure but didn't vote for this should vote with us. We should have a 2/3 vote of this House to repeal this ill-designed accounting standard. This is not a marker of presidential leadership. What we've heard from this administration is all over the map on what they want to do with crypto. And now they're contorting themselves as the election gets closer. And so let's just do the right thing. Let's support sound policy. Let's override this veto. Send a message that America will remain the best place in the world to deploy capital and the best cutting-edge technology with consumer protection and law-abiding rights connected with those digital assets. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time, and I would say to Madam Speaker, I'd say to my colleague, I'm prepared to close, but I reserve the balance of my time, and we'll close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. No matter what is said, this is about overriding the president's veto. My colleagues argue that SAB 121 undermines the investor protection by discouraging crypto firms and other entities from providing custody services. However, the numbers show this couldn't be further from the truth. According to figures provided by SEC staff, at least 10 U.S. firms are already offering SAB 121 compliant crypto safeguarding services. As of the end of last year, they were safeguarding close to $210 billion worth of crypto assets in a SAB 121 compliant way. This just goes to show, despite all their talk, that SAB 121 will lead to less companies wanting to safeguard crypto assets. There are indeed plenty of firms out there that are doing so in compliance with this staff accounting bulletin. Can I give him 1 minute. I yield to the gentleman from California, 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
This resolution is terrible accounting policy and has nothing to do with whether banks are allowed to act as custodians, since it has no effect on bank regulation, no effect on the calculation of their capital, no effect on regulatory accounting. This resolution deprives investors of the knowledge of what risks the bank they're investing in is running. It says you can't put it on the balance sheet, on the theory that nothing should be on the balance sheet unless it's owned by the entity whose balance sheet is being filed. Anyone familiar with lease accounting knows that that is not the basic principle that is carried out with an awful lot of assets that are listed on the balance sheet. But it goes further. It says not only can't the chief accountant and the staff accounting bulletin require disclosure on the balance sheet, they're prohibited from doing another regulation and disclose it in the footnotes. This is terrible accounting policy. Vote no.
The gentlelady from California.
If the gentleman has no more presentations, I will close at this time. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from North Carolina has no further speakers. He said he does not, and so I will proceed to close. I yield myself the balance of the time. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this effort to override the President's veto of H.J. Res. 109. If passed, Congress would block the SEC from providing much-needed and timely clarity to our markets. We would also be preventing the SEC from ensuring companies that hold crypto on behalf of Americans take the necessary care to ensure those holdings are transparent and accounted for. For all of their hand-wringing about the lack of regulatory clarity in the crypto space, it is baffling to me how the industry wants to make it harder for the SEC to use one of the primary mechanisms it has to provide clarity around crypto, staff guidance, and accounting bulletins. H.J. Res. 109 is a sledgehammer when what may be needed to address concerns is a scalpel, CRA resolutions, as these are referred to, not only overturn the agency guidance that is the subject of the resolution, but also prevent the SEC from issuing any substantially similar guidance in the future. In essence, even if the SEC wanted to offer clarity around crypto custody, in the future they would no longer be able to do so. If Republicans want to address the issue previously raised by custody banks, they could have done that, but now they have put forth a bill that causes broad harm not only to the SEC, but all the people and companies that rely on the agency to maintain safety and stability. I call on all my colleagues to vote no on this dangerous measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself the remainder of my time. I want to submit for the record a letter supported from the bank trades, the American Bankers Association, the Bank Policy Institute, the Financial Services Forum, and SIFMA that represents the securities industry in banking, in support of the vote to override
without
the veto.
objection.
A lot's happened since the original vote in the House in May. A lot's happened. You have an asset class that more Americans own than ever before. You have a new technology being deployed that's going to be the backbone of the next generation of Internet technology. You have Europeans establishing a standard and clear rules of the road for crypto and a regulatory regime there. You have clear standards in Japan. You have clear standards in Singapore, the Middle East, even Hong Kong. Clarity and rules of the road for crypto. We had a 2/3 vote in support of clarity for crypto and a full regulatory regime for digital assets, like we have for securities, like we have for commodities, like we have for banking in the United States. Clear rules of the road. Best-in-class set of regulation for consumers, for those that are creating the technology, that are deploying capital, for the users of this technology. And I know my colleagues, the two colleagues that are in opposition to this veto override that have spoken on the other side of the aisle, they voted against that regulatory regime. And they're with part of their party. But I would say the wider vote we need to look to. 2/3 of the House voted for a regulatory regime for crypto, clarity for crypto. We had 21 vote for this original bill coming out of the House, 21 of my Democrat colleagues. Then it went to the Senate, and an interesting thing happened in the Senate. We had 12 senators, Democratic senators. Senator Wyden, Lujan, Booker, Kelly, Casey, Hickenlooper, Rosen, Tester, Peters, Sinema, Gillibrand, Senator Gillibrand, who represents the capital markets of the United States, New York, and her colleague, New York Senator Schumer, who also happens to be the Democratic leader, the majority leader in the Senate. So I'd say to my Democrat colleagues, this is not an unsafe vote to override this president's veto. It is a very safe vote for you to say to your constituents, I'm pro-crypto, and I'll stand up and do the right thing for clarity for crypto. We should have a wide bipartisan vote. We should override this veto. We should provide clarity under law. We should do this for consumer protection, and we should do this to be best in class in the world for digital assets. So I ask my colleagues to support this veto override. Vote yes. And with that, I yield back.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? Under the Constitution, the vote must be by the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. There it is. North Carolina and Virginia. What purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, I call up House Joint Resolution 165, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Department of Education related to, quote, non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs or activities receiving federal financial assistance, end quote, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Union Calendar Number 461, House Joint Resolution 165, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs or activities receiving federal financial assistance.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address the single most important issue for the next generation of daughters soon to enter the world of women's sports. President Biden issued a final Title IX rule that would effectively end a woman's right to female-only organized athletics. The resolution up for debate today, sponsored by Representative Mary Miller of Illinois, would put a stop to it. A woman's athletic journey starts at a young age. At the outset, it serves as a vital source of empowerment for young girls. Every young woman remembers gym class and the experience of getting hit with a rogue football or being caught in the middle of a boy-dominated dodgeball dispute. Even from a young age, the inherent value of female-only sports is readily apparent. Young girls grow together, learn from each other, and earn a unique sense of female camaraderie. Then some women get the chance to carry their talent on to college. Post-secondary athletic opportunities were slim prior to Title IX when I was growing up. However, Title IX came around in 1972 and swung open the doors to college athletics for women who'd historically been excluded from such opportunities. As the first in my family even to graduate high school, I understood the importance of Title IX to women's fight for access to post-secondary education. I immediately saw the law as a means for women to pursue their passion and further their education just like the boys did. It was a watershed moment. Title IX ushered in a golden era for women's competition and education. There is sanctity in the community and tradition of these memories, these spaces, and these opportunities for young girls. That's why I want to preserve Title IX and ensure the same opportunities for the next generation of daughters. This is the task today. Congress has a choice before it. Either stand with Title IX and the protection of women, or don't. By adding gender identity to Title IX's protected classes, the radical left and the Biden administration will tear down women's sports and eliminate safe and private spaces for girls. The rule puts a man's perceived feelings of femininity on par with actual womanhood rooted in biological sex. Effectively, it ensures that anyone who says he is a woman can compete in women's sports, shower with women, and go to the bathroom with women. My womanhood is not a costume, nor is my daughter's or my granddaughter's. I find it offensive that the Biden administration would treat it that way. By equating perceived sex with biological sex, this rule is at odds with reality. I, along with my Republican colleagues, stand firmly on the side of reality against this onslaught of gender madness. Biological sex exists. It existed when Title IX was first drafted. It still exists today. Moreover, this isn't just an issue of fiction versus reality. This is an issue of fairness and safety. Men and women are not physiological equals, and treating them so is inherently unfair and dangerous. The Biden administration's rule will strip women and girls of athletic opportunities and put them in danger. Finally, this rule prohibits female-only spaces such as locker rooms, bathrooms, and other sex-separated areas. I will stop at nothing to ensure that America's daughters are not put in that situation. Today, Congress is called upon to vote for young women across America who would have opportunity, safety, and innocence ripped from them by the Biden administration. We cannot allow that. Therefore, I urge a yes vote on Representative Miller's resolution H.J. Res. 165 to stop Biden's Title IX rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today to speak in strong opposition to H.J. Res. 165, a Congressional Review Act resolution to repeal the Biden-Harris administration's Title IX rule. The administration's final Title IX rule does three things. First, it safeguards against all forms of sex-based harassment and discrimination by making several improvements to the 2020 Trump administration's Title IX rule. These include requiring schools to take prompt and effective action to address sexual harassment, as opposed to the lax Trump standard that a school's response just not be deliberately indifferent. The new rule places the duty to report possible discrimination on more employees, in contrast to the old rule, which only required some employees to report when they had actual, not possible knowledge of sexual discrimination or assault. And it recognizes that discrimination based on sex includes discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity following Supreme Court precedent. Second, the Title IX rule promotes accountability and fairness in how schools respond to and discipline sex-based discrimination by mandating that schools handle complaints in a timely manner and implement a fair and transparent process. And finally, this rule empowers students and families to exercise their rights under Title IX. The administration's Title IX rule explicitly protects sexual assault survivors and people affected by discrimination from retaliation for seeking to have their Title IX rights enforced. Further, the rule guarantees access to supportive services for survivors of sexual assault and accused individuals. And despite what my colleagues repeatedly claim, I thought I was in the wrong debate for a minute, this rule does not address students' participation in sports. This false narrative follows the many attacks against the LGBTQI+ community in this House and state legislatures across the country. We have had more than 60 anti-LGBTQI+ votes on the House floor of this Congress, and it's a distraction to claim that this rule harms women in sports. For example, the department has not issued a separate proposed rule to address athletics. They are working on it, but it has not been finalized. That's not the debate we're having today. Let me be clear. Trans girls, like all girls, deserve the opportunity to participate on school sports teams. But my colleagues across the aisle keep talking about athletics because they don't want to admit the truth behind this resolution. The resolution is an attempt to undermine non-discrimination protections for LGBTQI+ students. LGBTQI students, including trans students, deserve to go to school free from discrimination, and that's what this rule is about. It's not about bathrooms. In fact, the real risk of violence occurs when transgender people are barred from using the appropriate facility. Transgender people experience shockingly high rates of sexual and physical violence and are much more likely to be a victim than a perpetrator. And I am also extremely concerned about the false narrative that my colleagues have invented to portray trans individuals as criminals attempting to enter restrooms to harm others. That is not supported by evidence or data. Transgender people want the same thing everyone else wants: safety, comfort, and privacy. We must work to protect the transgender community from discrimination and stop the false narratives that exacerbate and encourage prejudice against innocent people. This bill is particularly extreme because passing it would prevent any substantially similar rule from being enacted on these issues in the future. Voting for this bill would prohibit protections for sexual assault survivors and protections against discrimination on the basis of sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity in schools that receive federal funding. If Republicans truly cared about protecting women and children, they'd stop this prejudiced rhetoric and take action on bills that would actually protect women from discrimination and harassment, and defend women's reproductive health care, make child care more affordable, preserve opportunities in workplaces for all parents, especially women. Instead, this joint resolution is another attempt to undercut this administration's efforts to empower survivors and protect all Americans from discrimination. I do want to note this is another plank in the extremist Project 2025 takeover of government that will sanction discrimination and strip Americans of their rights and freedoms. Page 333, if you're looking for it. Now, I also note, Madam Speaker, that yesterday my Republican colleagues were supporting dignity for dishwashers. I implore all of you, show some dignity to the LGBTQI students who just want to go to school and learn free of discrimination. Show some dignity to the girls and women who survived sexual assault and deserve justice. So for these reasons and others, I encourage all of my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
North Carolina is recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mary Miller, the Vice Chairman of the committee and sponsor of this resolution.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, and thank you for making the restoration of Title IX such an important priority for this committee. We recently celebrated the 52nd anniversary of this body passing Title IX. 52 years ago, everyone saw the need for equal opportunities in education, scholarships, and athletics for our girls. Title IX was enacted to do just that. But Joe Biden's new rule will erase those protections and opportunities for our girls. Unfortunately, the Democrats and the radical left don't know the difference between a man and a woman. So I'm proud to be leading this effort today to overturn Joe Biden's unlawful and radical destruction of Title IX. We keep hearing the Democrats parrot that they are just following the Supreme Court's decision in Bostock. That is a lie. The Supreme Court specifically said in that ruling that Bostock should not be applied to Title IX. This is from the majority opinion in Bostock. Quote, "We will not purport to address bathrooms, locker rooms, or anything else of this kind. But Joe Biden does not care about courts or the rule of law. He will do anything to appease the radical left. Biden wants to force biological men into our girls' showers and bathrooms. And the Biden Title IX rule will be the end of girls' sports. The prospect of this is sickening, and parents across this country are horrified. We must pray for a return to the Trump administration policies that protected our girls from these vile left-wing people, their agenda to force biological men into our girls' safe spaces and sports. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and to stand up to Joe Biden. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Yes, I'm going to be yielding 2 minutes to my colleague, Representative Takuda from Hawaii. And as I yield, I want to note that the Bostock case did not expressly rule, but they did not say it does not apply. The issue was not before them. And that's why several courts have actually extended the ruling from Bostock to other civil rights laws. Now I yield to Representative Takuda.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Scott and my Democratic colleagues on the Education and Workforce Committee for your leadership during this important debate. I rise today in opposition of H.J. Res. 165, which would reverse the Biden administration's Title IX rule. Republicans want the American people to believe that this Title IX rule endangers women and girls. Republicans want the American people to believe that this Title IX rule strips the due process rights of students accused of sexual misconduct. Republicans want the American people to believe that this Title IX rule stifles students' free speech and undermines parental rights. But they are lying. The truth is, President Biden's historic Title IX rule strengthens protection for women and girls, pregnant students, survivors of sexual assault, and our LGBTQ+ students. Plain and simple. For 52 years, Title IX has paved the way to allow all of our children to fully participate and engage in their education, in sports, and all other forms of learning as their true, authentic selves. As the mother of Title IX, Patsy Takemoto Mink had a vision and a dream for her daughter, for all of our children, to live a life free from the kind of discrimination she suffered as a woman of color. Throughout her pursuit of higher education, she faced racial discrimination, segregation, and limited opportunities, all because she was a woman. Thanks to her groundbreaking advocacy and reforms, today millions more Americans have equal access to opportunities in our nation's schools. I am humbled to serve in the seat that Patsy once held with grit and grace. I cannot speak for her, but I know in my heart that she would not stand for this kind of politicalization of our children we are seeing here in this very chamber. House Republicans' efforts today will seriously gut Title IX and undoubtedly restrict the Department of Education's ability to protect our nation's most marginalized and vulnerable students. 15 seconds.
With the representative, an additional 20 seconds.
Every student deserves an education free from harassment, discrimination, and violence. And as Americans, we should not stand for this kind of intolerance. That is why I'm voting no on House Joint Resolution 165, and I encourage my colleagues to do so as well. I yield back.
The gentlelady from Oregon reserves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, a member of the Education Workforce Committee.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to, first of all, thank Representative Miller for introducing this Congressional Review Act. I'm old enough to remember when Title IX was passed back in 1972. I will guarantee you there was not one congressman who voted for that thing 30 years ago, 30 years ago? 40 years ago. 50 years ago. I can't believe one person in this chamber thought that at that time they were voting to require men be allowed in women's sports or requiring men to be allowed in the women's restroom. Nobody would have dreamed that. It's maybe a good example as why we should never, ever, ever give the federal government more power around here. But the question is, why are we doing it? And I think we're doing it because the Democrats are doing it, President Biden is doing it, because he wants to sympathize with the most radical of LGBT agendas. The best studies of gender dysphoria show that between 80 and 95% of the children who express discordant gender identity will eventually come to identify with their bodily sex. So when we try to normalize this, when we try to say it is okay for guys to participate in women's sports or okay for guys to use the women's restroom, what we are doing is we are lessening the chances that people will kind of come out of it and go back to their natural gender. And I believe that is the goal of President Biden's order. In any event, I am glad we have this resolution. I think we should pass this resolution so that local school districts are not required to agree with somebody's feelings and are not forced to go into a situation in which a person with these feelings is encouraged down this path and in some ways made to feel like someone who is somewhat of a hero for going down this path. So we must stand firm in protecting the rights and safety of women and girls, preserving due process, and ensuring fairness in our educational institutions. Thank you.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from
Thank you,
Oregon.
Madam Speaker. When making these important decisions, it's important to rely on experts like child psychiatrists and pediatricians. And I now yield 2.5 minutes to my colleague from the Education Workforce Committee, Representative Jayapal from Washington.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am proud to support Biden administration's new Title IX rule that recognizes every student deserves to feel safe and explicitly prohibits discrimination and harassment based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics in schools. Protecting kids should not be controversial. Allowing parents to parent our kids without interference from the federal government should not be controversial. This cruel attack on LGBTQIA youth from congressional Republicans is just the precursor to the Republicans' Project 2025, a horrific roadmap for a Trump presidency that would reverse foundational freedoms and destroy our democracy. This 1,000-page manifesto would gut protections for the LGBTQIA+ community and attacks marriage equality, offensively claiming that same-sex marriages are less, quote, stable than so-called, quote, traditional families. According to a 2024 survey from the Trevor Project, in the last year, almost half of the LGBTQIA+ youth experienced bullying, and over a third have seriously considered attempting suicide. The Biden administration's rule is a critical step to supporting our LGBTQIA+ students and ensuring that they have the rights and the protections to be who they are, without fear of retaliation, bullying, or discrimination. I am proud to represent Seattle in Congress. I am proud to be the mom of a transgender daughter, and I know the importance of protecting the LGBTQIA+ community from discrimination and harassment. Washington State has had these exact protections for LGBTQIA+ youth for 18 years. That's right, 18 years. Our state is a clear example that protecting all kids, no matter how they identify, is good policy that makes our schools safer for everyone. Republicans' cruel attempt to repeal President Biden's new Title IX rule, fueled by fear tactics and misinformation, tells already vulnerable children in schools that they do not belong. No one, no child should have to hide who they are to be accepted. I urge my colleagues to vote no against this hateful resolution, and I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman and Madam Speaker. I rise today with a strong sense of compassion, but the strongest support for H.J. Res. 165, which would overturn the administration's radical rewrite of Title IX. The Biden administration's failure to honor the vital protection granted to women and girls, not to mention its disregard of the existing due process rights, is incredibly dangerous. Just read the rule. By attempting to work towards the rule, what the rule calls educational equity, the Biden administration has put women and girls in danger and sacrificed their equal access in educational opportunities. Their privacy has been invaded, making them vulnerable to many threats, from physical harm in contact sports to sexual harassment in unsupervised areas like bathrooms or locker rooms. All it takes is to think about the safety of your own daughter or granddaughters to realize that the Biden administration's Title IX rewrite must be stopped. For decades, women have courageously fought for and successfully earned their equal protection under the law. The Title IX rule not only forces a non-scientific and nonsensical gender ideology onto every American, but also undermines the progress of women's rights in our country. It's an enormous step backwards. I've met with female athletes who have lost out on opportunities because of a male taking their place. We have also seen the footage of female athletes being physically hurt by male athletes. Voices, courageous voices, such as Riley Gaines, have had the courage to stand up and speak for millions of young girls across our country who are at risk because of the Biden administration's dangerous policy. This resolution stands up for those young women and girls who have found their voice and the courage to speak up for truth, fairness, and science. I encourage support of this resolution. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from
Thank you,
Oregon.
Madam Speaker. I'm going to be yielding to Mr. Takano, but I want to reiterate this rule is not about athletics. There's a separate rule being drafted about addressing athletics. This is not it. Also, I'm concerned about the scare tactics that are being used. Studies show that allowing trans people to use facilities consistent with their gender identity does not result in increased safety risks. Non-discrimination laws do not allow men to go into women's bathrooms, period. The claim that allowing transgender people to use facilities that match the gender they live every day allows men into women's bathrooms or women into men's is based on a flawed understanding of what it means to be a transgender person or a misrepresentation of the law. The real risk occurs when transgender people are barred from using the appropriate facilities. And I yield 2.5 minutes to my colleague from the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Takano from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to the resolution. The Biden administration's rule strengthens and clarifies protections against sex-based harassment and discrimination for LGBTQI+ students, pregnant students, and parenting students. Consistent with the Bostock decision, the final rule clarifies that Title IX's protections extend to cover discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, sex characteristics, and sex stereotypes. This is gravely needed for the LGBTQI+ students. Currently, 83% of LGBTQI+ students face victimization at school. In states with laws that specifically target gay and transgender youth, the rate of hate crimes in schools has quadrupled. For these students, the explicit protections the Biden administration has finalized will make a life-changing difference. This rule will decrease absenteeism, improve mental health, and allow students recourse when they are targets of harassment and violence. Republicans, however, are seeking to overturn a rule precisely because of the protections it extends to queer students, and with the passage of this resolution, tear down all protections that this essential rule clarifies. This resolution will have drastic consequences. The protections that the administration offers for pregnant and parenting students would also be overturned. Survivors of sexual harassment and assault will continue to face significant barriers to completing their education. While Republicans claim this resolution is in the interest of women's rights, their proposed solution will make the situation worse for female students. What overturning this rule does is exacerbate existing inequalities, prevent any future administration from enacting a similar rule, then place the blame solely on the LGBTQI+ community. It is short-sighted, petty, and cruel. I will vote against overturning this rule, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is not we who are misleading the American people or scaring the American people. Just read the regulation, which says that schools are not allowed to prevent a person from participating in an education program or activity consistent with the person's gender identity. There are exceptions to the general policy included in the regulations, but athletics are not included among the exceptions. We are not misleading or lying. The other side is misleading. It's true the Biden administration has proposed a separate rule on athletics, but it's also true the Biden administration is using that proposed rule to mislead the American people and Congress into thinking athletics aren't affected by the rule this resolution would stop. Thankfully, the American people can see through the Biden administration's attempts to mislead, and we have an opportunity to pass this resolution and protect women's sports. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, Chair of the Higher Education and Workforce Development Subcommittee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as a father of 5 daughters and a grandfather of 12 girls with a simple truth. Women's sports are for women. Girls' sports are for girls. Female bathrooms and locker rooms are for females. When the Title IX became law in 1972, it was a watershed moment for the hopes and dreams of every female in America. It was a game changer for women and girls in sports to showcase their talents without discrimination and prejudice. Unfortunately, the Biden administration wants biological men to compete with women so badly they're willing to erase decades of progress, placing women and girls in vulnerable, unfair, and dangerous situations, undermining the very protection Title IX was designed to uphold. President Biden and the Democrats think they can redefine women's sports by redefining fairness. They believe by replacing the word equality with equity that Americans will come to embrace their Marxist view. They believe that we'll learn to reject science, God's wisdom, and good old common sense. They're wrong because they simply do not understand the American way. The American way does not deny biological reality, and because of its instinctive respect for womanhood, the American way would never deny women and girls protection they deserve from men. Our resolution under the congressional review isn't just about pushing back against administration overreach. It's about standing up for the fairness, safety, and equal opportunity. We cannot allow ideological extremism to dictate policy, especially when it disregards scientific facts and threatens the safety of women and girls. House Republicans are taking a stand to protect women and girls from President Biden's misguided attempts to redefine biological reality. We refuse to allow our daughters to compete in unsafe environments or compromise their dignity in locker rooms and bathrooms. I urge my colleagues to support RJ Res 165 to stop Biden administration's attack on women and girls. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Representative Scott from Virginia, for 2.5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, and to thank the gentlelady for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to HJ Res 165, the Congressional Review Act resolution aimed at repealing the Biden-Harris administration's Title IX rule. This rule is crucial for 3 reasons. First, it ensures protections against all forms of sex-based harassment and discrimination. It overturns problematic provisions from the previous administration's rule that allowed education institutions to ignore harassment and discrimination from happening when it happens off campus, even if it's at an event sponsored by a college organization. It extends this protection to LGBTQI youth, aligning with recent Supreme Court precedent. Second, it enhances accountability on how schools handle discrimination complaints, including expanding the number of employees required to report problems. It mandates timely responses and fair processes, unlike the previous rule that allowed unreasonable delays. It ensures equitable treatment for all involved. Third, it empowers students and families to exercise their Title IX rights without fear of retaliation. It supports survivors and provides necessary services while maintaining due process for the accused. And, by the way, this rule does not address participation in sports. As it's been said, that is the subject of another rule that has not been finalized. The rule does not change anything about sports participation that's already happening. Unfortunately, this resolution has been clouded by misinformation, unfounded fears, and with some, just hatred of transgender individuals. We must reject these narratives and focus on real issues of safety and equity. This resolution, if passed, would prevent future administrations from enacting similar protections, undermining progress in safeguarding women, LGBTQ individuals, and survivors of sexual assault. So let us prioritize issues like reproductive health care, affordable child care, and closing the gender pay gap instead of perpetuating harmful stereotypes. I urge all of our colleagues to oppose this resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this resolution to nullify the Biden administration's harmful Title IX rule that for the first time includes sexual orientation and gender identity in the definition of sex. With the stroke of a pen, the Biden administration is making law apart from congressional action, destroying Title IX's promises of equal opportunity for women and eliminating single-sex spaces like bathrooms, locker rooms, and campus housing for female students from kindergarten through grad school. This forces schools to adopt progressive Democrats' radical worldview that sex is something that can change on a whim and is not a God-created, scientifically immutable design embedded in our DNA. Democrats would rather perpetuate the harm of gender confusion than stand up for women and girls. Thankfully, the courts have intervened, and this rule is temporarily blocked from going into effect in 14 states, including my home state of Virginia. But if this resolution isn't successful today, a majority of American school children and teachers will suffer under this policy when they return to school next month. This school year, we can expect to see more boys joining girls' sports teams in middle school and high school, thanks to Democrats' radical progressive policies. And you can thank our radical Democrat friends when your daughter finds out her freshman roommate is actually a man. Brace yourself for the onslaught of investigations at the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights when teachers and students who refuse to use non-biological pronouns are reported to the authorities. I appreciate Representative Miller's effort to protect women and girls, and I'm proud to support this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to nullify the Biden administration rule by supporting H.Res. 165, and I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to point out that it's definitely not the first time that the definition of discrimination based on sex included sexual orientation and gender identity, because Trump-appointed Justice Neil Gorsuch did exactly that in the Bostock versus Clayton County case. I also want to note that this resolution, they're saying that it's going to hurt girls and women. Absolutely not. It's going to strengthen protections for girls and women because it ensures colleges and universities properly address sexual violence that disproportionately impacts girls and women. The rule clarifies protections for pregnant and parenting students, and the rule explicitly clarifies protections for the LGBTQI community, including lesbian, bisexual, and transgender girls and women. And as Representative Jayapal said, these rules and protections have been in effect in many states, and the sky is not falling. In fact, people are free from discrimination in those places. Republicans are just repeating the lie that they're standing up for women to hide from their radical anti-women agenda, and you don't have to take our word for it. Leading gender justice organizations like the National Women's Law Center, the American Association of University Women, Girls Inc., they all oppose this resolution to repeal a Title IX rule, and that's why these groups in more than 100 organizations working to advance gender justice, LGBTQI rights, civil rights, and student rights have written to Congress urging us to oppose this resolution, and I'd like to submit for the record a letter from the Coalition of Gender Justice, LGBTQI plus rights, civil rights, and student rights groups opposing HJ Resolution 165.
Without objection. The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McClain, a member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce.
Madam Speaker. And today, our girls are under attack. Our daughters are under attack. And I ask this, what about their freedoms? What about their rights? Do they not have any rights? Do they not have any freedoms? I say they do. And I am here to protect women and girls' rights and freedoms. For more than 50 years, Title IX has ensured our daughters have access to quality education and athletic programs. But now, President Biden and his bureaucrats at the Department of Education are hell-bent on erasing those vital protection for our girls. This rule to redefine sex discrimination on the basis of gender identity will force schools to provide biological men who claim to be women access to women's locker rooms. Yes, that is the truth. That is not fear, that is the truth. And they will also be allowed to go to their same bathrooms, right? What about our daughters' rights? What about our daughters' freedoms? What about their rights? What about their girls' rights and women's rights to have safety and feel security? Do they not have any rights anymore? They should not be an expense at all. This is absolutely ridiculous. And you want to talk about us fear-mongering? If these allegations that we're talking about right now wouldn't be true, he wouldn't have had to redefine the law without congressional consent. He did it with a stroke of his pen. The rule to refine sex discrimination on the basis of gender identity will, I'm going to say it again, force schools to provide biological men who claim to be women access to their locker rooms.
Time has expired.
Can I yield 30 seconds more?
I'll yield the gentlewoman 15 seconds.
That's why this CRA is so important, and that's why I am proud to co-sponsor it. Why? Because I will stand up for women and girls. And with that, thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The lady reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon.
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair Fox. Madam Speaker, do you remember the 1970s? It was a decade of bell-bottom pants, lava lamps, and disco. But the 70s went beyond fads. Profound changes to societal norms took root, particularly for women, in 1972. In 1972, women were paid 60% less than men. Single women couldn't buy a home without a cosigner. Even more jarring, only 1 in 27 girls participated in high school sports. But the tide began to turn that year with the passage of Title IX. The monumental legislation leveled the playing field to ensure women and girls have an equal opportunity in education and sports. More than just throwing a ball, playing a sports means learning lifelong skills, leadership, teamwork, and discipline. And Title IX paved the way for girls to compete and lead in athletics. It's been 52 years since 1972, yet Democrats are trying to reverse many decades of revolutionary change by allowing men to compete against women. It's what the woke progressive mob calls equality. But every time a male takes a lane in a pool, a spot on a field, or on the starting line, a female athlete loses the opportunity to compete. Madam Speaker, that doesn't sound very equal to me. There's a reason that men's sports and women's sports are separate. The inclusion of men into women's sports breaches the privacy of all athletes, compromises fairness and safety, and subverts opportunities for women. Madam Speaker, today, I say no to men competing in women's sports. I say no to men in women's locker rooms. I say no to men in women's showers. And I say no to the Biden administration's proposed changes that will allow all of this when they try to change Title IX. That's why today, Madam Speaker, we're in a battle of survival of women's sports, and we have to pass the resolution. I stand in support of the resolution and ask for your help. Let's go get it done. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady reserve. The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to note that there's so many groups, domestic violence, sexual assault organizations, National Alliance to End Sexual Violence, National Center on Domestic and Sexual Violence. They have all signed on to a national consensus statement of anti-sexual assault and domestic violence in support of full and equal access for the transgender community. And they noted non-discrimination laws do not allow men to go into women's restrooms or locker rooms, period. The claim that allowing transgender people to use the facilities that match the gender they live every day allows men into women's bathrooms or women into men's is based on a flawed understanding of what it means to be transgender. And I'll note that out of approximately 110,000 collegiate athletes, there are approximately 35 who identify as transgender. Non-discrimination laws protecting transgender people have existed for a long time. In some cases, these protections have been in place for decades, and the laws have protected people from discrimination without creating harm. None of those jurisdictions have seen a rise in sexual violence or other public safety issues due to non-discrimination laws. Assaulting another person in a restroom or a changing room or a locker room, that's against the law in every state, including under this rule. And I do want to introduce into the record a letter from the National Task Force to End Sexual and Domestic Violence Against Women in opposition to this resolution in full support of full and equal access for the transgender community, and I reserve.
Without objection. Lady reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of House Joint Resolution 165, introduced by Congresswoman Miller. It is disheartening that there is even a need for this legislation, but it is needed because President Biden has led a crusade against biological reality and common sense. This new Title IX rule erodes the underlying protections for women and girls, and as a father of 2 young ladies, I can tell you that I am devastated and appalled by the action of the Department of Education. Title IX was written to protect women by ensuring equal opportunities for young women and girls in educational programs. However, this new rule, promoted by radical ideologies, shatters it by redefining sex to include sexual orientation and gender identity. By redefining sex under Title IX, the administration will effectively allow biological males into female-only spaces, including locker rooms and bathrooms. Additionally, this Biden rule will impact women's sports, as the final rule does not create any carve-out for women's athletics. Under this rule, local school districts will be required to allow biological men to compete in women's sports or risk losing their funding. Contrary to the administration's new rule, this resolution today guarantees a level playing field to uphold athletics' core principles of integrity and fairness. And it reaffirms that boys will be boys and girls will be girls. Democrats are weaponizing the Department of Education by blurring the lines between men and women, and this new rule blatantly disregards common sense and the natural laws of this world and, frankly, of God, putting women and girls at a disadvantage and at risk. It is vital that we pass this Congressional Review Act to uphold the original intent of Title IX. We must vote to protect our girls and our women in support of this resolution and dismantle the left's radical ideology and undo this nonsensical rule by the Department of Education. We must pass this resolution. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves.
Madam
The
Speaker,
gentlelady from Oregon.
I just want to respond to the natural laws of this world. It's not a new concept. There are Two-Spirit people in Native American culture. There are Hijra people in South Asia, and many more. In Judaism, for example, the Talmud, the sacred text, lists 6 genders. The sky is not falling. I also want to note that the gentleman referred to redefining sex to include sexual orientation and gender identity as some sort of novel or woke concept. I suggest you take that up with Trump-appointed Justice Neil Gorsuch, because he wrote the opinion making clear that sex discrimination includes discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. And I'd like to introduce into the record a letter from the American Library Association, the National Education Association, and the Consortium for Constituents with Disabilities. These 3 letters are all in opposition to House Resolution 165, and I continue to reserve.
Without objection. The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Congressman Fox. Thank you so much for your leadership and friendship. You're a pretty cool lady. Madam Speaker, Title IX of the Civil Rights Act was passed to protect women from being unfairly denied opportunities in education and sports. Can you imagine drawing the short stick and having to defend allowing men to compete in women's sports and take trophies from young ladies, their chances of even careers away from hardworking female athletes? Of course, the most famous time this happened was when my friend Riley Gaines tied with a man in her swim meet. I say man in very lowercase letters. But she didn't get a trophy because they wanted to give it to him instead. And they also had to suffer the punishment of having to see this guy walk around without any clothes on, and his lack of manhood, I guess. I recently asked Riley about men competing in women's sports in the committee hearing. She said that some men started competing before they were taking hormones. She also said something we already knew. Hormone treatments don't alter a man's bone structure. His lung capacity, his height, or... Well, that was quick. Can you give me 15?
15 more seconds.
Thank you. Or many other attributes that give men physical advantages over women. She talked about how allowing men into women's sports endangers their physical safety. We see more instances of this than Democrats and the mainstream media would have you believe. A high school volleyball player got a concussion. We also saw a boxer withdraw from a match to protect herself when she learned her opponent was a biological male. A high school field hockey player had her teeth knocked out. I strongly support protecting female athletes and rejecting this rule by an administration that has completely abandoned them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to Chairman Fox for leading on this very important issue. As a former athlete in high school, college, and beyond, I know the unparalleled opportunities that sports offer to women and girls. Title IX and its mission to end discrimination against women in sports made so much of this possible for me and countless other women over the many years. But today, these opportunities for women and girls are under threat. Joe Biden's Department of Education is requiring that schools allow biological males to participate in women's sports. This is fundamentally unfair. It deprives women and girls of what so many of us fought for decades to achieve: equal opportunity to train, compete, and excel in athletics. Today, we take a stand in defense of women's sports and to stop this dangerous precedent. This is why I am honored to be an original co-sponsor of this Congressional Review Act to overturn the Biden administration's radical rule to allow biological men in women's sports. The CRA will protect opportunities for women and girls to compete fairly on the athletic field. Without interference, the woke Biden agenda will not continue further. Thank you.
The gentlelady from Oregon is
Can I
recognized.
please inquire on the amount of time remaining?
You have 9 3/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to note, as in the big picture, as we consider this conversation today, LGBTQ youth and trans youth are more likely to have experienced sexual violence than their straight counterparts. And Further, nearly 59% of LGBTQI+ students report experiencing discriminatory policies and practices at school, particularly those targeting students' gender and limiting their ability to participate in activities consistent with their gender identity. 62% of LGBTQ students who were harassed or assaulted at school did not report the incident because they don't feel safe. This is creating hostile environments that are leading to adverse outcomes for LGBTQ students. The report that I'm mentioning found that students who experience discrimination and higher levels of victimization, they have higher dropout rates, lower academic performance, and increased mental health issues such as anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation. 68% of the students reported feeling unsafe at school because of their sexual orientation, gender identity, and/or gender expression. We should not be creating this hostile school climate that is making students feel unsafe because of who they are. I want to again encourage my colleagues to think about what this is, the message that this is sending to students, that they do not belong, that they are not safe there in their schools. This is the Education and Workforce Committee. We should be making students safe, not making them feel threatened, and I continue to reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized. You have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to our newest member in Congress, Mr. Lopez from Colorado.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Biden administration's newly proposed Title IX rule is yet another example of how we are losing our moral compass. This new rule diminishes the undeniable respect that we must, as a society, extend to all women. It completely destroys the distinctions between men and women and forces schools to allow men into private women's spaces, including locker rooms and bathrooms. Make no mistake about it. Under this proposed rule, women will be compelled to change with and go to the bathroom next to naked men. That simply cannot stand. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I continue to reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am prepared to close if the gentlewoman from Oregon is prepared.
I'm prepared to close as well.
Do I get the gentlewoman? Well, too late. Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Biden-Harris administration's Title IX rule is a necessary step in protecting all Americans from sex-based harassment and discrimination. It would uplift and empower survivors while holding schools accountable for their handling of these sensitive cases. This Congressional Review Act that Republicans have put forward undermines the rights of survivors of sexual assault and advances a baseless prejudice narrative against LGBTQI+, especially transgender individuals. I'm incredibly frustrated that Republicans are spending time obsessing over what bathrooms use instead of addressing the real problems faced by women and children. I want to add also into the record, Madam Speaker, a statement of administrative policy providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V of the United States Code. If this president were presented with H.J. Res. 165, he would veto it.
Without objection.
And for good reason, because this bill takes us back. We've made progress in making every student feel safe and be safe in schools. I once again encourage my colleagues to vote no on this harmful and extreme joint resolution for the sake of women, the LGBTQI community, and survivors across the nation. And again, Madam Speaker, yesterday we were talking about dignity for dishwashers. Please show some dignity for people who are being discriminated against because of who they are and who they love. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The lady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot of misleading comments today, as I said earlier, misleading, verging on untruths. The department isn't following court precedent. In Bostock, the Supreme Court specifically warned against applying its decision in that case to Title IX or any other civil rights law preventing sex discrimination. In addition, there's currently a split among federal appeals courts on this issue. In January of last year, the 11th Circuit held that a school district's policy requiring people to use the bathroom that corresponds with the student's biological sex is allowed under Title IX. As I said earlier, we are not misleading or scaring the American people. All people have to do is read this regulation to see that schools are not allowed to prevent a person from participating in an education program or activity consistent with the person's gender identity. But there are exceptions, but athletics are not included. So a biological man can announce that he feels like a girl or a woman and go into the bathroom with women and girls if he chooses to do so, based on this rule. In addition, 3 separate federal district court judges in 3 separate cases have already taken action to block the rule from going into effect on the states involved in those cases, which has been alluded to. One judge called the regulation an abuse of power. The other judge called the regulation, quote, an attempt by the executive branch to dramatically alter the purpose and meaning of Title IX. Madam Speaker, this resolution to overturn President Biden's Title IX rule is a necessary step to keep the spirit of Title IX alive. My colleagues have eloquently talked about that. H.J. Res. 165 is about fairness, safety, and ensuring that the playing field remains level for everyone. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields her time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rule submitted by the Department of Education relating to non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs or activities receiving federal financial assistance.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed and without
Recorded vote. Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman from Oregon.
I request a recorded vote.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number. Having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are proposed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stiles, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to H.J. Res. 165, I call up the bill H.R. 8281, the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, and ask for its immediate consideration.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1341.
Does the gentleman call up the bill pursuant to House Resolution 1341?
Yes.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 455, H.R. 8281, a bill to amend the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 to require proof of United States citizenship to register an individual to vote in elections for federal office and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on House Administration, printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of House Administration or their respective designees. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill H.R. 8281, the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, known as the SAVE Act, introduced by my colleague, Representative Chip Roy of Texas. As chairman of the Committee on House Administration, I've been focused on improving election integrity and increasing confidence in our elections. In recent years, we've seen an increase in the number of jurisdictions across the country that allow non-citizens to vote in their elections. Right here in our nation's capital, non-citizens are eligible to vote in municipal elections. In Washington, D.C., a non-citizen only has to reside in the district for 30 days in order to vote. Last month, 143 Democrats voted to approve non-citizen voting in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. We cannot allow this to spread across the United States. Let me be clear. Non-citizen voting reduces confidence in our elections. American elections are for American citizens, and we intend to keep it that way. Today, we consider the SAVE Act, and we will see if my Democratic colleagues are once again in support of non-citizen voting. The SAVE Act will strengthen our election administration and restore Americans' confidence in our elections. The SAVE Act contains critical reforms to update the National Voter Registration Act, an act that requires states to give voter registration forms to everyone who receives a driver's license, regardless of citizenship status. The bill before us will help states prevent non-citizen voting from voting in federal elections by requiring states to obtain documentary proof of U.S. citizenship and identify in person when registering an individual to vote in federal elections. You're sure to hear my colleagues today on the other side say that non-citizen voting doesn't exist, or that it rarely happens so we don't need to do anything about it. First, I'd point you to a 1996 congressional race in California where an investigation by this body revealed that 624 non-citizens voted in that congressional election. I'd also point you to a race less than 4 years ago where our colleague from Iowa won by 6 votes. Every illegal vote cancels out the vote of a legal American citizen. Illegal voting risks swaying elections. Ensuring our laws are being enforced to prevent non-citizen voting is critical. Some will say that illegal voting is already illegal for non-citizens, but it's also illegal to evade the Border Patrol and enter our country illegally. But that hasn't stopped almost anyone. In the last 3 years, the Border Patrol has encountered 7 million illegal migrants at our southern border. We must strengthen our election laws to make sure that they're being properly enforced. On top of the previously mentioned examples of non-citizen voting, we've also seen examples of non-citizens on the voter rolls in different states across our country. Just a few years ago, Illinois removed almost 600 non-citizens from its voter rolls. A Georgia audit recently determined that more than 1,600 non-citizens had attempted to register. And in Pennsylvania, almost 10,000 non-citizens were removed from their rolls. Every state needs access to the tools necessary to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls. A crucial element of the SAVE Act would provide states with cost-free access to existing federal and state databases so they can perform this important list maintenance. Today, we see the Biden administration has weaponized our border, and they're weaponizing federal agencies to conduct a partisan voter registration scheme using taxpayer dollars under an executive order. I've subpoenaed each agency's strategic plan, yet so far, no agency has produced their strategic, secretive scheme to get out the vote, and the left continues to register folks to vote. By passing the SAVE Act, we can ensure only eligible Americans are registering to vote. Americans deserve confidence in their elections. We must pass the SAVE Act to prevent non-citizens from voting. I reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, you're going to hear a lot of fear-mongering rhetoric from my colleagues across the aisle today. They claim the American people have no confidence in our elections. Well, where have we heard that one before? In 2020, Republican after Republican debased themselves by parroting lies about the election, by repeating claims they knew to be false. They claimed that Americans had doubts about the election outcome, knowing full well that those doubts only existed because of the easily disproven conspiracy theories MAGA Republicans had been spreading. Those same Republicans organized illegal efforts to subvert the peaceful transfer of power that undergirds our cherished democracy. There were criminal efforts to send false slates of electors to Washington to steal the presidency from Joe Biden. People have been charged with crimes for these fake elector schemes, the very schemes that MAGA Republicans cheered on. More than that, the former administration used the levers of government to try to retain their failing grip on power. Where is the respect for law and order? Where's the reverence for justice? As criminal indictments have shown, there were coordinated, intentional schemes among some in the White House and members of the Department of Justice to override the will of the American people, to suborn a coup d'etat right here in the United States. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has stated publicly that Pentagon officials feared that the former president would attempt to use the military to stay in power. It's heartbreaking that this happened in our country. But what happened next is even worse. After witnessing these corrupt efforts to stay in power, this downright shameful attempt to overthrow our system of government, what did Republicans do? Did they defend this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic? No, they cowered. Speaker Johnson, joined by 126 House Republicans, filed an amicus brief with the United States Supreme Court that attempted to throw out millions of American votes. Where did this lead? To a violent and deadly attack on this historic, majestic building. To our colleagues who in this very room on both sides of the aisle, clad in escape hoods and frantically calling loved ones, praying for divine deliverance. As the mob stormed the Capitol, savagely beating police, calling for the execution of the sitting Vice President of the United States, the former president sat idly by. He did nothing to stop the attack. He did nothing to try to save lives, to save the Republic. He watched television in the White House for hours as the democracy was shaken to its core. As patriots like Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi begged for support from the National Guard, from anyone, the former president did nothing. But even the memories of that darkest of days hasn't deterred Republicans' quest for power. They've decided to try it all again. Last month, a rogues gallery of election deniers stood on the steps of the Capitol, spreading more inaccuracies about the security of our elections. They admitted that they had no evidence of non-citizen voting in our elections, the same rhetoric that nearly broke our nation 4 years ago. Republicans' continued election denialism is akin to collective hero syndrome, where individuals create harmful situations like lighting a fire only to seek praise for putting the fire out. This was a deeply dishonorable exercise when it began in 2020, and the dishonor has not abated. The SAVE Act and all the untruthful rhetoric around it is part of the same project that election deniers began years ago. They are continuing, indeed they are magnifying, the collective delusion by claiming that non-citizens are voting in federal elections. Simply put, they are not. It is against the law for non-citizens to register to vote and to vote in federal elections. Let me repeat this. It's against the law for non-citizens to register in and to vote in federal elections. The false claim that there is a conspiracy to register non-citizens is a pretext for trying to overturn the 2024 election, potentially leading to another tragedy on January 6, 2025. So then, let's turn to the profoundly damaging bill in front of us, the so-called SAVE Act. If I were to summarize what this bill does, I would offer this description. It would create enormous burdens for those registering to vote, erecting barriers that would shock most Americans, including most Republicans. To begin, as my Republican colleague admitted at the Rules Committee on Monday, the SAVE Act will prohibit most Americans from registering to vote with their driver's license alone. Yes, you heard that right. The SAVE Act will bar Americans from using a standard state-issued driver's license alone when registering to vote. The bill will prohibit the use of the new and improved Real IDs for over 95% of the American public. And this bill will apply to every American citizen. So what is a citizen to do if they cannot use their Real ID compliant driver's license? Well, the SAVE Act will allow Americans to use a passport to register. But only 48% of Americans have a passport. So over 130 million Americans are out of luck. But wait, as they say, there's more. Can a member of our military use their military ID to register to vote? Surely military IDs will be enough to register to vote in our elections. Not so. According to Republicans, service members will need to bring their military ID and a copy of their service record showing their place of birth within the United States. But many service members were born abroad, say to military parents overseas. Well, then those service members will be entirely blocked from using their military ID to register. And this bill requires any new registrant to show their proof of citizenship in person at an election office. So any service member deployed overseas that wants to register to vote will not be able to. No dice. That's right, the SAVE Act will prevent members of our armed forces deployed overseas from registering to vote. Republicans are pushing a bill that will disenfranchise U.S. military personnel protecting us overseas from registering. It's unpatriotic and it's shameful. And wait, there's even more. Native American voters will be unable to use their tribal IDs to register to vote unless their tribal ID demonstrates their place of birth in the United States. I ask every American, does your state or tribal issued ID show your place of birth? The answer almost certainly is no. And what about your birth certificate? Under this bill, you could present your birth certificate alongside your photo ID. But herein lies the problem. Tens of millions of Americans, particularly married women, have a different name on their birth certificate than they have on their photo ID. Under the terms of the SAVE Act, these millions of married women will not be able to use their birth certificates to register to vote. The bill would disenfranchise countless married women who are citizens, U.S. citizens. Let's be very clear. What is a voter supposed to do if they don't have a passport? If their Real ID, like almost every American, does not show citizenship status? Well, then the SAVE Act will not allow them to register, especially millions upon millions of American women, students, service members, Native voters, and many more. This bill is not actually about preventing non-citizens from voting in federal elections. I'll repeat what I said before. It is already illegal for non-citizens to register and to vote in federal elections. We litigated this back in 2020 when Republicans alleged mass voter fraud in state after state. Yes, yet every recount, audit, and lawsuit demonstrated the 2020 election was fair and free from fraud. Our federal elections are safe and secure. It's that simple. During today's debate, we'll hear from my colleagues across the aisle about the risk of non-citizens flooding our border and then somehow registering and voting in federal elections at a massive scale. Well, it's rich to hear so-called concern from the party that killed a bipartisan border deal to address this problem. My Democratic colleagues and I have clearly responded with the truth. The American people know Republicans are misleading them. Here is what the SAVE Act is actually about. This bill is about scaring Americans. This bill is about silencing Americans. This bill is about disenfranchising Americans. This bill is about further damaging the foundations of our democracy. As they look back on the wreckage they wrought 4 years ago, Republicans are not chagrined. They are not ashamed. They are, in fact, emboldened. This is a deeply damaging bill. It will disenfranchise tens of millions of Americans. It will disenfranchise military voters, especially those serving bravely and courageously overseas. It will disenfranchise married women who changed their names. It will disenfranchise rural voters. It will disenfranchise Native voters and students and poor voters and elderly voters. It will disenfranchise survivors of natural disasters like so many are experiencing this week across the United States. House Republicans are fine with increasing the burdens, amplifying the costs in time, in money, in effort for American citizens to vote. House Democrats are not. This bill is an overt effort to make Americans believe that American elections are rife with fraud. There is no evidence this is the case. I strongly urge defeat of the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the subcommittee chair, the chair of the Subcommittee on Elections, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Mr. Speaker, this bill should not be controversial. The vast majority of Americans agree that only U.S. citizens should be voting in our elections. The Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or SAVE Act, is a crucial piece of legislation that will protect our elections and ensure American citizens have confidence in our election system and that their vote is not being canceled out by those who are not legally eligible to vote. As Florida's former Secretary of State, I oversaw all of Florida's elections, working diligently to ensure that Floridians had accurate and fair elections that they could be confident in. Now, as the House Administration Subcommittee on Elections Chair, I am working to advance policies that lead to stronger elections across our nation, like the SAVE Act. While it is already illegal for non-citizens to vote, this legislation provides much-needed enforcement and tools for states to verify that their voter rolls are accurate and that illegal aliens are not slipping through the cracks and voting. We all know that President Biden's border crisis poses a clear threat to our election system, as millions of illegal aliens have poured into our country at record levels. In recent years, election outcomes have included razor-thin margins. We must ensure that Americans can trust our elections administration process. And one of the sure ways to accomplish that is by ensuring that non-citizens do not vote in our federal elections. Recently, we have seen documented instances of non-citizen voting in jurisdictions across the country, including right here in our nation's capital. That is unacceptable. The SAVE Act will strengthen current law by requiring documentary proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. As a former elections official myself, I urge my colleagues to support the SAVE Act to enhance election security, to minimize the risk of foreign interference, and restore Americans' confidence in U.S. elections. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to just note something that's been talked about for some time, which is going back to an election that happened nearly 30 years ago in California. It talks about Representative Loretta Sanchez in her 1996 election in California. My Republican colleagues continue to make allegations that there were roughly 600 non-citizens who voted in the race. It's patently false. The reality is the exact opposite. Many of the supposed non-citizens identified in the contest had in fact already become U.S. citizens through naturalization by the time they cast their ballots in 1996, and some had been U.S. citizens for decades. Other U.S. citizens were erroneously identified as non-citizens because their names were like non-citizens, similar to those in an INS database. It's no accident. Even then, the Republicans were in charge of the House Committee on House Administration. They investigated it, and they concluded that the committee's investigation had no irregularities. They dismissed the contested election. They concluded that the outcome of the election was not in doubt. And the fact that they would 30 years later bring up a contest that was decided, admittedly, by few votes, where claims of widespread non-citizen voting have been thoroughly debunked, I think says more about their lack of evidence than it does anything else. It simply does not happen, and there's no evidence that's the case. And I just use that as one more example of misleading the public into believing something that is false is true. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands, Mr. Sablan.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 8281 would deny United States citizens in my district their right to vote. This member standing here speaking in this hall will be denied the right to vote for this seat. And so for that reason, I rise in opposition to the bill. To register to vote in H.R. 8281 requires documentary proof of citizenship issued by a state or a tribal government. But my constituents do not live in a state. My constituents live in a U.S. territory, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. So if my constituents try to use a valid photo identification card issued by the Commonwealth showing a place of birth as the Northern Marianas, they would be denied registration. If I were to produce the Department of State issued passport given to members of Congress, it says my place of birth is the Northern Mariana Islands, I will be denied the right to vote. So,
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield an additional 30 seconds to the gentleman.
So 8281, unless the birth certificate was issued by the state, you can't vote. The same is true for U.S. citizens in Guam, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. The same is true for all naturalized U.S. citizens throughout the country. All will be denied the right to vote because H.R. 8281 does not recognize these territories as part of the United States, and people born in these territories are United States citizens. I urge a no vote on this poorly drafted legislation. I don't understand something that only Americans can vote and only U.S. citizens who are not Americans cannot vote. I yield my time. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Iowa, Ms. Bice.
So recognized.
I think I'm from Oklahoma, but I'll take Iowa too. So, thank you to my friend from Wisconsin. First, I want to say that my colleague on the other side of the aisle referenced a issue with an election where 624 non-citizens illegally voted. He suggested that that actually wasn't accurate. So my question would be, what is an accurate number? Because in my opinion, one person voting illegally in an election is one too many. I rise today in strong support of the SAVE Act. Since taking office, more than 9.6 million illegal immigrants have crossed into the United States. This crisis is not only a national security threat, but one that can seriously alter the outcome of our elections. We have seen efforts from states and localities, including the District of Columbia, to allow non-citizens to vote. Securing our elections is of paramount importance, and we must ensure that it is easy to vote and hard to cheat. The SAVE Act will strengthen our election security, improve voter confidence, and ensure that American elections are only for American citizens. Specifically, the legislation requires state election officials to ask about citizenship before providing voter registration forms, and requires an individual to provide proof of citizenship in order to register to vote in federal elections. These common sense solutions are not controversial, which is why I am deeply concerned that the President of the United States has threatened to veto this legislation. In fact, this step should alarm every citizen living in this country. And we must ask, why? Why is this administration refusing to take steps to safeguard our elections and protect the votes of every single American? I strongly support the SAVE Act, and I look forward to voting for it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, gentleman. From Oklahoma, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my dear friend from Oklahoma, What I was suggesting was the Republican-controlled Committee on House Administration reviewed the allegations that 600 people who were not citizens had voted and ultimately made the determination that it was without merit and seated the individual, the Democrat at that time, Ms. Sanchez from California. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we say that the right to vote is under attack, we're not talking about hypotheticals. It is under attack right now, right here with this very bill. Republicans want to throw up barriers because when people vote, they lose. Let me be clear. They don't want you to vote. They don't want to hear black voices, brown voices, LGBTQIA voices, young voices. Our fundamental access to our democracy is being politicized. And this xenophobic attack that we're debating today will make it harder for Americans to vote. My Republican colleagues will claim that requiring IDs is a small ask, but nearly 30 million people lack a valid driver's license, and about 15 to 18 million adults don't have access to documents proving their birth or citizenship. Americans don't need more obstacles. It's already hard enough. That's why I'm proud to have introduced the Right to Vote Act with my colleagues, Assistant Leader Neguse and Senator Ossoff. This bill would enshrine people's rights to vote and prohibit governments on all levels from restricting that right with bills like this one. This bill is part of the Democrats' Freedom to Vote Act, and along with the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, these acts...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask permission to continue to allow the gentlelady another 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. This bill, which is a part of the Freedom to Vote Act, and along with the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, are the types of bills we should be bringing to the fore, not this nonsense. Every day that we let right-wing Republicans pass laws like this that restrict ballot access, reducing polling stations in black neighborhoods, or drown out our voices with big money campaigns, we fail the American people. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose this harmful legislation. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the bill's sponsor, Mr. Roy of Texas.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin. I thank his committee for their great leadership in moving this bill through the floor, and I thank the Speaker for his great work in leading this important piece of legislation, the SAVE Act, which is critical to ensure that only American citizens will vote in American elections. It is really that simple. But our Democratic colleagues and the President of the United States, they're giving up the game. They're telling the American people very plainly and clearly it is their preference that non-citizens vote in American elections. That is their current position. The fact of the matter is this administration and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been damaging and breaking American sovereignty for the entirety of this administration and before. They are destroying our borders. They are allowing people to flood into our country. Millions of people being released into the United States. Americans that are getting killed. We're seeing abuse of Americans throughout the country. And now, all we simply want to do is ensure the integrity of American elections. And what we see is absolute resistance and lies from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. They want to go do the normal scare tactics, that we're going to be disenfranchising voters, when in fact we're following the same procedures that we've got in place in states all across the country in requiring documentary proof that you're a citizen. That's very simple. We do it on many different fronts. And in this case, you can provide a passport, you can provide documentation that has military IDs that has your citizenship on it, real ID. You can go with your driver's license, you can produce your birth certificate. But importantly, we have procedures in place that allow for states to come up with ways to check federal databases or to provide other mechanisms and means, provided that the state officials then sign an affidavit saying this is in fact a citizen. The reality is there is going to be no disenfranchisement. The truth is our colleagues on the other side of the aisle do not want us to actually check citizenship. I find it pretty amazing that the gentleman from New York is trying to make a case out of the stealing of elections when it is he who currently wants to be able to say right now that the current president should not be the nominee of a party that was just nominated that president. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the passion of the distinguished gentleman from Texas and the sponsor of the bill. But I have not heard anyone dispute what I said in going through the incredibly burdensome path that citizens, American citizens, will now have to take in order to register to vote. Your ID from your driver's license will not be sufficient if it doesn't have your place of citizenship. 95% or more of real IDs, which will replace driver's licenses in many states, do not list citizenship. Birth certificates will be okay unless your name has been changed because you've gotten married. A military voter, particularly one overseas who has no way to go physically to an election office to register, will be unable to register to vote. Their military IDs will be insignificant, particularly if their military IC and their service record don't show them as being born in the United States. And frankly, to be a citizen of the United States, you don't have to be born in the continental or in Texas or Alaska or Hawaii. You have to be born somewhere, but you can become a U.S. citizen after you're born. So all I'm saying is it is incredibly burdensome. And I would further say, since there is no evidence that this happened, all the talk about scare tactics, the demonizing of people, and saying that there's this effort, it sounds like there's a suggestion that there's an organized effort to have non-citizens vote in federal elections. There is absolutely no evidence that that's the case, and we've had so many meetings of the Standing Committee and Subcommittee of the House Administration on Elections, and I would think if there were evidence of that, it would have been presented to us. And with that, let me yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I rise in strong opposition of another big lie bill, this one, H.R. 8281. Folks, we know that elections are the cornerstone of American democracy, and it is our duty as Congress members to protect every American's constitutional right to vote. But the threat to Americans' constitutional right to vote today is the Republican Party and H.R. 8281. In the long and consistent Republican tradition of disenfranchising voters, they are pushing H.R. 8281 while simultaneously underfunding our elections infrastructure to safeguard free and fair elections. In their desperation to roll back the clock to a time when women, people of color, and naturalized citizens couldn't vote, Republicans have introduced countless bills based on myths and disinformation to erode the American people's trust in our elections and democratic institutions. Here's the bottom line. H.R. 8281 does nothing to make our elections safer. It only perpetrates lies now to set up even bigger lies later when they're unhappy with the outcome of the November election. How do I know that? Their own former president's appointed commission to investigate claims of voter fraud by non-citizens was disbanded without identifying one single case. If we believe in the power of democracy, we should reject discriminatory rules rooted in fear and division and instead increase protections and expand access. This bill, they call it the SAVE Act. It should be called the Don't Let Americans Act. Don't Let Americans Vote Act. And so I rise here opposing and asking my colleagues to vote no on this bill. I yield back to the ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Safe and secure elections are fundamental to our republic, but unfortunately, poll after poll is showing that Americans have lost trust in our election process. It's time for us to act and restore faith in that process. One way to accomplish this is to limit American elections to American citizens. It should be of great concern to all Americans that the Biden administration, with the full support of my Democratic colleagues in the House, has allowed millions of people in the United States illegally. Now they want to leave the door open for non-citizens to potentially register to vote. If we do not act to prohibit this, it will further diminish American citizens' trust in our elections and ultimately in our government. The legislation for us rightly requires states to have individuals provide proof of citizenship when they register to vote and to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls. Americans being the ones determining the outcome of American elections should not be controversial. In an oversight committee hearing, I asked former directors of the census if they supported federal laws that prohibit non-citizens from running for office. I request an additional 30 seconds.
Speaker, I yield an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
In an oversight committee hearing, I asked the former directors of the census if they supported federal laws that prohibit non-citizens from running for office, making financial contributions to candidates, and voting. All three said they support these safeguards to our elections, and all three were Democratic appointees. Mr. Speaker, my question to my Democratic colleagues is, do you support sensible safeguards for our elections? They can demonstrate their support and their answer by voting for the SAVE Act. I appreciate Representative Roy's leadership in this process and Representative Stiles' leadership, and encourage all my colleagues to support the
Gentleman's
SAVE
time
Act.
has
I
expired.
yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd now like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the distinguished gentleman, the ranking member of the House Administration Committee, for his tremendous leadership. I rise today in strong opposition to this extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression bill. The right to vote is sacred. The right to vote is special. The right to vote is sacrosanct. The right to vote is central to the integrity of our democracy. It's the foundation of the principle of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The problem is, apparently, my extreme MAGA Republican colleagues have concluded that rather than trying to win a debate in the hearts and minds of the American people anchored in ideas, they've chosen instead as a strategy to engage in voter suppression. There is no evidence that has been presented to suggest that undocumented individuals have been participating in federal elections. Republicans who investigated these allegations on their own committee have been unable to document these allegations. It is unconstitutional. It is the state of the law that only citizens can vote in federal elections. Only citizens can vote for the House of Representatives. Only citizens can vote for the United States Senate. Only citizens can vote for the presidency of the United States. So this extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression bill is not designed to solve any problem on behalf of the American people. It is designed to jam people up and prevent Americans from voting. The extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression bill will not allow Americans to vote who have a state-issued driver's license. The extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression bill will not allow Americans who are serving in the military to use their military ID while they're serving this country to vote. The extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression bill won't allow young people, college students, who are attending state universities all across the land, who have been issued college IDs through their state colleges and universities, to vote. There's a big difference between the House Democratic view of free and fair elections, the peaceful transfer of power, and government of the people, by the people, and for the people, and the extreme MAGA Republican view. House Democrats want to make it easier to vote and harder to obtain weapons of war. Extreme MAGA Republicans want to make it harder to vote and easier to deploy weapons of war. Weapons, by the way, not used to hunt deer, but to hunt children in classrooms and human beings. So, the extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression bill has given us an opportunity again to communicate with the American people on the difference between our values, House Democrats, putting people over politics, focus on the things that matter, like lower costs, growing the middle class, ending price gouging, defending democracy, and fighting for reproductive freedom. We embrace having a debate with our extreme MAGA Republican colleagues about issues that matter. Why won't you just take your issues to the American people? Why are you trying to hide your plans that are connected to Trump's Project 2025 publicly, but then you come to the House floor and you bring this extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression bill that is part of the blueprint of Trump's Project 2025. You can't fool the American people. They're smarter than you think. You don't want to have a real debate about issues. Why? Because the extreme MAGA Republicans want to criminalize abortion care and impose a nationwide ban. They're trying to hide that now from the American people, stripping it from their convention platform. We know what you really want to do. You put the justices, the extreme MAGA Republicans, put the justices on the Supreme Court who detonated Roe v. Wade. That's your agenda. That's part of Trump's Project 2025. You don't want to debate the issues. You want to suppress the right to vote. Why? Because Trump's Project 2025, which is part of your platform, wants to detonate and destroy the Department of Education, which the American people don't support. You don't really want to embrace the ability for young people of every race, of every part of America, including the heartland of America and rural America, and Appalachia and suburban America, to get a high-quality public education. That's what Trump's Project 2025 is about. But you don't really want to have a discussion about that. You don't want that exposed to the American people. So we're on the floor right now with an extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression bill that does nothing because the law is already clear. Non-citizens cannot vote in federal elections. And so we're going to continue to do everything we can to make sure that the American people can participate in free and fair elections, have the freedom to determine their own destiny by exercising their right to vote in an uncompromised and unfettered fashion, as opposed to engaging in this type of frivolous legislative activity, at best, perhaps designed as a cover, already trying to set up an excuse for what may happen in November, just like what was done in advance of January 6th. I yield back.
The gentleman reserved from New York. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the right to vote is sacrosanct, and that is why we need to protect it for U.S. citizens. In New York City, a law was passed to allow non-citizens to vote in municipal elections. Here in our nation's capital, 143 Democrats voted to allow non-citizens to vote in municipal elections here in our nation's capital. In the state of New York, there is no photo ID requirement. But if there was, it should be noted that the state of New York provides driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. It's the reason that the SAVE Act is necessary, to make sure that we're protecting U.S. elections for U.S. citizens only. I would now like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from the great state of New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I have to disagree with Leader Jeffries. He claims that Republicans don't want to debate the issues. 2 weeks ago, there was a debate. There was a winner of that debate, and that debate has sent Democrats into disarray. I also want to counteract the claim that there's laws in place. President Biden has made his entire administration about not following or enforcing laws. And that's one of the reasons as to why the SAVE Act is so important. Under the Biden administration and the failed policies, there has been over 10 million people that have come across our southern border illegally. In March of 2021, President Biden issued an executive order promoting access to voting, requiring federal agencies to assist states with voter registration. We do not have concrete methods to ensure illegals do not vote in federal elections. The SAVE Act ensures that only United States citizens can vote in elections. Quite frankly, it's insane that we're even having this debate. We should all agree that only those who are citizens of this great country can vote in our elections. It also expands federal databases, such as DHS SAVE database, Social Security databases, and others to prove citizenship and assist states. Joe Biden's open border policy has put America in a position where illegals could potentially vote in elections. It's bad for election integrity, it's bad for democracy, and it's unfair to the American people. Before Joe Biden, citizenship mattered in the United States of America, and citizenship should matter once again. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with my distinguished colleague and friend from New York. I don't know why we're having this bill on the floor either. And yes, we can all agree that only U.S. citizens vote in federal elections. You know how I know that we agree? Because it's the law of the land. You can't register if you're not an American citizen to vote in a federal election. It's against the law. It's also against the law to vote. So I agree with him. There's no reason to be here. There's nothing to be gained. There is no problem to be solved. And with that, let me yield a minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Voting rights are sacrosanct, and they're personal to many of us. Over 150 years ago, black men were allowed to vote for the first time in this country. Thousands were elected to office, particularly across the South, including into this body, including one of my predecessors, John Mercer Langston, the first black man elected to Congress from Virginia. I stand here as the first black woman elected to Congress from Virginia, the great-granddaughter of a man who, after Reconstruction, when voter suppression laws passed across the South, my great-grandfather had to take a literacy test and find 3 white men to vouch for his character to be able to vote. He was an American citizen. I stood in the well and took my oath of office on March 7th, 2023, on my father's Bible. Inside that Bible, he kept the poll tax receipt from when he registered to vote, and his father paid a poll tax. I kept that. He kept it in the Bible to remind himself the barriers put in place to him, an American citizen, to vote.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield another 30 seconds to
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This bill is essentially a poll tax because I am not aware of a single proof of citizenship document that does not cost an individual money to get it, unless we are requiring every state to provide one for free, and then it's an unfunded mandate. This is the 2024 version of the Jim Crow poll tax, and we should vote against it. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Congressman Roy's bill to save our elections from illegal alien interference. Sacrosanct voting is only theory unless we protect the election process. Over the past 3.5 years, President Biden has deliberately thrown the border open to over 11 million illegal aliens, many of whom now have Social Security numbers, driver's license, and other government-issued IDs, which enable them to vote in our U.S. federal elections. Today, many states and municipalities have no way to detect whether an individual with a government-issued ID is a U.S. citizen or not. And in some states, any non-citizen can simply check yes on one box, are you a citizen of the United States, and boom, they're a registered voter. This is not right. If you're here illegally and interfere in our elections, you deserve a pair of handcuffs, not an I voted sticker. We must pass the SAVE Act and prevent these loopholes from debasing and ultimately destroying our election system. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady From Alabama, my friend, Ms. Sewell.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as a daughter of Selma and a representative of Alabama's Civil Rights District, the fight for voting rights is very personal to me. It was in Selma where hundreds of foot soldiers like John Lewis shed blood on a bridge for the equal right of all Americans to vote. They marched, they bled, they prayed, and some even died for the right to vote. Mr. Speaker, the legislation before us today makes a mockery of their legacy. House Republicans' so-called SAVE Act is a dangerous, anti-democratic bill that would do nothing to protect our elections. While our colleagues across the aisle claim that this bill will prevent non-citizens from voting, we know that it is already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. In fact, under current law, non-citizens would face up to 5 years in prison for attempting to vote in federal elections and even risk being deported. In reality, this legislation would purge thousands of eligible voters from the rolls, including Americans who recently got married or changed their last names, and those with military and tribal IDs. Americans should see this bill for what it is, a cynical attempt to sow doubt in the minds of voters about the integrity of our elections. It is yet another attempt to fan the flames of election denial by the same extremists who brought us the January 6th insurrection. Mr. Speaker, we are elected officials who should be fighting to protect and expand access to the ballot box, not restrict it. We should be working to advance the progress made by the civil rights and voting rights movement rather than rolling it back. But let's be clear. The biggest threat to our election is not non-citizen voting. It is the lack of federal oversight, which has allowed the states to advance hundreds of new laws and new bills, making it harder for Americans to vote. Mr. Speaker, the House should be considering H.R. 14, the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which I introduced in September. H.R. 14 will restore federal oversight. It would establish a new formula to protect and prevent states with a recent history of voter discrimination from restricting voter access. In doing so, it will protect access to the ballot box for every eligible American. With state lawmaking working overtime to eradicate and make barriers for ballot box, the need for federal voting rights protections is just as urgent today as it was 60 years ago. After all, it is up to the voters to choose our elected leaders, not the other way around. Never did I think that 60 years after John Lewis was bludgeoned on a bridge in my hometown of Selma, Alabama, that I would be fighting to restore the full protections of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It goes to show that progress is elusive and every generation must fight to preserve the progress of the past and to advance it. John Lewis didn't give up, and neither will we. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans' so-called SAVE Act is a dangerous, anti-democratic bill that has no place on this floor. It is for that reason that at the appropriate time, I will be offering a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the motion to recommit. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, may I make an inquiry as to the amount of time we have remaining on our side?
The gentleman from New York has 4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, sir. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
And I'll also inquire into the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin has 14 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman of Texas, Mr. Hunt.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8281, the SAVE Act. For years, Democrats have called Republicans conspiracy theorists for stating Democrats want illegal aliens to vote in our elections, yet President Biden and every single Democrat in Washington want this bill to fail. If Biden and the Democrats want to clear up this conspiracy theory, Mr. President, when this bill passes, make sure you sign it into law. And on another note, I've been black for my entire life. I'd like to bring up the most racist thing I've ever heard is the insinuation by Democrats that black and brown Americans are too stupid to get an ID to vote, just like everybody else. I call this the soft bigotry of low expectations. Figuring out how to vote in this country is a very low bar, and we can all figure it out regardless of your race, religion, color, or creed, and we should all want free and fair elections. With me today, I'm not going to pull mine out this time, but I have 6 forms of government issue ID. How did I acquire that? Personal responsibility in this country. I've also heard a lot about Jim Crow here today. I'm here to tell you Jim Crow is over, and I know it because my parents grew up in it. And I think it's actually insulting to those that actually experienced the ills of Jim Crow. Having an ID to vote in our nation's elections should be a requirement, which is why I stand before you today urging my colleagues on the left to support this bill. If you want secure elections, if you want your vote to count, vote for the SAVE Act. I yield back the rest of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it bears repeating. We're suggesting that every American, if this bill were to become law, would face enormous burdens with registering to vote. You can't vote, you can't cast a ballot if you can't register. Let's take again the situation as it will relate to military personnel of the United States. SAVE Act will prohibit any service member deployed overseas from registering to vote at all. That's what the bill says. Check it out. You have to be in person. You may not register online, and there's no exception in the bill for a service member to do that. It requires Americans registering to vote by mail or online must present their proof of citizenship in person. So good luck doing that if you're on a naval vessel in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Good luck doing that. That applies to military personnel. It means that any service member deployed overseas will have to travel back to the United States and physically visit an election office to register to vote. You don't think that's burdensome? You don't think most Americans, if they were watching this debate, would say, that can't be right? It can't be right, but it is right. That's what the bill says. Republicans are supporting a bill that would prohibit members of the military serving overseas from registering to vote while they're deployed. It is unpatriotic. It is outrageous. And the fact they won't even allow any amendments to this bill, which we asked for amendments which would make this better, although, frankly, I would make it hard to imagine that we could make this any better, but still, no amendments were allowed. I asked for a structured rule on this and was denied the ability to do that. The Freedom to Vote Act, by contrast, would expand the ability of every American, including our service members, to register to vote online. We want members of the military to vote. Frankly, we want every American to vote. If we have a problem in America, it's that too few Americans are voting, not that people who aren't registered or who aren't American citizens are voting. That's not the problem. This committee and this House and this body ought to be working on ways to expand the franchise to every American, because every right that we possess in the Bill of Rights, in the Constitution, is dependent upon our right to self-governance, and our ability to have self-governance flows from the ability for every American to vote. And this bill puts enormous burdens and barriers to making that the reality. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malliotakis.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If anyone is wondering why we need a bill requiring proof of citizenship to vote, look no further than my home, New York City, where in 2021, the City Council under Mayor Bill de Blasio passed legislation allowing non-citizens who've resided in our city for just 30 days to vote in municipal elections. Not only this, but in November, after our office obtained copies of migrant shelter contracts by Freedom of Information law requests, we discovered that New York City included a provision requiring contractors to distribute voter registration forms, assist in voter registration, and promote campaign material within the shelter themselves, all while prohibiting city agencies from asking about citizenship status in the same contract. As a daughter of immigrants who came to this nation legally and earned their right to vote, I've joined city and state leaders as a plaintiff in a lawsuit to stop New York City's misguided voting law. We've won not once, twice. However, we continue to fight because the city continues to waste taxpayer money dollars to appeal the ruling. This is why we need this bill today, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the co-chair and founder of the House Election Integrity Caucus, I rise in support of the SAVE Act, which will safeguard the right for every American citizen to vote. And we must have proof of citizenship in order to vote. Since President Biden took office, there have been over 9.7 million illegal immigrant encounters across our nation, threatening our communities, our national security, and now the Democrats are attempting to undermine our elections. There are over 2 million so-called gotaways. Many states, including New York, allow illegal immigrants to get registered to vote and also to allow have driver's licenses. There's no requirement, they're on their honor, to prove whether or not they're actually citizens of this country. Article 2 of the New York State Constitution sets forth in Section 1, every citizen shall be entitled to vote in every election. That is citizens. So if in order to protect the sacred right to vote, we have one citizen, one vote in this country. And yet Democrats oppose the SAFE Act because they want millions of illegal immigrants they allowed into our country to vote in order to undermine and manipulate the outcome of our elections. This will undermine our sacred right to vote, the most profound expression of our self-governance. I yield back.
Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman for the time, and I'd like to say that my friends on the other side of the aisle say, well, it's against the law for people here illegally to register to vote, and it's against the law, Mr. Speaker, for them to vote. It's against the law. You know what else is against the law? Coming into our country illegally. But oh my goodness, who knew? It happens. And we have, as the past speaker just said, the honor system. You know how you register to vote? You just sign it and say, I can vote. That's how you do it, the honor system. Let me tell you who we're providing the honor system to. People that human traffic, drug dealers, cartel members, people on the terrorist watch list. Mr. Speaker, do we want to count on the honor system to have those folks, people coming from the Communist Party of China, from Russia, our adversaries, our enemies, selecting the leaders of our country? Because that's what they're telling you right now. That's exactly what they're saying. And oh, by the way, this whole thing about military members can't vote, you can come here illegally and serve in the fire department, in the soup kitchen, in any number of places, including the military, without being an American citizen. But I've been overseas and I have voted as an American military citizen. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Good to see so many people up in the gallery. What a great day. Folks, I can tell you something. Our democracy is at stake, and let me tell you exactly why. President Biden, he's released millions of illegal aliens into the United States, and he has done catastrophic damage to our great country, and he's done it in 3 years. You ask yourself, why would a guy do this? Why would he do such a thing? Make no mistake, everybody listening, make no mistake, this administration is facilitating an invasion of our country to import new voters. He wants new voters. He wants to establish one-party rule. And it's all by design. I repeat, it is all by design. Thankfully, this legislation before us today would ensure that only American citizens are eligible to vote. Protecting our nation's election integrity should not be a partisan issue, yet here we are. Remember, my friends, when the left falsely claimed the 2016 election was stolen due to foreign election interference. Russia, Russia, Russia. Lies, lies by the left. I ask my colleagues, I urge you all to support this great legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in 2004, Arizona voters approved a ballot measure requiring proof of citizenship when registering to vote. Today, Arizona has 2 voter registration forms, one for those who can provide proof of citizenship. Those voters can vote in all offices, state and federal. The other voter registration form is for people that don't show any proof of citizenship. Those voters are allowed to vote in federal elections. The number of Arizona voter registration forms where voters don't show proof of citizenship has skyrocketed in Arizona to 35,000 forms. Arizona voters and the Arizona legislature have tried everything to ensure only citizens can vote. Arizona and the nation need Congress to pass the SAVE Act so we can ensure only U.S. citizens vote in our elections as required by law. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do note that my friends and colleagues on the other side have turned this into a discussion about immigration at the border, which is not the bill before the House. And the reason I know that is because they were too embarrassed, perhaps, or perhaps were given influences by folks outside this chamber to bring a bipartisan border deal that would have dealt with challenges at the border. They didn't want to do that, so what are they doing? They're making this burdensome bill now a question of the border. They had their chance to do that. We would love them to do that, but what they'll do instead is demonize people and talk about a problem that doesn't exist, and with that I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration's allowance of 10 million illegals into the country, the immigration issue does have a bearing on this issue. Radical progressive Democrats answer the merits of this legislation with logical fallacies. The 2020 election was perfect, they say. Therefore, we should not think about or act to end or prevent unlawful voting by non-citizens. Should not speak of the possibility, but should avoid the issue entirely, all to improve Americans' confidence in elections. Because non-citizen voting is unlawful, they say, it does not occur. Because undetectable conduct in the ordinary course is not evidenced by huge masses of evidence, then the absence of evidence is evidence of absence. In other words, Biden debate logic. Every vote cast by an illegal alien cancels out the vote of an American citizen. And with millions of quote-unquote newcomers flooded into the country by the Biden administration, the threat is greater than ever. Without secure elections, the American experiment is finished. We must pass the SAVE Act. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you very much. And I rise in support of H.R. 8281, the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, known as the SAVE Act. It should not be controversial to say that Americans should decide who Americans vote for. As a former Texas Secretary of State, I know the importance of election security. Now more than ever, with Biden's border invasion releasing millions of illegal immigrants into our country, we must ensure that only American citizens can vote. The SAVE Act does just that. This legislation will require proof of citizenship for voters to register for federal elections and will empower states to clean up their voter rolls. It is critical that we safeguard our elections. I urge my colleagues to put America first and pass the SAVE Act. In God we trust. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will close. And thank you. The SAVE Act is the most severe voter suppression bill ever considered at a federal level. It will make it burdensome for Americans to register to vote and to cast a ballot. It's been brought before this body not to solve any problem, since Republicans have admitted they have no evidence of non-citizen voting in federal elections. The bill before us for Republicans is for them to lay the groundwork to undermine the outcome of the presidential election just as they did 4 years ago. just as they will again and again until they realize either the futility of this exercise or the republic crumbles. I pray for the former. Democrats, on the other hand, want a stronger and more equitable democracy, one that respects the rule of law and ensures that every voice is heard. That's why Democrats champion bills like the Freedom to Vote Act, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and the Native American Voting Rights Act, not the SAVE Act. I fiercely oppose this anti-American bill. I urge every one of my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats alike, to support the motion to recommit and defeat this extremist SAVE Act. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is our opportunity to safeguard American elections for American citizens. We've heard time again by those on the other side of the aisle that this problem doesn't exist. Yet in our committee hearings, we have shown where non-citizens have voted in U.S. elections, whether it's the 1996 election in California, fully investigated by this House, or it's Fairfax, Virginia, that in 2011 found 278 non-citizens were on the voter rolls and determined 117 of those individuals had voted illegally. Whether or not it's counties across the country, from Chicago, Illinois, and San Diego County, California, Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, all found non-citizens had participated in federal elections. This is our opportunity to make sure that U.S. elections are for U.S. citizens. We've also heard that it's already illegal in federal elections for individuals who are not citizens to vote. That's true, but it's also illegal to cross the border into the United States illegally, but that hasn't stopped millions of individuals. This is our opportunity to safeguard our elections, to make sure that U.S. elections are for U.S. citizens only. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on the SAVE Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment of the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. The yeas have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 to require proof of United States citizenship to register an individual to vote in elections for federal office and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Sewell of Alabama moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 8281, to the Committee on House Administration.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered and the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. The yeas have it. The motion is not agreed.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman ask for the yeas and the nays?
Yes.
The yeas and the nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and the nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I've sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to Hong Kong that was declared in Executive Order 13936 of July 14, 2020, is to continue in effect beyond July 14, 2024. The situation with respect to Hong Kong, including recent actions taken by the People's Republic of China to fundamentally undermine Hong Kong's autonomy, continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat, which has its source in substantial part outside the United States, to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13936 with respect to the situation in Hong Kong. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, July 10, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit on H.R. 8281, passage of H.R. 8281 if ordered, passage of House Joint Resolution 165, and passage of House Joint Resolution 109, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the question of agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 8281 offered by the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 8281, offered by Ms. Sewell of Alabama.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 184, the nays are 197. The motion is not adopted. The question occurs on passage of the bill. Those in favor so signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Say it one more time.
We request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
On behalf of a grateful House of Representatives, I rise to offer thanks to one of the most skilled staffers that I, and I know many of us agree, have ever worked with. After nearly 3 decades of service to the People's House, this is Keith Stearns last week on Capitol Hill. I know it. Anyone who has had the pleasure of working with Keith, knowing Keith, has not only witnessed a commanding knowledge of rules and parliamentary procedure, but a commitment to using that knowledge to help all of us serve the American people. He has helped the House fulfill its critical mission at every stage of his remarkable career. As an eager intern fresh out of Allegheny College, as an LA, as a rules associate, as a chief of staff, as a floor director, and now as my senior advisor. He has brought to every job a reverence for this institution and for its duty to the American people. No matter what storm may have been raging, the horrors of 9/11, a global financial meltdown, an unprecedented pandemic, on January 6th, we saw Keith muster calm, steadfast courage as he maintained order in this chamber and ensured our safety. Throughout it all, Keith's service to us and our country has never wavered. His resolve has only strengthened. Over the years, he has become a friend and a confidant and an advisor to our entire caucus, and he has earned the profound respect from our colleagues across the aisle. Because whatever your politics are, true talent is undeniable, on the floor and on the basketball court. This institution is stronger, our country is better off, our future more promising because of what Keith has brought to bear. I will always be grateful for his wise counsel that has guided me and so many of us. While Keith may never come to respect the Boston Celtics, he has always respected the work that we do here in the People's House. He is a model for anyone who enters this building looking to make a difference. Keith, you will be missed. I thank you for your work, your grace, your humor, and your friendship. And to your family, Cara, Sandy, and Colleen, and your dad and Judy who are here with us, please know how grateful we are for your service as well. We look forward to all the success ahead, and know this, you will always have a home here in the House. I now yield to our Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi.
The gentlewoman will suspend. The House will be in order. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank our distinguished whip for yielding and for her beautiful statement about a great person who has honored us with his work and his patriotism in this body. It's my privilege to join my colleagues on the floor of the House as we celebrate a true public servant and a trusted aide to so many of us, Keith Stern. Keith first came to Congress in 1997 to work for Representative Lucille Roybal-Allard. He comes from Los Angeles, so we're very proud of him as a Californian, even as a Dodger fan, but that's a different story. Over the next 3 decades, he went on to hold many top jobs in the House, always working for the people. For Jim McGovern, he was the center of policy development of the Powerful Rules Committee. As floor director of operations for me, as Speaker of the House, he provided expertise for Democrats' major legislative achievements, and for Webb Clark, he has provided counsel on major issues facing the House. So he has been tactically, strategically, philosophically, in every way, a major asset. Working for more than 7 years in my office, he was simply invaluable. Throughout his tenure, Keith has offered indispensable expertise in House procedure, coming from the Rules Committee. His vast institutional knowledge made Keith a trusted strategic resource in legislating. In every role, his service has been marked by insight, integrity, dependability, and an unending devotion to this House of Representatives, even the most trying times. My staff in the Speaker's office, as I always brag about them, the greatest staff ever assembled in the history of the House of Representatives. Keith was a shining example of that brilliance, that dedication, and patriotism. Congratulations, Keith, on a job well done. Thank you for your leadership, which has made a difference in the lives of so many people. Best wishes to you and gratitude to Kara for sharing you with us and your 2 beautiful children, Sandy and Colleen, to your parents, your mom, your stepmom, your dad, who are here with us in the gallery as you embark on this new chapter. Thank you, Keith Stern, for your patriotism, for your service, and best wishes to you as you go forward. And now I'm pleased to yield back to our distinguished whip.
Thank you, Speaker Emerita. I now yield to my fellow Bay Stater, Ranking Member Jim McGovern.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues in honoring Keith Stern and expressing gratitude for his service to this Congress and to our country. And in between working for former Representative Lucille Roybal-Allard and then for Speaker Pelosi and Democratic Whip Clark, he worked with me, first as a legislative assistant and then as my top person on the Rules Committee. Keith has an incredible knowledge of the legislative process. He knows how to get stuff over the finish line. He's made a real difference. And as my colleagues know, ending hunger has been a top priority of mine. And in 2022, the Biden administration convened a White House conference on hunger, nutrition, and health. It was only the second time a White House convened such a conference. The first one was held in 1969. Keith actually wrote the first bill back in 2010, directing the White House to bring together experts to craft a national plan to end hunger. I have learned an awful lot from Keith, and he has helped me achieve countless policies to help people here at home and around the world, and I will always be grateful. A lot of members of Congress and a lot of staff have also benefited from Keith's guidance, and I've talked to countless members and staffers who say that he has served as a mentor to them, teaching them about procedure and how to use the legislative process to do good. There are people who began as interns on the Hill who never thought of making a career here, but who did because of Keith. Keith is not only a great member of this congressional community, more importantly, he is a good person. He is decent, he is caring, and he respects this institution. And I want to acknowledge his incredible family. I want to acknowledge his wife, Kara, his incredible kids, Sandy and Colleen. They have all sacrificed a lot so that Keith can serve his country. And I appreciate his many years of friendship. My wife, Lisa, and my kids, Molly and Patrick, adore him. They like him better than me. But Keith, I am proud to know you. I feel privileged to be your friend, and I am confident you will do great things in the future. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 8281, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 455, H.R. 8281, a bill to amend the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 to require proof of United States citizenship to register an individual to vote in elections for federal office and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 198. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows: H-Res 1344, finding that Merrick Garland, Attorney General of the United States, is in contempt of the House of Representatives for disobeying a certain subpoena. Finding that Merrick Garland, Attorney General of the United States, is in contempt of the House of Representatives for disobeying a certain subpoena. Whereas on February 27, 2024, Merrick Garland, Attorney General of the United States, was duly served with a subpoena to produce a narrow and specific set of materials possessed by the Department of Justice and related to Special Counsel Robert K. Hur's investigation of President Joe Biden's willful mishandling of classified documents.
The House will be in order.
Willful mishandling of classified documents to the Committee on Judiciary of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Oversight and Accountability of the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. Whereas Attorney General Garland has, in disobedience of such subpoenas, failed to produce the set of materials, and whereas a set of materials possessed by the Department of Justice is material and necessary in order that the House of Representatives may properly execute the functions imposed on it and may obtain information necessary as a basis for such legislative and other action as the House of Representatives may deem necessary and proper. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Merrick Garland, Attorney General of the United States, is found in contempt of the House of Representatives for disobeying the February 27, 2024 subpoena, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives shall impose a fine which may not be paid with appropriated funds on Attorney General Garland of $10,000 per day until such a time as Attorney General Garland complies with subpoena of the House of Representatives by turning over the audio tapes.
Chair will now recognize the gentlewoman from Florida to offer the resolution just noticed. Does the gentlewoman from Florida offer the resolution?
Yes.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1344. Whereas on February 27, 2024, Merrick Garland, Attorney General of the United States, was duly served with a subpoena to produce a narrow and specific set of materials possessed by the Department of Justice and related to Special Counsel Robert K. Hur's investigation of President Joe Biden's willful mishandling of classified documents to the Committee on the Judiciary of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Oversight and Accountability of the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. Whereas Attorney General Garland has, in disobedience of such subpoena, failed to produce a set of materials, and whereas a set of materials possessed by the Department of Justice is material and necessary in order that the House of Representatives may properly execute the functions imposed on it and may obtain information necessary as a basis for such legislative and other action as the House of Representatives may deem necessary and proper. Now, therefore, be it resolved that 1. Merrick Garland, Attorney General of the United States, is found in contempt of the House of Representatives for disobeying the February 27, 2024 subpoena, and 2. The Speaker of the House of Representatives shall impose a fine which may not be paid with appropriate funds on Attorney General Garland of $10,000 a day until such time as Attorney General Garland complies with the subpoena of the House of Representatives by turning over the audio tapes.
The House will be in order. The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
I demand a call of the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. 1 minute remains. 1 minute. All members voted. Does anyone wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 209. The motion is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to refer the resolution to the Committee on Rules.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, we have already taken up way too much of the House's time, of the American people's time. Let's get back to doing the work that they sent us here to do. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion to refer. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I request a call of the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 211. The motion is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay, ready?
You ready?
Stuff on the left, I'll take from you. Let's start getting
Pursuant to Clause 2, Rule 9, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Luna, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida. Gentlewoman will suspend. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the resolution previously noticed.
Members, please take your conversations off the floor.
Speaker, I call up the resolution previously noticed.
Gentlelady has been recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. The American people have a deep distrust in our ability to govern effectively.
Gentlewoman will suspend. The House is not in order. Take your conversations off the floor, please. Just a sec. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. The American people have a deep distrust in our ability to govern effectively. The executive branch's blatant disregard for Congress as an institution, shown most recently by the Department of Justice's failure to prosecute Attorney General Merrick Garland, undermines the effectiveness of this body. It also begs the question, what is Attorney General Garland hiding? On February 27, 2024, the Oversight and Judiciary Committees issued subpoenas to the Attorney General Garland to provide a narrow and specific set of materials related to Special Counsel Robert Hur's.
Order, Mr. Speaker!
On February 27, 2024, the Oversight Judiciary Committees issued subpoenas to Attorney General Garland to provide a narrow and specific set of materials related to the Special Counsel Robert Hur's investigation into President Joe Biden's willful mishandling of classified documents. Instead of complying with the lawfully issued congressional subpoenas, Attorney General Garland refused to hand over unredacted audio recordings and materials. This is why House Republicans voted to hold Garland in criminal contempt of Congress. However, on June 14, 2024, the Department of Justice informed us that they would not uphold the law and prosecute the Attorney General for contempt of Congress. While we all expect the DOJ's response, the dangerous precedent it set cannot be overstated. In order for the House of Representatives to do its job, we must have access to the information that will allow us to make informed decisions on behalf of our constituents. With Attorney General Garland and the Department of Justice refusing to follow the law, we have been left with no choice but to rely on inherent contempt, our constitutional authority to hold an individual accountable for refusing to comply with congressional demands. Inherent contempt is within our Article I authority. It was first used in 1795 and was upheld by the Supreme Court in 1821 in Anderson v. Dunn. Since then, it has been reaffirmed many times by court. If we fail to hold Garland accountable, we will signal to whoever controls the White House it is impervious to congressional oversight and that the constitutionally recognized power of the House of Representatives is merely a suggestion and not to be taken seriously. If an American is presented with a lawful subpoena, he or she is expected that they comply or face the consequences of their defiance. Why should the Attorney General of the United States be held to a different standard? No one is above the law. We have reached a turning point where the urgency of this situation cannot be overlooked. And I want to remind my colleagues that House Republicans have already argued that Merrick Garland must be held accountable for defying 2 lawfully issued subpoenas. Today's vote will hold Attorney General Garland in inherent contempt of Congress and fine him $10,000 per day until he complies with our subpoenas by turning over the audio tapes. Over the past couple of days, I have heard false statements being made about this resolution, one of which was a claim that that this violated a bill of attainder. This is simply untrue. In fact, the Supreme Court rejected the idea that inherent contempt is a bill of attainder in the 1927 case McGrain versus Doherty. This means that it is a constitutional right and within our authority under necessary and proper clause. Another false statement is that a fine cannot be paid with the appropriated money. However, this resolution clearly states that it is personal funds that will be used. I would like to remind my colleagues that that this Congress is not subordinate to the executive branch. It never has been and it never will be. This resolution will protect the integrity and independence of the legislative branch. And to each one of my colleagues, your constituents and this institution are relying on you to be on the right side of law and order. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I would like to recognize my colleague, Representative Derek Van Orden, for 1.5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, this is a very simple issue. The United States of America is a republic that is designed specifically, and our duties are articulated in the Constitution of the United States of America. So when we are speaking to the executive branch as a co-equal branch, we are not sending requests. A subpoena is not an ask, it's a task. And for the Attorney General of the United States to completely ignore the Congress is unlawful, and it cannot be tolerated. This should be the most bipartisan bill that would pass in this Congress, because my Democrat colleagues also have been emasculated by the Attorney General. So I'm asking them to cross the aisle. Let's work together and make sure that we collectively are respected as members of Congress, as articulated in the Constitution of the United States. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Does the gentleman seek recognition?
If I can inquire with the gentlelady, does she have any further speakers?
We have lots of speakers.
Well, then I'll let you go. I reserve.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman is recognized. Gentlewoman from Florida controls the time.
You got to recognize somebody.
I recognize my colleague from Georgia, Representative McCormick, for 1 minute.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have a quick decision to make, and I understand this is contentious because of who's president and because who's in control of the floor. In the near future, we'll have maybe a new president, a new Senate, and things will be looked at very differently. But I think the most important thing here is empowering the legislative branch to do its duty, to have representation by the people in its most basic way. We saw something in the debate that we have never seen before, probably the most epic and historic debate ever as far as exposing the president and how he thinks, what his mental capacity is, and his ability to lead this great nation forward in the next 4 years. This is about the survival of our nation, about the representation of ideas, about the health of the most powerful person in the world. If we can get to the bottom of that, we can make great decisions on who we elect, and we can also, at the same time, have best representation from the legislative branch. And with that, I yield.
Gentlewoman reserve.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a stupid resolution. Republican leadership knows this is a stupid resolution. Their own members know this is a stupid resolution, but they're beholden to the craziest MAGA members in their conference. And so this is what we get. Stupid resolutions on the floor because they're too chicken to stand up to the extremism in their own party. The Attorney General turned over the exact transcripts of the interviews that Republicans demanded. But that wasn't good enough, because this isn't about a dispute over a recording. Let's be real. Republicans want to get these recordings because they think the RNC can use them in attack ads. This is Republicans weaponizing the government to go after their political opponents, and it is sick. It is sick. The hypocrisy on the other side is stunning. It takes my breath away, Mr. Speaker. Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, Scott Perry, all ignored congressional subpoenas. I go right down the list. Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, former Attorney General William Barr, former Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross, former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, former Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scavino, all ordered to testify. And what did they do? They ran and hid, following the lead, by the way, of their corrupter-in-chief, Donald Trump, who ignored his own congressional subpoena. It's like a national pastime for Republicans: golf, fishing, and ignoring subpoenas. And now they have the nerve to come down here and lecture anyone about the rule of law. Get lost. Get lost. Get out of here with this nonsense. And contrast what Republicans did with what Attorney General Garland is doing. Not only is he taking this subpoena seriously, he's doing his best to comply. He has legitimate concerns about releasing the tape after the transcript has already been made public. He's not ignoring it like they do on their side. In fact, he made the entire underlying report public. He made the transcript public. He allowed the special counsel to testify in public for hours to explain his investigation. He sent a detailed letter supported by the facts, the law, and the precedent detailing why he would not release the audio recording. Because our side respects the rule of law while the other side uses it as a phony talking point. And by the way, not only is this resolution a BS political stunt, it's not even a good BS political stunt. This is a bad resolution that could do massive damage to this institution's standing. If they go down this road, Mr. Speaker, if this half-baked idea actually passes, this House will almost certainly lose, doing irreparable damage to our own constitutional authority. So I guess you can pat yourselves on the back. Well done. Not only have you cooked up a stupid, unserious plan, you cooked up a stupid, unserious plan that will undermine any future legitimate attempts to use all our tools when it comes to contempt proceedings.
Gentlemen, suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
To ask that the words be stricken.
Massachusetts will be seated. Clerk, report the words. For what purposes, gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the offending words.
Without objection, gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say for the record that this is the second time there's been an attempt to silence me by the freedom-loving Republican conference. So much for the First Amendment. But look, Mr. Speaker, I get it. They are desperate to distract from their failures. Their own members are saying that they've done nothing. And clearly they've deserted the American people in deference to Trump. And I get it. They want to distract from Project 2025.
Gentleman will suspend.
Yeah.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president.
Okay. I'm trying to think what I can say. I get it. They want to distract from Project 2025, distract from their own nationwide abortion bans, distract from their giveaways to big donors and special interests. And what do we get? We get unserious stuff like this on the floor. And I would just say to the American people, you might not agree with Democrats on everything. You might not think we're perfect, but we are focused on our job. We're focused on fighting inflation, focused on getting prices down, focused on bringing jobs back from overseas, on standing up for democracy, and on protecting the freedom of our constituents. And contrast that with what Republicans are focused on, wasting more time on political stunts instead of working with us to get things done. It is as simple and as sad as that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge a no vote on this, I got to take this word out now, on this resolution, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentlewoman from Florida yield?
No.
For an
I
inquiry?
have a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker?
24 and a half minutes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 24 minutes.
I'd like to recognize my colleague from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since Merrick Garland took over as Attorney General in March of 2021, he has completely subverted and weaponized the Department of Justice. This weaponization of the DOJ has resulted in the persecution of the left's political enemies and a two-tiered justice system. From investigating parents who protest their school boards, to going after pro-life activists and Catholics, to persecuting former President Donald J. Trump, Merrick Garland's corruption knows no bounds. The DOJ's persecution of Joe Biden's primary political adversary, President Donald J. Trump, is illegal and an actual assault on democracy. Raiding President Trump's home for legally declassifying documents in a transparent violation of justice. Persecuting a declared candidate for President of the United States is nothing short of election interference. In the meantime, Merrick Garland has refused to comply with a lawful congressional subpoena, claiming executive privilege, the same defense argued by Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
30 seconds.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. For Merrick Garland and Joe Biden, it's rules for thee, but not for me. I urge my Republican conference to support this resolution, reclaim our congressional authority, and hold Merrick Garland in account for his hypocritical and illegal actions that spit in the faces of all Americans' right to a fair justice system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentlewoman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid to say anything now, but I'm going to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So much to cover here from my friends on the other side of the aisle. First, I want to just address something that my colleague from Wisconsin said when he said that the Constitution lays out very clearly in Article 1 the powers of Congress. And I would just ask him or any of my colleagues on the other side, if you could point me to where in the Constitution it confers subpoena power on Congress. You won't be able to because it is something established by the Supreme Court that is derivative from Congress's power to legislate. So the Supreme Court has set forth exactly what a congressional subpoena is authorized to do. In a recent case, you may remember it, the Trump versus Mazars case, because Donald Trump sued his accountant to prevent them from providing documents to Congress with a subpoena. Oh, congressional authority. That's what we're worried about here. Well, the Supreme Court reiterated legislative purpose in order for a congressional subpoena to be valid. So I asked in our oversight when we debated this, what is the legitimate legislative purpose that any one of my colleagues on the other side of the can identify to justify a contempt finding here where they have the substance recording included in the transcript and everything else requested in that subpoena was provided to them. Yes, they are insisting on getting the audio of that transcript that they have. Now, not surprisingly, in the Oversight Committee, which has no jurisdiction over this anyway, they offered nothing. But I did hear in the Judiciary Committee, my friend from North Carolina who was here, refer in a subsequent hearing to demeanor evidence as a legitimate purpose for this subpoena. Now, demeanor evidence is like a sophisticated legal speak that is very esoteric and only for trial lawyers, but really it is completely irrelevant to Congress's legislative role because we don't try cases. There's no trial here. There's no demeanor evidence. As much as you may want to prosecute Joe Biden, there is no congressional prosecution of Joe Biden, and his demeanor evidence is no legitimate basis for this subpoena. Now, you of course know, and I don't even think you'd argue, that there's a legitimate legislative purpose to use the audio recordings in a political ad to support your dear leader, Mr. Trump, so that clearly falls outside of the range. Of course, my friends on the other side of the aisle should refocus from demeanor evidence to basic concepts like due process or executive privilege, because the President of the United States asserted executive privilege over this audio tape. You may not like it, you may not agree with it, but you have no authority to determine that that is not a correct assertion of the executive privilege. And you know who else doesn't have authority to determine that? The Attorney General, who you are trying to hold in contempt. Due process. You're going to fine someone $10,000 without notice or an opportunity to be heard? You're going to say, we're going to fine you because, and you have no opportunity to make a defense, and there is no neutral adjudicator? You can go to court all you want, and that's where you went, and that's where you belong. And that's why this resolution is such bogus. But I have a warning for you, my friends. You will reap what you sow. In June of 2019, then President Donald Trump said he would, quote, defy all congressional subpoenas. And that is exactly what he did. During the first impeachment investigation, every single executive branch agency defied a lawful subpoena from Congress.
Gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair.
I yield the gentleman an additional 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
The State Department was subpoenaed, the Defense Department, not a single document. So I look forward to whoever one day is the Republican Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense to be held in contempt and fined, inherent contempt and fined $10,000. There were more than a dozen witnesses who refused to comply with the subpoena. And I'm not even talking about the 5 House Republicans who defied subpoenas in the last Congress that were determined by a court to be lawful and who would also be subject to inherent contempt because, of course, if this case where the audio tape is not provided, then blowing off a subpoena is definitely contempt. So you ought to be careful about the precedent you're setting because it is going to hurt you and your dear leader far more than us. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Members again are reminded to address the remarks to the chair. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I'd like to remind my colleague that audio recordings were both used against Trump and Nixon during impeachments. And also, I believe the precedent has already been set as there are Republicans in jail for ignoring subpoenas, and the Attorney General is not above the law. I'd like to recognize my colleague from South Carolina, Representative Fry, for 2 minutes. I yield 2 minutes of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the resolution to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in inherent contempt of Congress. This is not a decision that I take lightly, but one that is rooted in the fundamental principle and appreciation of our separation of powers. Merrick Garland claims that he will, quote, not back down from defending democracy, but he has gone to great lengths to ignore and discredit our legislative oversight. Merrick Garland claims that there have been, quote, unprecedented and unfounded attacks on the justice system, but all the while, in his Department of Justice, has weaponized our government in unprecedented and unfounded ways. And Merrick Garland claims again that he will, quote, continue to do the right thing. Well, the right thing here, Mr. Speaker, would be to comply with a lawfully issued subpoena. That we have the transcripts, you cannot now claim executive privilege over the tapes themselves. The Supreme Court case of McGrain versus Doherty put it best. A legislative body cannot legislate wisely or effectively in the absence of information, and where a legislative body does not itself possess the information, recourse must be had to others who do possess it.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just want to note for the record that the gentlelady from Florida can say whatever she wants about President Biden and the DOJ, but I can't say what I think about this resolution. You know, maybe that's the way it works in the Kremlin, but we're in the United States Congress, and we're supposed to be able to say what we believe and be able to express ourselves freely. I mean, that's the First Amendment. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I'd like to recognize my colleague from Virginia for 1 minute, Representative Griffith.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at what point will the United States House of Representatives stand up and say we aren't going to take it from the executive branch anymore? I say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, this is not about Democrats versus Republicans. This is about Congress versus the executive branch. If the executive branch had a problem with a subpoena, they should have not filed a motion to quash. They should have taken it to the third branch of government and made sure that the subpoena was proper. They didn't do that. They decided to be executive across the board to dictate to this House, elected by the people, what the terms were going to be. I won't stand for it anymore. It's time we used our inherent contempt and hold the Attorney General in contempt of Congress. Thank you. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
I recognize my colleague, Representative Alford from Missouri, I yield 2 minutes of my time to Representative Alford from Missouri.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to thank the gentlewoman for bringing this resolution. It is with a heavy heart that we are here today. Look, no one wanted to take it to this step. This has been forced upon us by the Attorney General of the United States of America. He has thumbed his nose at this very institution. Mr. Speaker, if you look in the drawer right below you right there, because I was up there 2 days ago, and you pull out the drawer, there is a book this thick, the Jefferson Manual. On page 142 through 147, you will find delineated and described caseloads of inherent contempt upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States. Now, I will grant you this. This tool in the toolbox of the U.S. House of Representatives has not been used in some time, but that does not mean it is ineffective and should not be used. This body is precious. We need to protect this body. And when another branch of this government thumbs its nose at this body, we have to act to protect the reputation and the prestige of this body, or we will lose it. The Attorney General is not above the law. Merrick Garland, as a federal judge, if someone had ignored his subpoena, he would have them in jail, locked up that night. Our option under the Jefferson Manual is to do that very thing, to have the Sergeant of Arms go and arrest the Attorney General. We are choosing not to do this. Instead, a $10,000 fine till he turn over this tape. And no, at this point, this is not about what's on this tape. This is about the principle of the United States House of Representatives protecting its reputation and bringing to justice, bringing to light the information on that tape, and securing the liberties of the United States of America. If we do not do this, our republic will be lost. This is so important to our body and the future of what we must do here. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of things that I've heard on the floor today that I find offensive. But I'm not a snowflake, so I'm not going to try to silence anybody. So with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Representative Higgins.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleagues across the aisle, this is about the quality of the evidence. Surely everyone recognizes that the Oversight Committee is a body of authority of Congress that has a responsibility to hold the executive branch accountable. So in the process of our committee work on the Oversight Committee, we seek intelligence and data from the Executive Committee all the time. Sometimes it's voluntary, sometimes it requires a subpoena. In this case, we had to use subpoena authority, which we did. That's a process that we went through. They provided us a description of the evidence. A transcript is not an audio file, it's a description of an audio file. If you have a crime committed in evidence, you're not going to look at a picture of a knife or a description of a bloody shoe or a glove. You need the knife or the shoe or the glove. We can provide our own description. We don't know if the transcript is accurate or not because we don't have the audio file. There's zero value to a transcript in a process like this without the original quality evidence. And my attorney friends over there know this. So as an investigator, I say it's quite simple. Give us the original evidence. What do you have to hide? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Are we having more speakers?
How many speakers does he have, Speaker?
We don't. I don't see anybody here, but we may. They may come down.
Gentlewoman from Florida.
Speaker, how many minutes do we have left?
17 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Representative Roy. 2 minutes.
For how much time?
2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the gentlelady from Florida. The reason we are here, the reason that the Attorney General of the United States has already been held in contempt is because Special Counsel Hur interviewed the President of the United States, and the Attorney General provided to Congress at our request a transcript rather than an audio recording. We believe the audio recording is necessary for us to understand the extent to which the President was able to answer the questions before him and why Special Counsel Hur chose not to pursue charges directly as a result of what he put forward as the likelihood that the President would not be found effectively competent to stand trial. We believe that is central to the question. And in terms of legislative purpose, What we're talking about here, by the way, is an impeachment inquiry. And the tools of the House through the Judiciary Committee includes our ability to go forward and get the appropriate information, and we have a purpose, which is the impeachment inquiry. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, in the Judiciary Committee, the Attorney General of the United States, and a question that I asked, his response was that the evidence was the same. The transcript and the audio was the same. Well, if that is true, then the Attorney General has no real basis, having already waived privilege on the transcript, not claimed privilege on the transcript, has no real basis for not giving the audio to the United States to carry out its duty for an impeachment inquiry. I yield back.
From Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I find it curious that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have not said one single word about Jim Jordan defying a congressional subpoena. But then again, this debate is not on the level. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I would like to yield 2 minutes of my time to the gentleman from Tennessee, Representative Burchett.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Congressman Luna for yielding to me. A few weeks ago, Congress held Attorney General Merrick Garland in criminal contempt of Congress, Mr. Speaker. He refused to comply with 2 congressional subpoenas and handed over the tapes of the president's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur. After an interview, Robert Hur called the president a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. And that's a quote. It's clear the Attorney General is trying to cover up our president's mental decline, but it's not working. Every single person can see that the president is not well. The House already voted to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in criminal contempt of Congress a few weeks ago for defying the subpoenas. But there are 3 different kinds of contempt, Mr. Speaker: criminal, civil, and inherent contempt of Congress. Holding someone in criminal contempt puts the Justice Department, which is controlled by Merrick Garland, in charge of taking action against the person. By holding him in inherent contempt, we put the responsibility back in the hands of Congress, where it belongs. This resolution fines the Attorney General $10,000 every day he continues to defy the congressional subpoenas and hand over those tapes. Some folks don't want us doing this right now, and I understand that. It is an election year. I think that's exactly what we need to do, though, right now. These tapes will show the American people our president is not well and not fit to be president of the United States. No one, not even our Attorney General, is above the law. He needs to be held accountable and hand over those recordings to Congress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president, to include making reference to other sources that would have been out of order if spoken in the member's own words. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I yield 2 minutes of my time to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Representative Boebert.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend Ana Paulina Luna, the representative from Florida, leading this important resolution. I just have one question. What is the Biden administration trying to hide? Attorney General Merrick Garland's refusal to produce evidence establishes a clear pattern of obstruction by the Department of Justice, or rather injustice during this administration, to cover up Joe Biden's wrongdoings. Joe Biden has lied to the American people about his mishandling of classified documents. Never mind the stories about his uncle being eaten by cannibals. We're not touching that today, but he has also repeatedly denied knowing about or being involved in his family's influence peddling schemes, which the Oversight Committee can now show has raked in $18 million from foreign individuals and entities for Biden family members, including Joe Biden himself. And after the debate, it has grown increasingly apparent that Joe Biden has repeatedly made false statements to the American people about his ability to even lead this country.
Seconds, Representative.
Gentleman's recognized. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging personalities toward the president or presidential candidates.
Enough is enough.
Recognized.
Biden's Department of Justice has taken every step to insulate him from any consequences, whether it's hiding these audio recordings or attempting to give Hunter Biden a sweetheart deal. This is absolutely unacceptable. The House of Representatives cannot serve as a necessary check on the presidency if the executive branch is free to ignore the House's subpoenas. It is clear the Biden crime family believes they are above the law, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this important resolution and force Biden's crooked DOJ to hand over the tapes and hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in inherent contempt of Congress.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to formally ask that her words be taken down, but the hypocrisy here is astounding. I get silence for characterizing a bill in a negative way, and they continue to insult the President of the United States and his family and everybody else. This is outrageous. It has to stop. This is the House of Representatives. This is not some right-wing radio talk show. This is where we're supposed to have serious debate. This is just wrong.
Gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserve. Gentleman from Florida.
No.
To yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Representative Mills.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would love to first start by thanking my colleague from Florida for allowing me this time. You know, I've heard the other side of the aisle talk about constitutionality and what our roles and responsibilities are here in Congress, but the one that they fail to understand the most is oversight and accountability. That is something that is afforded to us under Article 1 as the legislative body. And in doing so, we are requested to ensure that we have not just the written, but the audio and other testimony which was actually provided, which, by the way, is paid for by the U.S. taxpayers and therefore has the rights to be heard. Special Counsel Robert Hur made it very clear when he was investigating the improper maintenance and keeping of classified documents that were not protected by executive privilege by President Joe Biden in his garage and University of Pennsylvania. That is what we are demanding, is to hear the further testimony to this and not just sit here and look at the written or the elderly man with poor memory, a quote from Robert Hur. Again, I ask the question, what is it that they're trying to hide? Is it either that he is not mentally and physically fit and capable to be the commander-in-chief and therefore the 25th should be invoked? Or is it the fact that he is mentally fit and therefore should be indicted and treated in the same manner that Special Counsel Jack Smith treated President Trump? It has to be one or the other, and the Trump audio was actually demanded by Congress during their continuation of the Russia, Ukraine witch hunts. We will also note that the House has actually done this to hold people in contempt, and that we have right now Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon, who has been in prison for this very same thing. So I urge all of my colleagues to support Ms. Luna's resolution and ensuring that we, as Article 1 congressional bodies, uphold our constitutional oath and responsibility to guarantee that the rule of law is maintained and kept at all times. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Members, again, are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president or presidential candidates. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Representative Perry.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for bringing the resolution to address the other side's claims about subpoenas to members. They're invalid when you get your buddies together, predetermine the outcome, and then have an illegitimate committee, so-called, that doesn't follow and comport with the rules of the House. And oh, by the way, some of the members accused here were never even served those subpoenas. So let's be careful about disparaging our colleagues. Now, on the issue at hand, Mr. Speaker, this was a criminal investigation conducted by Robert Hur, a criminal investigation on the President of the United States for classified documents for which he was not authorized to have, because at the time he had them, he was not the president. He was the vice president or a senator. In either case, not authorized to have those documents outside the chain of custody and outside a SCIF. He had no courier orders. They were just stored in his garage or at the Penn Biden Center. That's the crime. The crime was committed. That's actually not in question. Robert Hur essentially said that there was a crime committed. The question is of the evidence of the crime committed. And what the administration and what the Department of Justice and Merrick Garland has said is, you can't have the evidence. We're going to tell you our version of the evidence. Well, that's not how it goes in criminal trials. We don't say to the defendant, well, you give us your version of the evidence and we'll see if that's good enough. Prosecutors go get the evidence and then determine where it leads. This House of Representatives demands the best evidence, not somebody else's version of the evidence, but the actual evidence and the best evidence available, not because the House of Representatives inherently needs it, but because the American people need to judge for themselves about the crime that was committed and then why Robert Hur decided not to prosecute that crime. I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. Members again reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president or presidential candidates. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, just for the record, the Attorney General is not ignoring anything like they do on their side. In fact, he made the entire underlying report public. He's released the entire transcript. He has done everything that was expected of him. But once again, Mr. Speaker, I need to point this out for the record. My Republican colleagues don't care when Republicans ignore subpoenas. That's okay. But they have a different standard for Democrats. Just like in debate, Republicans say whatever they want, personal attacks against the president, personal attacks against the Attorney General, you know, awful things. They're fine. That's okay. They can say whatever they want. I characterize a bill in a way that they don't like, and they threaten to silence me, to take my words down. This is not the Kremlin, my friends. This is the United States House of Representatives. We still live in a democracy where people can express themselves. That has not changed, at least not yet. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left remaining?
Gentlelady has 8 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Arizona, Representative Biggs.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentlelady. You know, what I find intriguing is we've had references repeatedly tonight, this is not the Kremlin, and assertions that some of us received subpoenas and didn't respond. But this individual doesn't know the facts. When a subpoena was issued, does he know whether service was ever made? Does he know that? The answer is no, and it wasn't. So let's talk about why we're here today. The other side says, wait a second, Mr. Garland was in compliance because he provided a written transcript that was accurate, except for what happened. 3 weeks ago now, the DOJ itself, in pleadings to the court, said, we made changes to the transcript. But don't worry about those changes. They were de minimis. We took out repeat words, we took out pauses, we took out all kinds of things that were just small in nature. But how do we know? We don't know. But there was an audio recording. Isn't that fortunate? There was an audio recording. And just like in the Nixon tapes, and this is the controlling law here, the court said, if you change the written transcript, you got to provide the audio recording. That's what the court said. My friends across the aisle say, we've got to rely on what the court said. The court said, if you've doctored or altered or changed or edited the transcript, the written transcript, you got to provide the audio recording. That's all we're asking for. Comply with that. Comply with the law. Comply with the subpoena you were given. The subpoena that you didn't contest, that you admitted you were served with, that you admitted controls, but now you claim executive privilege. But you can't claim executive privilege because you waived it. The courts have ruled on that too. It has to be timely. They didn't make a timely objection. It has to be related to official duties. It wasn't related to official duties.
I yield 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, and I thank the gentlelady. It wasn't related to official duties. They have waived the privilege. Merrick Garland waived the privilege. He now needs to respond, and he continues to say no. Well, we have the authority. We have the inherent contempt authority, and we need to use that authority if we're going to maintain our Article I authorities and the separation of powers. Thank you, gentlelady, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member. I'm sorry for this body that you have had to endure such hypocritical conduct in silencing you. But luckily, I'm not silenced, and I'm happy to respond to some of the bogus and egregious allegations from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. First, my friend from Georgia expounded upon the weaponization of the Department of Justice by President Biden. And it was interesting to me that she mentioned that the Department of Justice is apparently, under Joe Biden's direction, persecuting Catholics. Joe Biden is Catholic. So that's an interesting weaponization of the Department of Justice. You would think that if someone were going to weaponize the Department of Justice for political purposes, that he would intervene or interfere in a prosecution of his own son. But no, he didn't do that. In fact, the only people who intervened and interfered in that investigation were my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, who inappropriately and improperly intervened in an ongoing federal criminal case by urging a judge to reject a plea agreement in the Hunter Biden case. Now they say, we're here because congressional power must be protected. Oh. But apparently congressional power is meaningless if it's used against their buddies, Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, who completely blew off a congressional subpoena, had no basis, no rationale, no defense for not showing up. They are in jail not because of inherent contempt. They are in jail because they were convicted of a crime, because they blew it off. Now, you could say what you want about the January 6th committee. You can say it was unlawful. Well, federal judges determined it to be lawful. And if your excuse as to why you did not comply is that you did not receive service of the subpoena, it's laughable. Finally, I would like just to point out that the basis they have mentioned about why they need this recording, one of my colleagues said, was to determine whether President Biden was able to answer questions before him and why the special counsel did not pursue charges. It is not a legitimate legislative purpose for Congress to second-guess federal prosecutorial discretion. You may want it, but you have no legitimate reason for it. And if your argument is that executive privilege is waived, maybe it is. But you don't get to decide that. A court decides it.
Gentleman's time's expired.
I yield an additional minute to
The gentleman's recognized.
This is a political stunt solely designed to placate and support Donald Trump, their nominee for president. They are making sure that they do everything possible to provide him with fodder for his campaign, because there is no basis for any contempt, much less inherent contempt. And it is shameful that you have stood here trying to call upon congressional power and separation of powers when you refuse to do so for any Republican, including your own colleagues who defy subpoenas right, left, and center. But be careful, because what goes around comes around. And I yield back.
Yields. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I would like to yield 2 minutes of my time to Representative Griffith from Virginia.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've heard this motion called a political stunt. Let me assure my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, this is no political stunt. Congress must use its inherent authority when it deems it proper. This is a proper use of that. And I would say to the gentleman, my feelings on this have nothing to do with the current situation politically. I advocated to then Speaker John Boehner that we use this measure on Eric Holder. If he chose to come to the floor of the House for a State of the Union address after having been found in contempt. It may very well be, Mr. Speaker, that on the general contempt, the criminal contempt, the Department of Justice headed by Merrick Garland can use prosecutorial discretion, which they did, which is also why it is inherent on Congress to use its inherent contempt power. Because if we only can rely on the Attorney General to hold himself or charge himself with contempt, Congress no longer has the power to subpoena. Congress no longer has the power to do its oversight, to do its investigations into any part of the federal government, and we will be taking away all of the power. We will be emasculating the United States Congress. It's not appropriate. We should have used this power 10 years ago. We should have used this power 8 years ago. And now we must restore the ability of the United States Congress to get its subpoenas answered from the executive branch of this country. And if there's a problem, Mr. Speaker, if the executive branch thinks we've overreached, if the executive branch thinks we've done something wrong, we have a third branch to make a decision on that. But the first step is for us to recognize and defend our constitutional prerogatives, to do our job, and to defend the United States Congress with inherent contempt against the executive branch. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Is the gentlelady ready to close?
I am prepared to close.
Okay. Gentlewoman is prepared to close. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I feel very sad for our country based on what is happening right now on the House floor. I don't believe this is a serious effort. I believe it's very political, quite frankly. I mean, what this really is about is, are Republicans upset that they can't get their hands on an audio recording, so they can use it in an RNC attack ad, and that's what really this is all about. When Republicans get subpoenas, they run and hide. The Attorney General, in my view, and I think in the view of most people, has complied, has done what he is supposed to do, what he's expected to do. We are faced with so many challenges in this country. I mentioned in my opening statement that we need to focus in on how do we help the American people, how do we continue to move in the direction of lowering inflation, creating more jobs, creating more opportunities for young people, helping our veterans, protecting our environment. All those things are incredibly important, and this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing here today. I mean, it is really sad, and quite frankly, it's chilling and it's scary. When you think about what could happen if they get more power. Just read Project 2025. Tells you all you need to know about what the plan is. And I got to say again, Mr. Speaker, and then I will close. I'm astounded at the latitude that has been afforded the Republicans during this debate to say whatever the hell they want to say, to disparage the president in any way they want. And I disparaged their bill, their resolution here, and they threatened to take my words down and have me silenced if I didn't withdraw those words. I mean, I don't know what this is like. I can't believe it. I've never seen anything quite like this happen. The freedom-loving Republicans, are the way they respond in debate is to try to silence comments by people that they disagree with. This is chilling. This is not what this institution is about. This is not what this country is about. And I would urge the Speaker, to take note of this and figure we have to find a way forward here where it's not so one-sided, where they can say whatever they want to say, but I can't say anything, basically. I have to watch every single word I say on this floor. This is unprecedented. This is unprecedented. And so I would say, Mr. Speaker, again, they have a set of rules for themselves, and they have a different set of rules for us, people they disagree with. And it really, if this is coming attractions, God help our country. We need to do better. We need to do better. Again, this is, I would urge all my colleagues to vote no on this. I would like to be able to characterize it, but I'm afraid my colleague will take offense and want to take my words down again. But this is not serious. This is beneath this institution. And I would urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back my time.
From Florida. The lady has 3.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is not a decision that we have reached lightly, but the actions of the Attorney General cannot be ignored. No one is above the law, yet the Attorney General has sought to put himself above the law, and the DOJ failed to do their job, which is why we're using inherent contempt. Despite what my colleagues may think, this is not a stupid idea, but actually our constitutional duty and is well within the scope of our legislative authority to assert the House's power in this manner. The arguments against the House standing up for itself are a last-ditch effort made by people who are intent on continuing to cover up for President Biden and Garland. The issue at hand is the enforcement of a congressional subpoena, a fundamental tool of oversight that is being undermined. If this body is to continue, we cannot sit by any longer. The House of Representatives must not be ignored, and the time for action is now. This resolution is more than Merrick Garland. It is about whether or not the House of Representatives will be able to function properly. As the court said in Anderson v. Dunn, without the power of inherent contempt, the House would be exposed to every indignity and interruption that rudeness or even conspiracy may mediate against it. We cannot allow this to happen, Mr. Speaker. If we do not assert our authority, we risk setting a dangerous precedent where the House's power is eroded and our ability to fulfill our congressional duties is compromised. The consequences of inaction are grave. In conclusion, we must remain vigilant and assert our authority to ensure the balance of power in our republic. I urge all of you to support this resolution and defend the integrity of the House of Representatives. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Time for debate having expired. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays on that.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on July 10, 2024 at 3:39 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 3448. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, there are well over 10 million illegals living in our country brought in by this administration. Gang members, rapists, terrorists, communist Chinese spies. We've allowed Americans to be killed. More will be killed until, I'm afraid, this administration has changed. The sad part is that we funded this. Not me, but my friends across the aisle and some of my Republican colleagues. This president and Democrats, they don't care. They see these people as one thing, blue votes, Mr. Speaker. They don't care what the heck happens to Americans. They never have, and I don't think they ever will. They're losing every single demographic of voters. It is very obvious to me what's going on. They're hoping these people will replace the ones they've lost, either through a census or at the polls themselves. Most Republicans claim to be against illegal immigration. They're not just against funding it, Mr. Speaker. Folks need to vote. We need to elect folks that believe in the American way. Let's take our dadgum country back, Mr. Speaker. Take back our schools, take back our health care system, and take back our jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and revise and extend my remarks for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. As a former chemistry teacher, I understand how challenging fostering a positive learning environment can be. And while technology can be a resource, it can also cause irreparable harm if not used properly. Our community in Malvern, Pennsylvania experienced a gross abuse of technology when teachers at the Great Valley Middle School were targeted by 8th grade students who set up fake TikTok accounts impersonating them and posting offensive and very hurtful content. This wasn't a prank. It was a blatant misuse of social media, violating basic rules of human decency, and it's inappropriate regardless of a child's age or whether the school is public, charter, or private. These teachers are questioning why they continue a profession where they can be so casually targeted, and I don't blame them. This incident highlights the misuse of technology and how it disturbs the classroom and stunts the growth of empathy. And we must confront this crisis in schools and our homes as well, because each of us has a responsibility to foster civility and decency. Our teachers deserve and expect our support, and anything less is unacceptable. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Brian Lemons. Brian was the chief counsel for the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, FLETC, in Glencoe, Georgia. Brian oversaw the legal training provided for federal, state, local, and international law enforcement officers. Before his selection as chief counsel, he served as the assistant director for the Mission and Readiness Support Directorate. Across 4 separate training sites as assistant director, he oversaw $225 million in service contracts to help train over 70,000 students. In his many years with FLETC, Brian worked hard to ensure our federal law enforcement agents received the highest caliber training possible. Brian was also a proud Marine Corps veteran, where he served as defense attorney, prosecuting attorney, and senior legal advisor for executive-level managers until 1999, when he made the move to FLETC. In 2022, Brian received the DHS Secretary's Exceptional Service Gold Medal Award. I send my deepest condolences and prayers to Brian's wife and to his 4 children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For purpose, does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
7 years ago, the Trump tax scam let the largest corporations off the hook from paying their fair share of taxes. The Trump administration bogusly claimed that slashing the corporate tax rate would raise the average household's annual income by at least $4,000. Unsurprisingly, economists from the Joint Committee on Taxation and the Federal Reserve found that never happened. 7 years later, the bottom 90% of workers still haven't received higher earnings from the tax cut. So where did the extra money from Trump's tax changes go? Straight to the very tippy-top, highest-paid earners. They used them to line the pockets of their already wealthy executives and shareholders with $4.4 trillion in stock buybacks and dividends. Congress must end this ripoff.
The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Moskowitz of Florida for today and the remainder of the week.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thrilled to be back on the House floor with my colleagues to host a special order on the many things House Republicans are doing on behalf of the American people. This week, we are working hard to protect consumer choice, our elections, and our national security. We have brought to the floor the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, the SAVE Act, to defend our elections from foreign involvement and by ensuring only American citizens have the right to vote in our nation's elections. This is a common sense legislation that would require proof of citizenship to register to vote, which is more and more critical as our borders remain wide open and our immigration crisis continues. The argument on this particular bill is it's already law to be an American citizen to vote in federal elections. We all know that. It's also illegal to continue to cross the border. We have to take action to safeguard our elections, and we're doing that this week. We also passed the Refrigerator Freedom Act and Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act, which protect consumer choice in home appliance. As Democrats continue to push for burdensome regulation that bans that are not feasible, affordable, or reliable, House Republicans are advocating for American families and their ability to choose the home appliances that suit their needs and budget. We don't want to be having to bring this legislation up. This is nonsensical regulation that shouldn't exist, and we need to make sure consumers have simple choice and manufacturers have the opportunity to make good products. They will make the products that consumers want and that consumers need. Consumers are responsible. We have to allow that to happen. We'll also consider the fiscal year 2025 Legislative Branch Appropriations Act, which ensures Congress can better serve the American people with tools to pursue fiscal responsibility while maintaining essential resources for congressional oversight, among other provisions to support staff offices and the Capitol Police. The need for congressional oversight of the Biden administration has never been more important as inflation continues to burden Americans and the crisis at our southern border threatens the safety of communities across the nation. I thank my colleagues for joining me this evening to speak on these important topics. And with that, I gladly yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
I thank the Vice Chairman for yielding time tonight, Mr. Speaker. Election officials from my home state of Tennessee are perplexed as to why they are not allowed to certify U.S. citizenship when registering individuals to vote. Oftentimes, they tell me it's against federal law, and they have no idea why. That's why today the House passed the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or the SAVE Act, which will update this archaic and idiotic impediment to securing our nation's elections. Not only will it allow state election officials to ask prospective voters to certify their citizenship status, but it will require it by law. My friends on the left and in the mainstream media love to argue how voting in American elections as a non-citizen is already illegal. Well, Mr. Speaker, so is entering our country illegally through the southern border. That doesn't seem to stop progressive Democrats or the Biden administration from welcoming them into our communities with open arms. Additionally, in order to certify one's citizenship, the SAVE Act requires an individual to actually provide proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. Again, my friends would argue that this isn't necessary because it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. Well, how do we currently confirm people's citizenship status? We require would-be voters to swear, but not prove that they are U.S. citizens. Democrats love to imagine a world that exists where no one, I repeat, no one, is lying when filling out these applications because, according to them, illegal immigrants don't vote in our elections. Give me a break. The SAVE Act is as common sense as it gets. It protects what is most sacred to Americans, their right to vote. It allows state officials to accept a wide variety of documents to make it easy to register, provide states with access to federal databases so that they can remove non-citizens from their roles, and it requires the Department of Homeland Security to notify a state chief election official whenever an individual has been naturalized to ensure that our newest citizens who come to America the right way can exercise their right to vote. I truly have no idea why anyone would be opposed to this bill, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps those opposed fear that with 100% secure and safe elections in the United States, that they would not remain competitive in the next election. I truly can think of no other reason to not vote for this bill. But it's no secret, Mr. Speaker, the Democrats have started saying the quiet part out loud, letting millions of illegal immigrants into our country and letting them vote. That is their plan. Republicans have a different plan for America, one built on honesty, safety, security, and accountability. I stand in support of the millions of Americans who feel like their priorities, their votes are being thrown away by each illegal immigrant voting in American elections. And that's why I rise in support of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or SAVE Act. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Tennessee. The point that you make about I just don't understand why you'd be against this. As I've seen the arguments for this, it's so simple, it's so clear. There is no reason to be against this. The American people are concerned about this. We clearly see now this isn't just a conservative talking point that there's a problem at the southern border. This is a widespread, massive issue with all Americans, recognizing that this is a problem. We've gotten to the point now when Democrats are willing to admit that this is a major problem. And the point of this legislation is to remove non-citizens from voter rolls, making sure that American citizens vote. Look, again, it's already illegal to do what's going on at the border. So Americans are right to be concerned about this seeping into our elections, and municipalities in random states here or there allowing for it to take place at the municipal level, and then the voter rolls get built up, and then they end up voting for the next election because the voter rolls are overlapped. Like, we have to do a better job safeguarding it, and that's why Mr. Rose's point is so clear. Why would you be against this? This is not an effort to just divide Congress like so many times that happens here. We need to make sure we're safeguarding this. So thank you. Again, I welcome a gentleman from Texas, Dr. Babin, to also join us here in just a moment. And I yield him so much time as he may consume. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Utah, Mr. Moore, for having this special order, which is so important. Mr. Speaker, if it was not abundantly clear already to the American people before, it certainly is now. Democrats want non-citizens to vote in our federal elections. They can't deny it now. There's no other way to spin this. They want to allow non-citizens to vote. They are certainly no longer even hiding that fact anymore. Today we voted on the SAVE Act, a bill that requires individuals to provide proof of citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections, and provides states with access to existing federal databases so that they can clean up their voter registration rolls and remove non-citizens and even dead people from the rolls. It's a common sense bill that nearly 80% of voters are in support of. And yet, my colleagues across the aisle refused to support it. Why is this? Well, the truth is simple. As un-American and as ridiculous and outlandish as it is, the Democrats want foreign nationals to decide our nation's elections, and they want them voting in their favor. This is not a conspiracy. This is not a theory. This is a fact. Hundreds of non-citizens are already registered to vote in local elections right here in Washington, D.C. alone. But the left doesn't know when to stop. It isn't enough to dismantle our national security by implementing open border policies that give our adversaries easier access to the United States. It isn't enough to blindly catch and release millions of unvetted illegal aliens and criminals and suspected terrorists, all on the taxpayer's dime. It isn't even enough that Americans are dying at the hands of those illegal border crossers or by the deadly drugs that they smuggle into the country by the hundreds of thousands every single day. Every year, over 100,000 Americans are dying of overdoses. Joe Biden could end the illegal invasion taking place in my home state of Texas and other border states overnight. But instead, the president and his party continue to twist the knife, taking the border crisis one step further and eroding our most precious right as Americans, and that is the right to vote, the sacred right to vote. And Republicans will not stand by, I can tell you this, and allow this lawless travesty to unfold and one-party rule to take root in the United States of America. The SAVE Act is critical to safeguard election integrity, something today's progressive Democrats clearly oppose. Is this even the same Democrat Party that I remember from just a few decades ago, much less 50 years ago? It seems to have gone off the rails in the far-left Marxist arena and realm now. American citizens, please take note. Note that these Democrats that are voting against this bill and our president's foolish promise to veto it. Yes, your eyes are not lying. They did. We are witnessing an attempt by the Democrat Party to simply hijack U.S. elections on a permanent basis. We cannot ever allow this to happen. If the grand experiment that is the United States of America is to continue for another 248 years, we must act now to ensure that only Americans can vote in American elections. The law is clear. Only U.S. citizens can vote. Why do the Democrats not want voters to prove that they are U.S. citizens when they register and vote? Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. I can't emphasize that last point enough. It's already law. This is extra safeguards because of the mayhem that we've seen at the border. The only one way to control this is to make sure that we have American citizens showing that they are allowed to vote and then being able to clean up voter rolls.
Amen.
It's just, it's simple. This is not to be a partisan issue. There are many partisan issues back here. We know they're going to be partisan, and this is not meant to be. And I'll share more on that in a minute, but I want to give an opportunity to one of my closest colleagues and de facto mentors, someone that I share a significant passion with on getting our debt and deficit under control. But he's got a message here that's even more important, I believe, and will allow him so much time as he may consume as he shares this message to what I believe is one of the most important things as we support our community members. I yield time to Mr. Arrington from Texas.
I thank the gentleman from Utah, my dear friend, fellow warrior for fiscal responsibility, and one of my favorite members who is in the trenches fighting for the future of this country and to ensure that we don't bankrupt it, but that we preserve the freedom and opportunities for our children. And I know he loves his family, and that love manifests in the way he conducts himself here in Washington and his leadership. So thank you for that. And thank you for the opportunity to rise, Mr. Speaker, to honor the life and legacy of a dear friend of mine, Officer David Smith. He passed away a couple weeks ago. This is a man that I met in a very interesting and dubious way. I was pulled over for speeding. I wasn't driving at the time. This was in my first term, my first campaign for Congress. And out of the car comes this almost 7-foot gigantic man who looked like he was going to throw me in jail. And instead, I got a warning, but better than that, I got a friend for life, a brother in Christ for eternity. And I just couldn't imagine the kind of relationship I would have with this very special man. He would call me from time to time and leave the most encouraging messages. And he was, like I said, almost 7 feet tall. He was a giant of a man. His stature was only eclipsed by the size of his heart for God, for family, and for this country. And I always looked forward to hearing the voicemails he would leave me and the encouraging words, the affirming words. He would say, keep your head up. He'd say, keep your eyes on the Lord. And he'd say, keep fighting the good fight because we need you. And I've kept those, Mr. Speaker, on my phone. And I listened to him the other day before I went to his funeral. And I think about Barnabas, the son of encouragement in the Bible. And I can tell you, David Smith was my Barnabas. And I will cherish the friendship, and I will cherish those words of encouragement. His funeral was a celebration, the way I would want my funeral to be. It was a testament to a life well lived. A life well lived because of the people like me whose lives he touched, for the service that he gave day in and day out to protect and serve his community, as an educator, as a law enforcement officer, as a mentor, as a coach. And it was a testament to the family he loved so dearly. All of his children, 8 in total, were there at the funeral. And the Bible says in Proverbs that a good man will deposit an inheritance for his children and his children's children. And let me be clear, watching his son Brendan stand in that pulpit and to love on his dad and to honor his dad, it was clear. You could see the leadership and the love and the character in his oldest son. And it was clear to me that that proverb had been fulfilled, that David Smith left his children and his community a good inheritance. It was also a homecoming celebration because as believers, the Bible teaches us that while we grieve the loss of our friends and family members, it says that we are not to grieve as the world grieves because of those promises, the promises that we hear often quoted, the promises of God that whoever believes in his Son shall not perish but live forever. And I know that was a promise that Officer David Smith believed with all of his heart. Look, we lost one of West Texas' finest in Big Dave Smith. I know Tanika and his family lost her husband and their father. The world lost a bright light. I lost a friend and brother in Christ. But he's not lost. He's alive and well today, more so maybe than ever. He's home. He's with his Heavenly Father. And he has inherited that promise, eternal life. And because he was so dedicated to his faith, I'm going to end with a scripture verse that I hope encourages everybody that would listen to this commemorative set of remarks for David Smith. In Romans chapter 8, 38, 39, Paul is writing to the church at Rome, and he says, "For I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels nor demons, neither the present or future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus." He is home. He is present. with his Heavenly Father. And I would just say to Tanika and his family that we will be with him again one day in paradise for all eternity. And that's the hope we have. Thank you so much, Brother David Smith. I know you're resting on high, and I know I'll see you again. God bless the Smith family, and God bless our great country. I yield back.
Members that sacrifice so much. I want to thank, as we wrap up, I want to thank my Republican colleagues for being here and taking time to speak on some of the most pressing issues facing our nation, week in and week out, that we're here as we try to advance various initiatives. Congress is a tough place. The House of Representatives tends to be a more partisan body where we have a lot more partisan fights. The Senate tends to be a more collaborative body where you try to pass a filibuster. All that being said, the work that we did this week should not be that. We have a massive immigration problem in our nation. Right now, we have a border, inept policies that are allowing for illegal immigration to run rampant in our country, and we have to get this under control. But one of the negative externalities from this that will be very dangerous to the future of our nation is if our elections are not safeguarded. And so the SAVE Act this week was a very simple measure that was not intended to be partisan in any way, to simply say American citizens are allowed to vote in federal elections. And we can take steps to prove that American citizenship, as well as remove non-citizens from voter rolls. That's the intent of the legislation. It should be basic and simple, but here we are. This is, again, the reason why House Republicans put the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act on the floor, and it, as I mentioned, the things that it highlights. Some stats here. Again, concerning that we were at this place where it became partisan and Democrats opposed the bill, perhaps in an attempt to weaponize our elections benefited immigrants who illegally entered our country and advanced far-left agenda. We have evidence of non-citizens voting in U.S. elections in Massachusetts, Ohio, Virginia, and more. Americans are concerned about this, and the outcomes of elections can carry significant consequences for the direction of our nation, and we cannot allow those who do not legally live here to influence our policy decisions through elected government. This legislation will ensure our elections stay fair, democratic, and reflective on the American people, and I'm hopeful that the Senate will see the value and the intent, actually, of this. Speaker, I thank you very much, and to my colleagues for sharing their message, I thank you very much as well, and I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce articles of impeachment against Associate Justices of the Supreme Court Clarence Thomas and Samuel Anthony Alito, Jr. Against Justice Thomas, the resolution includes 3 total articles: 1 count of failure to disclose financial income, gifts, reimbursements, property interest liabilities, and transactions, among other information, and 2 counts of refusal to recuse from matters concerning his spouse's legal and financial interests before the court. The second resolution includes the following impeachment articles against Justice Alito: 1 count of refusal to recuse from cases in which he had a personal bias or prejudice concerning a party before the court, and 1 count of failure to disclose financial incomes, gifts, reimbursements, property interests, among other information. Mr. Speaker, nomination and appointment to the Supreme Court is one of the highest privileges and most consequential responsibilities of our nation. Such an appointment is uniquely insulated in its power. Confirmation to the court is a lifetime appointment whereby justices are entrusted with decisions that powerfully shape the nation as well as the lives of every American. For this reason and others, The Constitution rightfully and explicitly holds justices to even higher standards than members of Congress or even the President. Section 1 of Article 3 of the Constitution commands federal justices to hold their offices during good behavior, in addition to its clauses barring treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. And Congress has exercised its power to reinforce this higher standard of the judiciary before. This body has impeached and removed 8 federal judges for transgressions ranging from evading income tax and perjury to intoxication on the bench and abandoning the office to join the Confederacy. Perhaps most critical to the legitimacy of the institution, these judicial standards require justices to recuse themselves in any proceeding where their impartiality might reasonably be questioned. In other words, if a person could reasonably believe that the legitimacy of a justice's judgment could be, or be perceived to be, compromised due to their personal involvement in the case or its parties, the standard is clear. The justice must recuse. They are required to recuse. That stringent and sacred standard exists for the good of the ruling, the judiciary, and the country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that everyday Americans, independent of party or ideology, can reasonably conclude that Justices Thomas and Alito's years-long pattern of misconduct and failure to recuse in cases bearing their clear personal and financial involvement represents an abuse of power and threat to our democracy fundamentally incompatible with continued service on our nation's highest court. For the good of the institution and the nation, absent resignation, they must be removed. The proof is undeniable, and here I will lay it out. Justice Clarence Thomas, for decades now, has carried on a close, financially entangled personal relationship with real estate billionaire Harlan Crow. It is of material importance to the American people to note that Justice Thomas's relationship to the billionaire only began after Thomas's powerful appointment to our nation's highest court. The cash, goods, and services Justice Thomas received over the years include large loan balance cancellations, tuition payments for family, and vacations in private jets and yachts worth up to $500,000 alone. In total, Justice Thomas appears to have received more than $1.5 million worth in goods, cash equivalents, and services from Mr. Crow. And that is just what we know of. But truthfully, we won't ever really know the total sum of contributions Thomas received from Crow. Justice Thomas not only accepted these contributions while Mr. Crow had business in front of the court, but he accepted them in secret, failing for years and years to report them. Yet Thomas did report smaller gifts during this time, demonstrating a clear understanding of his legal obligation to report. Would a reasonable American question that receiving lavish gifts from Mr. Crow might lead Justice Thomas to have a bias towards his, quote, friend with business before the court? Without a doubt, yes. But did Justice Thomas recuse? No. Now take Justice Samuel Alito, who has no shortage of billionaire associates of his own. After billionaire Paul Singer gave Justice Alito a luxury fishing trip on a private jet, a contribution that was also hidden from the public and the court, Justice Alito not only refused to recuse, but changed his mind regarding his gracious host's case. Just a short time after accepting the lavish undisclosed trip from Singer, Alito joined the court in reversing its previous position and took up Singer's case. He did not recuse. Justice Alito also refused to recuse in the case itself, ultimately leading to a ruling that netted Singer $2.4 billion. And that ruling did not just enrich Singer. It also structurally tilted the playing field further away from working people and towards the vulture funds, siphoning money and resources away from the communities that need them most. Could a reasonable American question whether or not Justice Alito could have acted impartially in this case, given his personal relationship with Singer? Absolutely. In January 2021, after the former President of the United States incited an insurrection on the Capitol in this chamber to interfere with the results of the US election, Justice Samuel Alito and his wife flew an upside-down American flag, a symbol of solidarity with the attack, outside their home. 2 years later, they publicly displayed outside their home yet another incendiary symbol, a flag associated with extreme right-wing Christian nationalism. Justice Alito maintains that his wife, Martha Ann Alito, is the only one responsible for the flags. But common sense maintains that such a close and incendiary revelation requires recusal by the justice from January 6 related cases. Despite the overwhelming appearance of a conflict of interest, Justice Alito refused to recuse himself from cases surrounding the 2020 election and questions of the former president's legal immunity in the attack. Would a reasonable person question that Justice Alito's conduct exhibits and demonstrates reasonable concern for bias in these cases? Absolutely, and without question. And finally, Justice Thomas, who is married to Virginia Thomas, a financially and personally involved operative in the Stop the Steal movement and Capitol attack, also joined opinions in these cases, even as clear evidence mounted that not only was his wife fully committed to overthrowing the results of a fair election, but she was actively lobbying members of the Trump administration attempting to do just that. The questions before the court had unquestionable implications for Thomas's wife and consequently Thomas himself, making his refusal to recuse one of the most shocking examples of conflict of interest in the court's history. And crucially, it was both Justices Thomas and Alito who cast critical votes in the ruling. It now follows that because of Alito's and Thomas's refusals to recuse, everyday Americans cannot, should not, and will not believe that these justices, and consequently the court they serve, is working to uphold the Constitution and put the country ahead of their own individual self-interests. Americans will not believe that the court interpreted the law independent of profit for themselves and their newly termed friends. Without action against these blatant violations, reasonable Americans have and will continue to lose faith in the court itself. Reasonable Americans will and do believe that Justices Thomas and Alito are prone and subject to corruption, that the institution failing to punish them is broken, and that consequently their impeachment is a constitutional imperative and our congressional duty. The abuses of power committed by Justice Thomas and Justice Alito are precisely the types of corruption that the framers understood was an existential threat to our democracy. Instances like these and misconduct like that of Alito's and Thomas's are precisely why the framers gave us the tool of impeachment. Corruption without consequence infects all it touches. And that is why this body, Congress, has a constitutional and moral obligation to hold these justices accountable, to maintain the integrity of our courts, and to uphold the standards of the judiciary and our institutions. Lastly, We cannot ignore the most important material consequences of this court's unchecked corruption and its resulting influence: the suffering of the American people. We cannot ignore and pretend that this corruption is wholly unrelated to the millions of pregnant Americans now suffering and bleeding out in emergency rooms under the court's unleashing of extreme abortion bans across the United States, which was a key political priority of these undisclosed benefactors and shadow organizations surrounding Alito and Thomas's misconduct. Nor can we ignore the millions of Americans now suffering hours-long wait times in the hot sun, often without water, just to cast a ballot, also a direct result of this corrupt court's gutting of the Voting Rights Act, allowing the closing of polling sites across the country. You see, neither these justices nor their shadowy benefactors have to answer to the parents of developmentally delayed children about their decision to gut the power of the EPA and the entire administrative state with it. But they do have to answer to us, the Congress, whom these people, the American people, have elected and entrusted to protect them, to serve them, and to defend the well-being of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I am here today presenting these articles of impeachment not because I am a Democrat and not because I am blind to its odds in a Republican-led chamber. I present them because it is the right thing to do. And while our framers perhaps may not have envisioned someone like me in this seat, they absolutely did envision the necessity and value of the impeachment action upon which I seek to advance today. Thank you, and I yield back.
The question is on the motion to... Does the gentlelady have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.